This guy is Hua Qingyun, someone with extraordinary strength, the strongest in the Qingyun sect. Although he has strength surpassing ordinary people, he wants to hide it because he doesn't want to encounter trouble. This also makes everyone in the sect look down on him immensely. The reason is because in his past life, Qingyun was a wage earner, doing a lot of work for little pay. Moreover, he often had to work overtime and was always suppressed by his superiors. Once, while working overtime to exhaustion, he collapsed and died. But it seemed those cold-blooded people who had bullied and suppressed him didn't even care about him. When Qingyun opened his eyes again, he had transmigrated to this place and even discovered that he possessed immense power. Recalling his painful memories only strengthened his resolve not to work overtime, adhering to the motto of 9 to 5. Because of this, many people ridiculed him, but he didn't care about them. In this life, Qingyun is determined to live a leisurely life, reading novels in the afternoon. Whether he can conceal his strength and live a peaceful life, please follow this story on Kingdom Manhwa. The story begins with a large explosion, accompanied by lightning strikes from the sky, Shangyuan Realm, Dongwang, Qingyun Prefecture. It seems there's a chaotic battle between two sides. Constant screams echo out. Facing the demon Shadow Blood Array, the Qingyun Sword sect is nothing more than this. Times have changed. In the future, the Donghua region will belong to our Demon Cloud sect. A hand covered in blood desperately clings to the ground. A weak voice says, Demon Cloud sect. Just thinking about all he had to endure made him so angry that he roared, "Don't be arrogant. I've already notified Senior Brother Hua. When he arrives, none of you will escape." His threat didn't scare the Demon Cloud sect members at all. They loudly mocked, "Among the Qingyun Sword sect's 10 great disciples, is there anyone named Hua? I don't remember." After saying this, the man laughed heartily. "Not even among the 10 great disciples, yet you want to fight our Demon Cloud sect?" He quickly approached the pitiful young man and threatened, "Tell your senior brother Hua to come and clean up your corpses." At the same time, a fist immediately appeared, intending to take the lives of everyone here. Fortunately, in the nick of time, a familiar figure rushed forward. He didn't say much. With just a bit of his power, he blocked the attack. Seeing someone block his attack startled and confused the Demon Cloud sect members. "What?" Seeing that someone had been saved made everyone cry out in relief, "We're saved? Senior Brother Hua." The young man was also moved to tears. The man who had just saved everyone was Hua Qingyun. Seeing that everyone was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I made it in time." Seeing him suddenly appear here, the mysterious man coldly retreated and then laughed, commenting, "Hurried." He rushed straight at him without hesitation, as if wanting to take his life in an instant. "Coming to offer your life?" Contrary to his frenzy, Qingyun coldly unleashed a direct counterattack. His power completely cleaved through the Demon Cloud sect members, causing them to painfully stumble backward. The dark sky that had been there was gradually beginning to show some rays of light shining down upon the place. After only a short time, the sky had returned to its blue sky. The Demon Cloud sect people lay trembling on the ground. "What happened? Is it over?" One of them had been severely injured by Qingyun, causing even his inner core to fall out. Feeling quite worried for everyone, he quickly stepped forward and offered a bottle of elixirs in his hand. "Is everyone all right?" Everyone was extremely grateful upon hearing this. "Thank you, Senior Brother Hua, for your assistance." Seeing that everyone was safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Junior Brother Wei Ran, didn't I tell you not to take action? If I hadn't arrived quickly this time." The other scratched his head apologetically. "Senior Brother Hua's teachings are correct. It's just that those demon cultivators are truly too cruel. The 100,000 cultivators of the blood sacrifice. Qingshu City only wanted to refine the blood soul pearl, disregarding anyone who violated the principles of the sect. I was impulsive. Thinking of what had happened today made him sigh softly, placing his hand on the other's shoulder and advising, "Young man, don't be led astray by the outdated ideas of the sect. Do what you can, and live simply on our own path of cultivation." The other nodded in understanding. "Senior Brother Hua, you're saying incomprehensible things again." Seeing the inner core lying on the ground still emitting killing intent, Qingyun realized that something was wrong. At the same time, old ancestor Xie Yun appeared, glaring angrily at the group and roaring, "Dare to injure the disciples of our Demon Cloud sect?" Unable to endure it any longer, he immediately used the divine power Demon Shadow Hand to attack the group, roaring, "You seek death. Seeing the situation become unstable, Wei Ran was startled and frightened. This is an elder of the demon cloud sect, old ancestor Xia Yun, a cultivator of the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Seeing such a big character, Qin Yun could only draw his sword. He slashed directly at him and taught, still not stopping? His slashes appeared continuously in the air, confronting Xia Yun's enormous hand, unleashing a fierce battle. Looking at this scene, the other was a little dazed and startled, unable to believe it, enduring a strike from my 7th level realm? This made him feel extremely interested. Xia Yun laughed loudly and praised, "You're quite good, young man. Killing you would be a bit of a waste." Realizing that time was running out, he invited Qin Yun to his side. "Our demon cloud sect has always respected the strong. Why don't you join my sect? I'll give you the title of Great Disciple. You can have anything you want, rainmaking, spirit treasures, beautiful women." Hearing these words surprised Qin Yun a little. He asked in confusion, "Such good treatment? But I heard that your disciples have to wake up early and go to bed late, enduring the elements, and are constantly hunted down by the righteous path." Qin Yun's judgmental voice continuously echoed, "Cultivation is also for indulgence. Killing each other, relying on your own efforts." Xia Yun was startled and hurriedly explained, "Our demon cultivators don't have as many rules and regulations as the righteous sections. The environment is quite relaxed. Whoever does more gets more." Hearing these ridiculous words, Qin Yun chuckled with a bit of contempt, again with "do more, get more." The job at the Qin Yun Sword sect is stable, and it's a reputable great sect. I'm living very well here. Realizing that time was running out, he slowly drew his sword. "Now, you want to deceive me?" He continuously slashed decisive strikes at him, roaring, "Fighting?" Seeing his current power so terrifying made Xia Yun feel somewhat startled with fear. What? This overwhelming power tore apart the power he had created. A large explosion appeared in the sky. Seeing his power so domineering made Qin Yun nod in satisfaction and turned to leave. "Nice." Wei Ran, witnessing this entire scene from the side, became extremely smug and praised, "I told you it was right to call senior brother Hua. See? But this scene also made the two others behind him become confused with fear. I'm not dreaming, am I? Does our sect's introductory sword technique have such power? Senior brother Hua is terrifyingly strong." Xia Yun sighed, looking forward with a sad expression. "Why?" To his question, Qin Yun coldly replied, "I've been around here for many years, and I've long seen through your tricks." His eyes were incredibly scary as he mocked, "Daring to show off in front of me, you're just embarrassing yourself." Hearing this, he hurriedly shook his head and explained, "No, what I mean is, why are you so strong?" The inner core suddenly flew up into the air, appearing in his sight. Xia Yun's inner core finally flew into the air. Qin Yun reached out to catch it. Done. As he was preparing to leave, something suddenly flew quickly on the ground, as if trying to escape. Seeing this scene made him feel quite surprised, soul leaving the body. This soul seemed to want to escape quickly from this place. There was even a hint of smugness on its face. Seeing its intentions so clearly, Qin Yun gripped the sword tightly in his hand. "Where are you escaping to?" As he was preparing to strike, he was startled to realize that something wasn't quite right. Qin Yun stood still. He felt the change coming from his body. Without thinking much, Qin Yun took out a bag of treasures that he kept carefully on his person. The instant he looked inside, his face became thoughtful and inscrutable. After thinking for a short time, Qin Yun turned and flew in another direction, not bothering to chase after the soul just now. Forget it. Anyway, the important mission of rescuing the righteous path has been completed. This made the junior brothers below feel puzzled. One disciple gave a forced smile and asked, "What is senior brother Hua doing? Letting the demon sect elder go like that?" Another angrily added clearly, "Just one more sword strike and why not continue chasing?" While they were still wondering, Wei Ran laughed smugly from the side. "So you guys don't know." His face became very serious as he immediately announced, "Senior brother Hua follows the path of work 9 to 5, which means working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. After speaking, he didn't forget to point to the setting sun and declare, "Now the sun has set." The disciples who heard this news were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say in this situation. According to Senior Brother Hua's words, it's now. Everyone looked at Qin Yun's figure. Time to get off work. He was still comfortably returning to his home, indeed. Thinking of all the tiring things today made him sigh with boredom. The most annoying thing is that they always assign tasks to me right before quitting time. I almost had to work overtime. At this time, the scene shifted to another location in Donghuang, Qingyun Prefecture, Qingyun Sword Sect, where the disciples were standing firm. After a long journey, they hurriedly returned to their familiar place. The new disciples were seriously practicing martial arts with great enthusiasm. Seeing a familiar figure appear made one person unable to bear it any longer and angrily exclaim, "Look at that guy, being lazy again." They looked angrily at Qingyun, who was lying leisurely taking a nap under a tree, annoying, thinking he's a true disciple or something. Qingyun was still blindfolded, immersed in sleep, not paying attention to anything around him. He would decide to live according to the modern lifestyle, not caring about anything else. After a long sleep, Qingyun stretched repeatedly with satisfaction. Realizing that too much time had passed, he quickly sat up and regained his composure. Removing the blindfold and looking at the scene in front of him, Qingyun couldn't hide his awakening. I got back to the sect late last night, which made me not get enough sleep. He remembered what Xieyun had said to him at that time. If I had known this, I wouldn't have bothered becoming a true disciple in the first place. They just keep assigning me troublesome tasks like this. His eyes were somewhat pensive as he pondered. Unconsciously, it's almost been 5 years. Qingyun, although unwilling, still recalled his memories from his past life, because he constantly had to work high amounts of overtime. Moreover, his boss constantly scolded him, forcing him to use a lot of medicine, daring to be lazy in front of me? Get up and work. Don't even think about leaving until you finish. Those scolding voices made Qingyun so desperate that he always put all the medicine in his mouth to work overtime. Seeing him looking strange made everyone surprised and quickly gathered to discuss. It's not good, boss, he seems to be in trouble. Quickly call 120, quickly help him save the documents. When Qingyun opened his eyes again, he realized that he was in a completely different place. I suddenly died and suddenly came to this magical world. Realizing that the situation was a bit off, he hesitated in confusion. I've transmigrated. At the same time, he carefully observed the entire place here. My identity is a small true disciple in the Qingyun Sword Sect. But Qingyun was constantly laughed at by many other disciples. Hua Qingyun, as a true disciple, you should try harder. What's with 9 to 5? You're talking nonsense. How can you sleep at your age? You should cultivate to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Their mocking words constantly echoed in his ears, making his head ache. Hua Qingyun, as a true disciple, you should try harder. What's with 9 to 5? You're talking nonsense. How can you sleep at your age? You should cultivate to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. You're really lazy. I've never seen anyone as lazy as you. But he clearly didn't care much about these things. His eyes clearly showed his determination not to work overtime, so as not to repeat the same mistakes. I've sworn. I will never work overtime in this world again. Looking at the scene of the disciples constantly practicing martial arts right in front of him made him feel a little tired. It's just that I didn't expect that here. They also fight each other like this. While he was still thinking, a voice suddenly rang out, Senior Brother Hua. Qingyun was a little curious and slowly turned his head. Wei Ran's face was full of excitement as he approached to chat. Senior Brother Hua, the sect leader is looking for you, about yesterday's mission. He wants to ask you about some details. After listening to this request, he turned his head in surprise and asked him, You guys didn't reveal my secret, did you? The other nodded firmly, No, I already told them that about Senior Brother Hua's strength. Everyone will keep it a secret. Hearing Wei Ran say this, Qingyun felt relieved and nodded in praise. Well done, then I'm relieved. I'll go first. Remembering something important, he also put his hand on the other's shoulder and encouraged, Next time there's an opportunity, I'll teach you a few moves. These words also made him extremely moved. Thank you, Senior Brother Hua. Just like that, Qingyun left. The other in the back continued to wave goodbye, Senior Brother Hua. Soon after, Qingyun arrived at the sect leader's main hall. He slowly walked deeper inside. In his mind, he knew this place very well. In the Tsengyuan realm, there are a total of 6 realms, divided from low to high as follows. Those who diligently train are in the Qi refining realm. The power like Wei Ran is in the spiritual illumination realm. If you use the power of poison, that is the soul gathering realm. Qingyun is in the Spirit Palace realm. Xie Yun's realm is mentioned as the Purple Mansion realm, and finally the most dangerous realm is the Ascension realm. Qingyun at this time had penetrated deeper into the space of this place, each realm being divided into 9 layers. He looked up at the person high above observing all of his actions, and that person was even higher. The man sat still without any reaction. He was the sect leader of the Qingyun Sword sect, Wen Jian, an unparalleled powerhouse, a 6th-level ascendant, with the title of. His image finally appeared, a stern face with resolute eyes, the Qingyun Sword God. Qingyun was as usual, he smiled and greeted, "Sect leader, good morning." His eyes looked somewhat coldly at him and signaled, "Little Hua, be serious, this is the main hall." He didn't care much about these words. He even took out a small wooden box in front of him and announced, "The cloud heart tea that I planted, some of it ripened a few days ago." Hearing these words startled him to the point of being stunned. Wen Jian's attitude completely changed. He hurriedly ran straight towards him, constantly begging, "Quickly let me taste it. The last time I drank cloud heart tea was a long time ago." Qingyun proudly held the small wooden box in front of him. Seeing that he liked the tea he brought so much also made him even more pleased. Who would have thought that the majestic Qingyun Sword God would be a tea fanatic? Qingyun continued to recall the long time he had researched these teas, and I relied on the knowledge of modern times to grow a top-quality tea. Because of this, my relationship with the leader is extremely good. Thinking of this, his face became even more pleased. This is the secret that wage earners should have. While he was still happily enjoying the fruits of his labor, Wen Jian suddenly coughed twice. His face was a little wary and blushed as he glanced at him. "Yesterday's mission, did you receive anything?" Hearing the returning disciples said you saved them. Hearing this, he coldly replied to get it over with, accidental rescue only. He also didn't forget to bring the elixir he picked up to Wen Jian. "I found this on a disciple of the Demon Dao sect." Seeing this elixir also startled him, and he realized, blood soul bead. Without hesitation, Wen Jian quickly took this elixir. His face became serious. "Little Hua, do you know what this means?" The blood soul bead was still shining there, and was even somewhat captivating to the eye. His face gradually became serious, and he added, "The Maiyun sect wants to." Before he could finish his sentence, Qingyun angrily refused all of this. "Don't know, don't want to hear, don't care." Fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would tell him something more, Qingyun quickly excused himself and ran outside. "If the sect leader doesn't have anything else, I'll go back first." Because he had his own thoughts in his head. "Sorry, sect leader, I just want to live a peaceful life, please give the troublesome things to others." While he was still preparing to leave, his voice rang out, "Stop." Qingyun had no choice but to stop. Recalling all that he had heard made Wen Jian so angry that he was uncomfortable. "Little Hua, it's not that the sect leader wants to say anything to you. It's true that you have merit in planting spirit tea, but as a true disciple, you can't be so lazy." He didn't forget to say loudly, "I asked you, last week it was clearly your turn to explain sword techniques to the disciples. But why didn't you go?" After thinking for a short time, Qingyun calmly turned his head to explain, "When it was my turn, it was past your hour, 9 to 5, this is my rule, please understand, sect leader." A series of these words made him so angry that he couldn't restrain himself anymore. "Because you were absent from the sword technique practice, 4 hall masters came to find me." His next sentence also made Qingyun freeze in place. "Want to dismiss a true disciple like you?" Listening to these things, he slowly turned his head to react. They really said that? Seeing that he had such a strange emotion made Wen Jian startled and realized that he had said something wrong. "It's over. Did I say something too heavy?" He became hesitant. "Little Hua, I." But contrary to his thoughts, Qingyun turned his head and was incredibly happy. "That's great." Because in his mind he had the thought, being demoted to an inner disciple. "Let's see who dares to have an opinion on me being lazy later." Thinking of this, he continued to urge Wen Jian, "Boss, when will you remove my status as a true disciple?" These words made him so angry that he exploded. "You." After thinking for a short time, he pointed at him and taught loudly, "Keep dreaming." Since the Qingyun sword sect was established, no true disciple has ever been dismissed. Dismissing you would be no different than smacking the faces of me and the elders. A series of these words made Qingyun's little heart cry, annoying. I knew there was no such thing as a good thing. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Greetings, sect leader and senior brother Hua." Hearing a somewhat familiar voice made him turn his head in surprise. When Jian became extremely happy, Jian Xian, you've come. Jian Xian slowly walked inside before his surprised look. She continued to speak, teaching, there are tens of thousands of inner disciples who day and night only hope to become true disciples. Her face became very serious as she blamed, Senior Brother Hua wants to give up such a rare opportunity. Why? This beautiful girl with a slender figure was the top true disciple of Qin Yun, Yu Jianxin. Qin Yun looked a little dazed at her sulky look in front of him. Yu Jianxin, the true disciple of the Qin Yun sword sect, is indeed a beauty. At a young age, her cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Her strength and popularity are both top 1. He even carefully observed her face, is considered the future of the Qin Yun sword sect. Indeed, she was a bit different from Qin Yun, who was considered the 55th ranked true disciple of the Qin Yun sword sect. After thinking for a short time, he turned his head to respond to her. Junior sister, you doesn't know, I've been stuck in the spirit palace realm for a long time. He was still sadly adding, so I want to start over from the inner sect. Suddenly, Jian Xian noticed his words. He turned on his acting mode again and continuously expressed, consolidating from the basics, then breaking through again, taking a detour to rise up, like the saying. Reviewing the old to learn the new. Hearing this, Jian Xian seemed to have understood something more. I didn't expect that senior brother would have such ambition, and also have a deep understanding of the path of cultivation. Completely different from the rumors. This time, her attitude had completely changed. She quickly bowed. Jian Xian is too shallow. Jian Xian laughed and shook her head. Junior sister, you're too polite. When Jian in the back heard these words and was speechless. While the two were still chatting, he stepped forward and quickly announced, Little Hua, the reason I called Jian Xian here is because the hall masters have a request for you. Qin Yun, hearing this, curiously turned his head. What request? His face gradually became excited and showed a bright smile. They want you. His next words made Qin Yun not want to listen. Together with Jian Xian to carry out a mission, to learn the diligent character that a top disciple should have. Jian Xian was stunned to hear this. After carefully considering these words, Qin Yun slowly turned his head to look at him, sect leader. His face twisted in an ugly expression. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Are you kidding me? He knew that Jian Xian's efforts were something he could never keep up with. It was Yu Jianxin who stirred up the sect's atmosphere of competition, which could be called Provocation King. The more he thought about his future, the more helpless he became, covered in sweat. That kind of person is incompatible with me. How can we carry out a mission together? When Jian's face was very certain. He seriously taught, in our sect, countless people line up wanting to ask her for guidance, and are not able to. Now you can work with her. What else are you dissatisfied with such a good opportunity? Qin Yun, upon hearing this, helplessly suppressed a sigh. Sect leader, I'm just worried that I'm too weak and will hinder junior sister's cultivation. His eyes became full of anticipation, secretly waiting for Jian Xian's answer. Junior sister, you wouldn't want to be held back by me, would you? While he was worried, Jian Xian's very decisive voice rang out, Senior brother is overthinking things. Her face was very happy and immediately declared, everyone is a fellow disciple, so we should help each other and progress together. Her face became even more enthusiastic when she talked about these things. Besides, Senior Brother Hua can also take advantage of this mission to prove himself. Dispel the rumors that everyone has fabricated about you. He gave a forced smile, unable to say a word. Thinking of what he was about to experience made Qin Yun even more reluctant to face it. How great, still want to drag me in, to make me compete? There was no other way. Qin Yun simply clasped his hands and saluted Wen Jian. His face had become very serious, continuing to express his intention. Sect leader, my mission is not urgent, I'm just worried that no one will water the tea trees. These words made him a little startled and confused. Seeing him hesitate only made him even more pleased. Sect leader, you didn't hesitate to invite junior sister Yu to help me with the mission, but I am a person of principle. I can lie comfortably in the sect, so why should I go far away with a young girl? After thinking for a short time, he quickly signaled okay to him. This signal also made Qin Yun stunned, not understanding what was happening. His face was extremely radiant, continuing to express his intention. Qin Yun, as long as you can successfully complete this mission, the 4 sect leaders will give you 3 days of vacation. Hearing this number, Qingyun's eyes became thoughtful. 3. He froze for a moment, realizing when Jian's words, days. His face had completely changed, initially resistant, now incredibly unbelievable. Off? This 3 days off was like a dose of spiritual medicine to comfort his mood. Qingyun didn't think much. He immediately grabbed his hand. His eyes were very certain. He looked at him emotionally and continued to suggest, Sect leader, this matter cannot be delayed. Please quickly tell me the content of the mission and the location. This change of his made Wen Jian so angry that he couldn't speak. Hua Qingyun, even if I have to climb mountains of knives and jump into pots of boiling oil, I will never refuse. Time quickly shifted to noon. Jian Xin was seriously practicing with great enthusiasm. Contrary to her diligence, Qingyun was very tired. Seeing her practicing non-stop, day and night, he couldn't help but praise, Junior sister, you is so diligent. She angrily looked at him, constantly criticizing, Senior brother Hua, you're 15 minutes late. Qingyun sighed helplessly and approached her, if you don't take a nap, you won't have energy in the afternoon, junior sister. But Jian Xin didn't bother to listen to his words. She quickly came over to explain her thoughts. The most important thing in cultivation is to make the most of your time to practice. Noon just arrived on time. In total I've swung the sword 3,000 times, but senior brother is in the spirit palace realm, yet needs sleep like mortal people. Her eyes were very decisive as she blamed, isn't that too lazy? Qingyun's face gradually became stiff, not wanting to face her eyes. Yes, junior sister is very reasonable. After I go back I will definitely practice twice as much. Although in his mind he had other thoughts, why is junior sister you so young, yet acts like an old person? Realizing that time was running out, Jian Xin immediately spoke up, it's not early anymore, let's set off. After speaking, she immediately began to set off. Qingyun followed her from behind. The two of them traveled together on a long road, constantly chatting with each other to relieve boredom. Senior brother Hua, how do you view this mission? He thought for a moment and replied. The sect leader wants us to investigate the missing villagers in the Tianyun Mountains, but the Tianyun Mountains are next to Qinshu City, which was blood sacrificed. Thinking of this, his face became somewhat somber. I suspect that the missing villagers are involved with the demon sect. Jian Xin nodded in agreement. That's right, I think so too. Her face became very excited, also not forgetting to recount, don't worry senior brother, even though you only reached 6th level spirit palace realm, but I will protect you. Hearing that he didn't have to do anything made Qingyun laugh softly and salute, thank you, junior sister. His eyes became even more interested and he had his own calculations. I didn't expect that junior sister you would be so reliable. Not only can I piggyback, but after the mission, I'll also get 3 days of vacation. This time, I'm really profiting big time. Just like that, Qingyun and Jian Xin sped quickly forward. Thank you, sect leader. After a period of time, looking at the houses right in front of them, Jian Xin spoke up, we're here, this is the Tianyun Mountains. She quickly touched down to the ground, observing the situation. Realizing that things were not right, she quickly proposed her idea, Senior brother Hua, let's go find the villagers here to inquire about clues. But Qingyun just silently took out his watch. Seeing him looking thoughtful made her curiously follow, Senior brother Hua, what do you mean? He thought for a moment and looked at his watch. 5. His series of counting also made her stunned, not understanding what was happening. 4. 3. Time continued to pass, the sun was gradually setting, Qingyun's voice still rang out. 2. 1. Immediately after it reached exactly 5 o'clock, Qingyun happily grabbed his watch, your hour has arrived. Can't work overtime anymore. He quickly turned to leave, also not forgetting to say goodbye, I have to go rest, the matter of inquiring about the villagers, I'll leave it to junior sister to take care of, see you tomorrow. This made Jian Xin stunned and speechless. Very quickly, he went to the trading place here. After a long search, Qingyun finally decided to enter the dark fragrance pavilion. He was the first guest to step into this place, but he didn't pay much attention. Shopkeeper, a room. This shopkeeper seemed to have lost all life. He frowned and announced, 1 tael of silver. As soon as Qingyun put a tael of silver down on the table, he continued to hand over the key. 2nd floor, turn left, the room is at the end of the row. Looking at his hand with signs of magic made him somewhat confused. But Qingyun didn't think much, he continued to walk forward, never mind, it's rest time now. Just like that, he followed the instructions to his room. The first thing he did was to lie down on the bed to rest, although he was still a little curious. I wonder how junior sister Yu is investigating. As he was preparing to fall asleep, a voice suddenly rang out, "The rooms are all borrowed, there are no more spare places." This made the official guest become very angry and say loudly, "Shopkeeper, your inn clearly has no one, why not let me stay?" The argument also woke Qingyan up. He hurriedly sat up with a confused expression. The arguments are constantly ringing out, it's not like I didn't pay there. This made him a little surprised and think, I overslept. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice made Qingyan thoughtful, this voice is too familiar. Outside, Jian Xian became very stunned and constantly begged, "Shopkeeper, is it that this silver is not enough?" But Xie Yun constantly refused her. "I said there are no rooms." "There are no rooms, go away." While she still didn't know what to do, suddenly Qingyan's voice rang out, "Junior sister Yu." She was surprised and stunned to hear this. He stood in the back, constantly commenting, "If the shopkeeper said that the rooms are all taken, then don't make things difficult for him." Seeing that he had appeared here made her become very happy. "Senior brother Hua, why are you here?" His face was very calm as he looked at the boss and suggested, "Shopkeeper, it should be okay for me to let my junior sisters share a room with me, right?" The man immediately nodded, "As you wish." Jian Xian was stunned to hear this. Her face thought of what he said again with a little innocence, "Share a room with senior brother?" Immediately after, Jian Xian reacted, "Senior brother Hua, we..." Qingyan still walked calmly forward and ordered, "Follow me, unless you don't want to sleep outside." Because there was no other way, it was late at night now, she could only nod in agreement. Just like that, she stepped up and walked behind his back in a cautious manner. Qingyan's face was very calm, seemingly not caring about these things. Seeing him like that made Jian Xian also sigh a breath to reassure herself, "That's right, it's not like we're doing anything shameful, what am I shy about?" She even thought of the prospect that she could completely bully Qingyan. Moreover, senior brother Hua is only in the spirit palace realm, I can completely protect myself. After a period of time inside the room, Qingyan asked, "Junior sister, have you eaten dinner yet?" Jian Xian shook her head, "Not yet." Delicious pieces of cake had been prepared and placed neatly on the table. He was eating the delicious cakes and turned to look at her, "Do you want to eat a little?" But Jian Xian very patiently shook her head, "Senior brother, we are cultivators, so we should purify the heart and reduce desires, don't let yourself be bewitched by food." She also didn't forget to say a few more words, "Only when the inner heart is pure can we." Before Jian Xian could finish her sentence, Qingyan used his hand to press a piece of cake into her mouth. This scene also made her shy and blush, not daring to react, and he continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Because she had put the cake in her mouth, Jian Xian could only grit her teeth and swallow it. After realizing the deliciousness of the cake, Jian Xian completely changed her mind. "This cake is sweet but not greasy, melts as soon as it enters the mouth. Gives people a very delicious feeling, like a stream of water soaking into the heart field. Oh no, I'm about to be immersed in this cake." While she was still thinking, suddenly she realized Qingyan's intention. Seeing him still sitting there eating cake as if nothing had happened, she angrily scolded, "Senior brother Hua, how can you use cake to launch a sneak attack on me?" Seeing her react like that, he gently turned his head and asked, "Is it good?" The delicious taste of the cake made her unable to resist, very delicious. But Jian Xian insisted on not admitting that she liked to eat this kind of cake. "These foods are not good for our cultivation, we should still eat less." Qingyan laughed in surprise. "Those words are wrong." He very calmly explained for her to understand more clearly. Has junior sister ever thought, whether avoiding the 5 pungent roots and the 3 animal foods and worldly troubles will help cultivation faster? She was stunned to hear this. Isn't that the case? He used his finger to explain more clearly for her to understand. Not right, not right. His face was very calm as he recounted what he was thinking. We live in this world, not everything in the world can be avoided, the so-called avoidance will only make you feel tired, flustered, and cultivate more slowly. This also made Jian Xian very curious. But if you can't purify the heart and reduce desires, then wouldn't you be immersed in the world, controlled by desires, then how can you cultivate? He very calmly and seriously expressed his thoughts. I think, a true cultivator is someone who dares to face the temptations of reality and bravely try. Speaking of this, he pointed to the cakes placed on the table. Just like this cake, if you are afraid that its delicious taste will make you feel troubled, then you should try it, get used to it. While she was still thinking about Qingyun's words, he slowly stood up and ordered, "Wait until you can see this cake as something ordinary, not be affected by it. Only then can it be considered that you have truly entered the realm of cultivation, clear understanding of the original heart, capable of seeing the truth." Qingyun transformed into a bookworm, constantly reading out different poems. With truth, me truth, self appear many likeness, among likeness, not contaminated, only then does freedom appear. That was the first time Jian Xian had seen this scene. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Freedom as usual, natural flavor. After reading a series of poems, he opened his eyes to look at her, seeing how she would react. Seeing Jian Xian still sitting still in a daze made him startled and realized that something was not right. "It's over, I said so much at once, can this child take it in?" While he was still worried, she had enthusiastically slammed her hand on the table. "Senior Brother Hua, I understand." Her next words also made him stunned, not knowing what to say. "Only when we face desire and then give it up can we return to simplicity and penetrate the great path." He didn't know how to explain in this situation, so Jian Xian turned around and began to eat the pieces of cake greedily, with a refreshing expression. Her series of actions made him helpless to the point of crying and trembling. What do you understand? Stop quickly." Time quickly shifted to late at night. Because there was only one bed in the room, there was no other way, so Qingyun had to fight for the bed with Jian Xian. "I'm sorry, junior sister, you should lie down temporarily today." She laughed to explain, "Senior brother, I'm fine. I'm not sleeping, so I can just sit." The moonlight gradually rose high. The scene here was silent to the point of stillness. Inside the room, Jian Xian was still focused on sitting there cultivating. Outside the door of the two people, a mysterious person slowly walked to this place. It was none other than the shopkeeper just now. He slowly took out something from his pocket. "Little girl, I originally wanted to spare you, but..." He had secretly planted a stick of incense right in front of the door of the two people. "Don't blame me." This incense constantly emitted very strange smells that seemed to be able to make the two people fall into a deep sleep. The smoke slowly flew into the room where the two people were focusing. Jian Xian was still sitting still, focused on meditating. She didn't know what would happen to her next. Smelling the somewhat strange scent made her gradually become confused. Strange, where is the fragrance coming from? Realizing that something was not right, her face was startled and became serious. Jian Xian hurriedly retreated, looking at the room that was filled with this strange scent. "It's over, it's poison." Her face gradually reacted to this type of poison, but she couldn't do anything else. In just a few minutes, Jian Xian had completely fallen to the ground. Her whole body couldn't move at all, but she still tried to call Qingyun. "Senior Brother Hua, run quickly." Seeing Jian Xian lying asleep on the ground, Qingyun slowly sat up at this time. His face was very calm, seemingly not affected by this fragrance, which made her very surprised. "Senior Brother Hua." But because she couldn't bear it anymore, she slowly closed her eyes. The scene shifted to a large forest. A strong wind rushed forward. The trembling feet of the shopkeeper quickly stepped to this place. As soon as he saw the mysterious person sitting on high, he hurriedly knelt down to report what had happened. "Sir, the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect have been knocked out by the soul severing incense." His face was very scared and constantly begged in despair. "One of them is a true disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, Yu Jianqin. The other's identity is unknown. I only know that he is called Hua, senior brother." The mysterious person was a little surprised to hear these words. "I didn't expect that you would capture Yu Jianqin." Then he continued to turn his head to comment. "As for this Hua senior brother, I've never heard of him. He's probably just a follower." The man right next to him trembled and nodded, adding, "Luckily, there was your concealment talisman, so I wasn't discovered by them." This made the mysterious person laugh loudly with joy. "This time, you've made a great contribution." Hearing this, the shopkeeper was very expectant. He hurriedly glanced at him. "Sir, what about my wife and children?" Before he could finish his sentence, this man had slowly jumped down in front of him and announced, "Don't worry, they'll be fine. Now I'll take you to see your wife and children." His hand slowly reached out towards the shopkeeper, which made him feel very happy. Thank you, sir." While he thought that he could reunite with his family, suddenly the man directly launched a killing blow, killing him in an instant. blood splashed into the sky. He was even perverted enough to lick these drops of blood to taste the flavor. His face had become crazy and he laughed loudly with delight. Finally, it's almost time to complete the final refinement. He immediately ordered his 2 subordinates, number 3, number 4, at the same time. The 2 people also quickly appeared in this place. His eyes were very vicious as he declared, "Go into the inn and capture the 2 disciples of the Qingyun sword sect." The scene shifted to this side. Jian Xian was gradually waking up from the anesthetic. Qingyun was still sitting right next to her, slowly watching to see if she was okay. Seeing her gradually wake up made him breathe a sigh of relief. "You're awake." Her face became very stunned when she saw him, senior brother Hua. Realizing that something was not right, she sat up quickly and shouted loudly, "No, we have to go. It's very dangerous here." Jian Xian clenched her hands and panted, as if thinking of the scene of that day. But she realized that something was not right. She quickly glanced at Qingyun. Her voice was somewhat worried. "Brother, are you okay?" Seeing him still safe and sound made her a little confused. "With senior brother Hua's cultivation, you should have been knocked out even sooner than me." He also turned his head to another direction and gave the reason he had just thought of. "When sleeping, I use breathing, but I don't use spiritual power like you. So I didn't inhale the soul-severing incense." After speaking, Qingyun quickly stood up and announced what he had seen. "But after waiting for a while, I didn't see the person take action, so I dispelled the incense in the room and helped you detoxify." Looking at the incense stick right in front of him, his face was a little thoughtful. "I didn't expect it to be soul-severing incense." It seemed that he had guessed the origin of this incense stick. Cultivators below the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm are all difficult to resist the poison of this type of incense. After thinking for a short time, Qingyun continued to express his thoughts. "Junior sister, your social experience is still too little. You can't be so unprepared. If you were to carry out a mission alone this time." His words of comment also made Jian Xian feel startled. The consequences are hard to imagine. Realizing that her savior was him, she hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving me. Jian Xian will definitely pay more attention in the future." Qingyun only silently looked at the cup of tea in his hand. He smiled gently and handed the cup of tea to her, instructing, "Junior sister, there's no need to be so polite. Drink some tea to warm yourself up." Jian Xian quickly went to receive the cup of tea in her hand, but she had her own thoughts in her mind. Senior brother Hua in the rumors is just a lazy true disciple. Receiving this cup of tea, she was somewhat thoughtful. "I didn't expect that in just 2 or 3 sentences, he could make me awaken." It seemed that she had realized that her understanding was too shallow compared to Qingyun, and he was always vigilant and saved her life. Thinking of Qingyun's leisurely demeanor made Jian Xian blush and realize, his thoughtful personality and appearance are not bad. Seeing herself thinking too much made her startled, blushing and confused. "Wait, what am I thinking randomly?" Seeing Jian Xian still standing there in a daze, he turned his head in surprise and asked, "Junior sister, do you feel better?" She was startled and reacted. Her face became stiff and she hurriedly explained, "Thank you, senior brother, for your concern. Jian Xian is not worried at all." Although she was a little worried in her heart. Could it be that he? Hearing her words, he nodded to let it go. "That's good." In the sky above the inn, a strange light suddenly emitted. Ziyun didn't hesitate, and rushed straight forward at a dizzying speed. Realizing that something was not right, Jian Xian immediately reacted. She hurriedly drew her sword and pointed forward, shouting to inform, "There's killing intent." Her face revealed worry, as if she had realized that her opponent was not an ordinary person. "Senior brother Hua, be careful." But contrary to her thoughts, Qingyun continued to climb onto the bed, preparing to rest. "If you have recovered, then please trouble junior sister. After all, now is not working hours." After thinking for a short time, she could only rush outside. "Forget it. Those 2 are both Purple Mansion realm experts. Senior brother Hua is only in the Spirit Palace realm. Going there would only add trouble." Just like that, Jian Xian stepped outside with this strange power. Looking at her opponents made her so angry that she gripped her sword until she was trembling. "I thought it was." She rushed straight towards these 2, constantly shouting, "You guys came at the right time." In just one punch from Jian Xian, Ziyun and Feng Er were hacked to the point of not being able to react. A loud explosion occurred on the edge of the forest. The scene gradually became more chaotic, accompanied by streams of dark energy slowly rising into the sky. Xian calmly held her sword, looking at the stream of dark power appearing before her eyes. What caught her eye were the pair of Ziyun and Feng'er, who were also disciples of the Dongwang sect, the Four Spirit sect. They looked at her with eyes as if they wanted to eat her alive. Seeing them suddenly appear here made Xian a little confused. True disciples of the Four Spirit sect, why are the two fellow Taoists here? She unconsciously noticed that their eyes seemed to be strangely soulless, their eyes. After a short time of carefully observing, she finally realized that these Ziyun and Feng'er were both puppets, blood puppets. They had their souls occupied by evil magic and turned into puppets. Looking at them preparing to attack her, Xian seemed to understand something more. This is the magic of the demon sect. The disappearance in Yun village is indeed their doing. Her face was somewhat thoughtful as she looked at the two opponents in front of her, these two. Just like that, she and the two fought fiercely, seemingly with no one willing to give way. Their strength is at least at the 3rd or 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Xian, realizing this situation, lightly stepped onto a leaf and chatted, "It just so happens that I'm also uncomfortable here." She quickly picked up her sword and looked at the two opponents in front of her. Qingyun's sword decree. A decisive slash from her seemed to be able to blow away all the tall trees that appeared. A very decisive slash. Just like that, she rushed straight towards Ziyun with a very decisive power. Qingyun's sword decree, annihilating cloud and severing moon. Xian stretched out on the ground, fighting with the opponents this time. She constantly appeared from this side to the other, fighting with the two very fiercely. Realizing that the opportunity had come, Xian's fingers lightly controlled scatter. At the same time, an explosion appeared on the ground. It seemed that Ziyun and Feng'er had not had time to react to these attacks. Just like that, they were hit by Xian's attacks one by one. Before her eyes, their bodies had gradually fallen to the ground, looking very miserable. In just a short time, Xian had easily solved these two people. All of this was felt by Qingyun. He chuckled in surprise. I didn't expect that she could cut out sword light to split. It seemed that under Xian's power this time, he didn't need to take action at all. But even so, the power had been reduced. Fighting with spiritual sense is really convenient. I don't even need to open my eyes. But he also knew that an important truth, the two disciples of the Four Spirit sect would not be easily defeated. At the same time, Ziyun's trembling body gradually stood up. You dare? Seeing her younger brother lying still on the ground made her somewhat helpless. Harmed Feng'er. Just like that, Ziyun's body trembled as she stood up, which made Xian witness with some surprise. Not completely transformed into a blood puppet yet, still has a bit of consciousness. She trembled and spoke. Her eyes were filled with anger, as she rushed straight forward to attack. I'll make you die. Her footsteps quickly stomped hard on the ground little by little. Even her power broke the ground right under her feet. Seeing her rushing straight towards her to attack, Xian was a little startled at this scene. Seeing that she couldn't sit still any longer, she hurriedly used her hand to respond to her attack. Realizing that the woman in front of her was not easy to deal with, Xian was a little worried. I didn't expect that she could hold a heavy weapon like that. The battle between the two people continued. Slashes constantly appeared in the sky. The scene became more and more tragic. The two people fought with no one willing to give way. After a period of extremely fierce fighting, Xian hurriedly retreated to keep her distance. What is this strange power? Shaking my hand until it's numb. Seizing the opportunity, Ziyun quickly rushed over and spun her weapon. She swung a blow straight towards Xian, hoping to tear her into hundreds of thousands of pieces. Before her eyes, Xian had disappeared a long time ago. It seemed that she also felt quite confused by this scene. While she was still confused, she smiled and appeared. That's all for the probing. Feeling this battle from the outside far away, Qingyun chuckled in surprise, not worthy of being the top great disciple. He lay quietly on the bed, silently feeling each battle of the two people. After only a short time of contact, she already knew the opponent's strength. Then he gradually commented on the strength of the two people now, although both of them are at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm, but the disciple of the Four Spirits sect has had her soul occupied and turned into a blood puppet, so she can only fight by instinct. She's at a great loss. On this side, Xian slowly drew her sword to respond. Her sword was very decisive, reaching straight forward. At the same time, enormous streams of power continuously overwhelmed the entire place quickly. Ziyun on this side was still trying to resist. but she was at a bit of a disadvantage. Realizing that something was not right, Qingyan slowly opened his eyes to look forward. It seems that junior sister Yu doesn't feel the danger that is present. Outside, different sounds continue to ring out. Looking at a leaf flying on his arm, he gently supported this leaf. Using this should be enough. Jian Xian gently helped her sword forward, Qingyan's sword decree. Then she took the opportunity to rush straight towards her opponent, as if creating a wave, sword drawing stance. The power of this sword was so great that Ziyun, witnessing it, had to feel somewhat stunned. But as soon as she reacted, it was too late. Clearly she was not Jian Xian's opponent. After a period of time, the ground at this time had been torn apart by the battle between the two, and the dust gradually dissipated. While Ziyun stood still, trembling and unable to move, Jian Xian slowly walked towards her. It's considered subdued. Next I have to think of a way to help them awaken. While she was still thinking, not knowing what to do next with these two people, she didn't notice that a hand had secretly appeared behind her. Taking advantage of the fact that Jian Xian was still standing still, this person slowly launched an attack straight forward. Seeing that the situation was a bit unstable, her face gradually became serious. It's over. Just a little more and she could end her life. Jian Xian hurriedly created a protective barrier. But this protective barrier was clearly not an opponent. It quickly shattered in the blink of an eye. Jian Xian thought that today was the last day of her life, but suddenly a stream of power rushed over, saving Jian Xian in the nick of time. Accompanied by explosions around due to the influence of this law strike, which appeared continuously, which made her somewhat unable to react. Jian Xian's face gradually became dazed. She slowly turned her head to look back. The move just now. She had realized that Feng'er had gradually stood up and recovered his strength. If I had been hit, I would definitely have been seriously injured. Jian Xian suddenly remembered that there was a light that had helped her block this attack. What was that blue light? Without hesitating, she rushed straight towards Feng'er, who was standing still. Taking advantage of his carelessness, she rushed over from behind. It's a leaf. She used the hilt of her sword to hit the back of his neck so that he could faint, who exactly took action to help. After a period of time, Ziyun and Feng'er had both been tied tightly and sitting on chairs. Inside the room, Jian Xian became very thoughtful. Qingyan, sitting right next to her, chuckled in surprise. It seems that you have solved it. The details of the battle kept making her think. Her face became dazed, intending to say something more. Senior brother Hua, before you. As if understanding her mood, Qingyan spoke very decisively. Evil always lies here. The corner of his mouth showed a faint smile, seemingly wanting to test. What's wrong? Seeing him confirm like that made Jian Xian only shake her head to explain. No, it's nothing. Although she blamed herself, I'm thinking too much. Senior brother Hua is only a 6th level spirit palace realm. How could he have that ability? After thinking for a short time, Jian Xian continued to point to Ziyun and Feng'er in front of her and explained, Senior brother, while these two people's true spirits are still there, we must quickly take them back to the sect, and have the elders set up a pure heart exorcism formation to completely eliminate the blood puppet. Her face became serious as she calculated, but then the demon sect will run away, and then go to other places to harm people. Qingyan nodded in agreement, for the sake of the world's living beings. Thinking of having to work overtime made him become very tired, for the sake of the 3 days off. After thinking for a short time, Qingyan slowly walked towards Ziyun and Feng'er. It seems that I can only take action. Seeing him use his spiritual power to prepare to act also made her feel curious. Senior brother, what do you want to? His face was very serious as he looked at his hands and announced, I will use my divine sense to enter his consciousness, pulling the blood puppet out. Hearing this made Jian Xian become very worried. Senior brother, are you crazy? Consciousness is the place where a cultivator's true spirit resides. If there is any carelessness, it will cause the true spirit to collapse. But he didn't care much about her words. Qingyan slowly put his hands towards these two people. Don't worry, junior sister. Seeing him do these things made Jian Xian unable to sit still any longer. Wait, could it be that senior brother wants to pull out the blood puppets of the two of them at the same time? This is against the heavens. In order to save time, he smiled and turned his head to explain. Saving people is like putting out a fire. It's faster to do it at the same time. Hearing this, she shouted in confusion. The point is not whether it's fast or not, but whether it's safe or not. Ziyun slowly opened her eyes, confused, and looked forward. Seeing that she had woken up made Feng Er, who was right next to her, become very happy. Ziyun, sister, you're awake. She still didn't understand what was happening in this place. Feng Er, feeling that something was not right, her face gradually became serious, turning her head to look back. Seeing Jian Xian and Qingyan standing on one side, Ziyun's face gradually became dazed. You guys are disciples of the Qingyan sword sect? Jian Xian smiled and introduced herself. Hello, Miss Ziyun, I am Yu Jianqin. This is our senior brother Hua. While Ziyun was still not understanding what was happening, Feng Er quickly came over to explain. Sister Yun, it's Yu Jianqin, the top great disciple of the Qingyan sword sect. They saved us. Hearing these words, it seemed that she had understood something more. I remember now. Images of the two of them, Ziyun and Feng Er, writhing when they were caught by the mysterious man appeared in her mind. We were caught by the demon sect elder. This also made Qingyan feel curious. Can you tell me how you two were caught? After a period of hesitation, Ziyun finally slowly recounted. A week ago, Feng Er and I were ordered by the sect to investigate the disappearance of the villagers. The two of them slowly stepped to this place, observing whether there was anything unusual. In one instance, it seemed that the two had discovered something important. On the way of the investigation, we discovered that the demon sect elder was using the blood of the villagers to conduct a sacrifice. At that time, he continuously used this to be able to control the power at will. Unfortunately, the two of them were within his calculations, which made both of them unable to react. As a result, we fell into the trap that the other party had set up in advance. After that, the two of them tried to struggle, but it seemed that all was in vain. Then we were suppressed. She didn't expect them to have been hit by evil magic. Returning to reality, Ziyun was very moved by Qingyun's actions. Thank you two fellow Taoists for saving my life. Her face revealed gratitude as she looked at the two people who had helped her. Hearing this, Jian Xian immediately shook her head to refuse. No need to thank me. She smiled and pointed to Qingyun, who was still calmly sipping his tea. The person who saved you two is our senior brother Hua. Ziyun became very grateful upon hearing this. Thank you, fellow Taoist Hua, for your assistance. We will definitely repay this life-saving grace. He nodded in understanding. No need to be so polite. After witnessing a series of his actions, Jian Xian remembered with some confusion, just now. The image of just now was shown when the blood puppets gradually flew out from the mouths of the two people Jian Xian and Ziyun. It seemed that Qingyun had completely succeeded in controlling this blood puppet. Senior brother pulled out the blood puppets of the two of them at the same time. After pulling them out, he didn't forget to breathe a sigh of relief, which made Jian Xian next to him become very worried. Thinking that he did this as if nothing had happened made her even more confused and unbelievable. That thing buried in consciousness like the blood puppet, even if we don't consider the danger to life. Pulling it out is as difficult as finding a needle in the sea. Even the sect's elders may not be able to do it. Thinking of this, she became very confused and approached Qingyun to question, Senior brother, when did you learn this skill? After thinking for a short time, he quickly recounted. Before, when I was studying in the sutra library, I accidentally found a remnant volume of a technique that taught how to control the divine sense. I found the content quite interesting, so I learned it. She was a little startled when she remembered the truth behind remnant volume. Does that mean that the technique is not complete? Senior brother, are you playing with fire? Qingyun coughed a few times thoughtfully. It's just that in order to save you junior sisters, I spent a lot of precious materials, about 30,000 spirit stones. These words made Jian Xian speechless next to him. She remembered his actions just now and thought in surprise. Clearly, he acted very lightly. How could he use any precious materials? She continued to look up at Ziyun sitting right next to her. Everyone is not stupid. How could she agree? While Jian Xian was still thinking, Ziyun happily nodded in agreement. Fellow Taoist, rest assured, after we return to the sect, we will bring the spirit stones to pay back. This made Jian Xian freeze in confusion. Ray, really agreed? Qingyun showed a smug smile right next to her. It seemed that he had his own plans in mind. For now, you have to admit, wanting to set up a pure heart exorcism formation to remove the blood puppets requires spending 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. 30,000 is already a friendly price. How can I not take it? He happily smiled and replied to her, no rush. The Qingyun sword sect and the Four Spirit sect both have friendship. Saving the two of you is originally my duty. These words made Jian Xin next to her listening about to vomit. Remembering something important, he continued to ask the two people Ziyun and Feng Er, that's right, two fellow Taoists, can you remember a little about the specific situation when the two of you went to catch the demon sect elder? After thinking for a short time, she slowly recounted everything she had learned. His name is Mo Xian. His strength is nothing to speak of. I alone could have solved him. She unconsciously remembered Mo Xian's face and his evil smile. It was only his skill that was something that Ziyun and Feng Er were not opponents of, but his forte is using formations and toxins. We were poisoned by him. After hearing these things, it seemed that Qingyan understood, so that's how it is, then it's simple. He quickly snapped his fingers as if he had come up with another idea. Without thinking much, Qingyan quickly asked all three people, I have a type of elixir that can help the two of you become immune to the poison fragrance for 3 hours. Are the three of you confident in subduing the demon sect elder? These words made Ziyun on one side startled and pay attention. Thinking carefully about what he had just said, her face was somewhat dazed. She confusedly turned her head to look at Qingyan and asked, why is it the three of us? Could it be that fellow Taoist Hua is not going together? He was startled to hear this. Not knowing how to explain. To avoid embarrassment, he coughed a few times and explained, just now when I helped you two dispel the blood puppets, I used a large amount of spiritual power. This made him tired and hold his head, sighing, I'm afraid I have to sleep for a while to recover. Jian Xin was also speechless at this situation. Seeing him sacrifice for them like this also made Ziyun and Feng Er very moved. It is we who have poor memory, not remembering the hardship of fellow Taoist Hua. Even the two of them kept cheering for Qin Yun, fellow Taoist Hua, rest assured, leave the rest to us. He nodded in understanding, then I'll trouble you all. Jian Xin, standing right beside him, was speechless at this performance. After some time, Ziyun, Feng Er, and Jian Xin quickly flew out to find Mo Xian. Looking at the small pill emitting a strange blue light, Ziyun's face became extremely hesitant. Is this pill really as effective as fellow Taoist Hua said? Her face clearly showed hesitation, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Jian Xion's voice suddenly rang out, I trust senior brother Hua. She clenched the pill in her hand, seemingly making a silent decision. Just like that, Jian Xion quickly put the pill in her mouth. Ziyun quickly followed suit, and Feng Er was no exception. After tasting the pill, there was no special flavor, which surprised Ziyun a little. Feng Er, who was walking in front, also turned his head and added, judging from his appearance, fellow Taoist Hua doesn't seem to have high cultivation. I don't trust him much. Time passed, and suddenly dark clouds appeared at the same time. Even the moonlight was gradually being covered by these strange dark clouds. Seeing that something was wrong, Jian Xion's face became serious. Wait, something's not right. Jian Xion gripped the sword in her hand and turned her head to see if something was happening. Scouting ahead, Feng Er also turned his head to inform the two, starting from half an incense stick ago, there hasn't been the aura of any living being nearby. Hearing this, Ziyun gripped her weapon worriedly, could it be? While the three were still in confusion, a voice suddenly spoke, this means, you have entered my formation. This made the three a little bewildered. Jian Xion reacted very quickly, she hurriedly turned her head to look behind. Gripping the sword in her hand, she continuously slashed several times forward. The invisible eyes staring at the three of them were gradually chopped into pieces by her slashes. Red gas was constantly rising into the air, creating a terrifying scene. Jian Xion's face gradually became more difficult as she noticed the black gas surrounding them. Realizing that the entire place had turned into a swamp, she felt a little helpless, not knowing what to do. Swamp, where did this swamp come from? After carefully observing this space, the three of them seemed to realize that the situation was becoming difficult to handle. It seems that this black swamp is formed from the corpses of dead living beings and bound by the formation. The resentment is too heavy. Remembering something important, she hurriedly approached Ziyun and Feng Er who were standing there. Did you two see the person speaking just now? While the three were still in confusion, a figure quickly appeared from behind. Looking for me? Mo Xian's face had become extremely smug, even his smile was somewhat malicious. He slowly took steps forward. Just looking at it was enough to see how much Mo Xian had been looking forward to this battle. He gradually approached the three, causing Ziyun to immediately shout a warning, Emotion, you old thief. Seeing that the two had finally returned to normal, he laughed in surprise. Removed my blood clot so quickly? His eyes became extremely strange as he scrutinized. It seems that the great disciple of the Qingyun sword sect has a secret treasure on his body. Hearing that Emotion had noticed her like this, Jian gradually raised her vigilance. Perhaps he also knew that Qingyun had not appeared here, which made him a little angry. Why is one person missing? Could it be that you heard my great name and got scared? Hearing this, Ziyun bit her teeth in anger because she couldn't keep calm anymore and rushed straight towards Emotion to attack. Dealing with trash like you, I alone am enough. A loud explosion appeared on the ground. The scene became more and more chaotic. The misty smoke gradually dissipated. It seemed that the battle was about to begin. Looking at a series of these scenes made number 2 grind her teeth in anger. Just thinking about what Emotion had done made her even more hateful. Only she underestimated Emotion's strength. He easily blocked Ziyun's attack. You've been injured once, and you're still falling into the trap. Seeing that she was in trouble, Jian quickly rushed to attack. Shut up, you're going to die here. He seemed quite surprised to see that she had aimed directly at him. But it seemed that Emotion wasn't afraid at all. He even easily blocked her attack. You righteous disciples, every one of you is as stupid as the other. After speaking, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Isn't my flesh-bone fragrance fragrant? Ziyun and Feng Er's faces twitched as they realized that something was wrong. Poison gas. In the nick of time, a blue light quickly shot straight towards Emotion, startling him. But then he quickly regained his composure by using his poison gas to block it. His smile gradually became distorted as he looked at the scene in front of him. It turned out that this blue light kept appearing from many different directions, making Emotion unable to defend himself. Different explosions kept appearing on the ground, and he had to run away to save his life. After a while, the earth and rocks slowly fell to the ground, and the smoke gradually dissipated. Jian and her 2 friends stood there observing what would happen. Before everyone's eyes was just a deep black hole, which Jian quickly noticed. Her face was a little uncomfortable when she saw that Emotion had disappeared from when didn't hit. While she was still thinking, streams of dark gas appeared again, causing her to freeze. It's poison gas. It was still Emotion's terrifying, spine-chilling smile. He slowly returned to his human form. The battle continued, making him feel even more interested. You Jianqing, you really have some ability. High above, Emotion slowly watched Jian standing still below. Seeing that the 3 were still thinking of ways to deal with him made him extremely smug. It's useless, you've already been poisoned by my flesh-bone fragrance. This made him very pleased, believing that his plan would succeed. It's been 10 seconds, fall down for me. Just when he thought everything was about to end, he suddenly startled to see that all 3 were still standing there as if nothing had happened. That's not right. What Emotion noticed was the smug smile on Jian's face. After carefully observing the group standing there, his face gradually became blank. Why is one person missing? At the same time, Ziyun had appeared right behind him. She took the opportunity to punch him straight at him, scolding, "Take a punch from me." This made him so painful that he couldn't react in time. Needless to say, blood kept spurting out of his body. Just like that, Emotion, before Ziyun's counterattack, was unable to respond and fell heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Er on the side couldn't sit still anymore. He kept firing arrows straight at Emotion, who had just fallen. These arrows continuously attacked him from many different directions, making him unable to defend himself. In just a short period of time, the rocks here seemed to have crushed Emotion, and the mist and dust everywhere gradually dissipated. After a series of beatings, Emotion became extremely painful and slowly sat up. Contrary to his previous attitude, he now looked extremely miserable and kept coughing up blood. Emotion's eyes gradually became hateful as he remembered all that he had suffered. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. He thought that his plan had seemed to be 99% successful. Why wasn't he poisoned? Seeing that all 3 were still playing there as if nothing had happened made him angry to the point of boiling blood. Impossible. Realizing the effect of the pill that Qingyun had given her earlier, Ziyun became extremely touched. Fellow Taoist Hua's pill is too powerful, without having to worry about those despicable tricks. Dealing with the demonic sect is basically as easy as turning your hand over. She was a little smug when she looked at Emotion, who was still struggling to stand up after the successive blows. The properties of flesh-bone fragrance are even stronger than spirit-severing incense. Even if you seal your aura, it will still penetrate the skin. He was so angry that he was shaking with hatred. Except for my unique antidote, there is no pill that can neutralize the poison. This made Xian feel extremely confused. Could it be that they have some secret treasure on them? While he was still immersed in thought, Xian coldly declared, "It ends here." She slowly brought the sword forward, preparing to end Xian's life. Yun's sword art. This time he slowly regained his composure. Xian gently wiped away the blood on his face. He laughed heartily at these actions. "It ends here?" Without hesitating any longer, he quickly stomped his foot on the ground and rushed forward. Xian's speed became faster and faster. It seemed that the previous attacks were useless against him. That's right, the game ends here. This strength of Xian also made the ground shake. He created a layer of red spiritual energy surrounding the three, great heavenly blood refinement formation. Looking at this situation made Xian a little scared. Yun also didn't understand why he could change so much. What happened? It seemed that Xian on the side had also realized that something was wrong. This is. Xian's face became extremely pleased as he laughed loudly. "I already said, you have fallen into my formation." After the three of them couldn't escape from this place, he continued to order, "Number 1, take care of them." At the same time, a figure had appeared behind the three. Feeling that something was wrong, Feng'er worriedly turned his head slowly. On the ground appeared an extremely terrifying figure with some slime. A minion was gradually being formed, coupled with Xian's resentment. Speaking like a demon, it kept roaring at the group. Yun and Feng'er became even more worried about this situation. Blood clots sixfold Violet Palace realm. Xian in the back remained silent, unable to speak. This demon stared at the three of them as if wanting to devour them alive. She still maintained her calm attitude, although she felt very scared in her heart. As if understanding the intentions of the three, Xian became even more smug and laughed loudly. "You guys, don't even think about escaping." He gently summoned a small flame on his hand and recounted everything, including the cowardly one in Yunzhen village. "I've already sent number 2, a 5-fold Violet Palace realm." This startled Xian, fearing for his life. "It's over, senior brother Hua is in danger." On this side, Yun was still sleeping soundly, unaware of what was about to happen to him. While he was still asleep, a disgusting hand quickly reached in from the outside. The terrifying red demon appeared from the window and climbed inside the room. Its eyes stared at Yun as if it hated not being able to devour him alive. It gently walked straight to the bed where he was lying, as if wanting to take him down quickly and neatly. Seeing that this minion demon had appeared here, Yun laughed, not bothering to act. "Want me to work overtime?" Before it could do anything, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. He continued to sleep happily as if nothing had happened. When the smoke gradually dissipated, this demon was still standing there, which made him a little angry. The explosion just now made the demon extremely uncomfortable, and roared wildly. While it was preparing to destroy everything in this place, a laugh suddenly rang out, attracting its attention. Yun sighed because he couldn't rest because of this group of demons. "Do you have to drag people into fighting?" His eyes clearly showed discomfort that it was already after working hours and he still had to work overtime. On this side, the group of Xian and Xian fought extremely fiercely and decisively. Xian's eyes seriously followed every movement from different directions. She continuously slashed many attacks towards Xian's number 1 minion demon. It still stood there, seemingly without any reaction at all. Its hands slowly raised, gradually using spiritual energy. It was able to easily create a wall to block every attack from Xian. While it was still happy about this battle, Yun timely appeared behind it. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately intended to attack, but it seemed that it had seen through her trick. Seeing it blocking with its bare hands made Yun feel that something was wrong. While she was still trying to deal with it, it once again knocked her flying backwards. Xian and Feng'er helplessly watched her fall before their eyes without being able to do anything. While the situation was gradually becoming more intense, a chain suddenly rushed over. It tightly wrapped around the body of this demon, catching it off guard. Just like that, each chain wrapped tightly around it, making it unable to struggle. The demon's eyes turned red, trying to resist all that seemed futile. After a period of frantic struggling, it finally broke the chain before everyone's eyes. Before it could rejoice, Xian's slash immediately appeared. The slash pierced through the demon, causing it to leave just like that. GNXIN panted tiredly after a long period of continuous fighting. Just thinking about Qin Yun being in danger made her even more worried. After being cut in half by GNXIN, this demon suddenly moved its hand. The slender and terrifying fingers suddenly grabbed the lower part of the body. Just like that, it stuck back to its body as if nothing had happened. Seeing this demon being so domineering made GNXIN know that this battle was becoming more difficult. What? Before she could react, it immediately jumped into the air. Before everyone's eyes, it punched straight forward with great power. Feng'er didn't pay attention, so he was knocked backwards by it, causing GNXIN to shout worriedly, "Be careful." The battle became more and more difficult as the three of them were now only GNXIN alone facing this demon. Ziyun was extremely worried when she saw her younger brother injured. She hurriedly shouted, "Feng'er." It seemed that he couldn't move because of the blow just now. Blood kept flowing down on the cold ground. Seeing this scene made Ziyun unable to calm down anymore. She bit her teeth in anger. Dare to hit Feng'er? This number 1 demon was still preparing to face GNXIN when Ziyun jumped up to attack. She used all her strength to punch straight at it as if wanting to avenge her younger brother. Once again, the body of this demon quickly returned to its original state, said lightly, turned around and retreated, keeping its distance. GNXIN also quickly stepped to Ziyun's side. Realizing that this battle was not easy, she helplessly sighed and explained, "This guy has boundless strength and is very strong. We will be beaten to death sooner or later." After thinking for a short time, Ziyun quickly turned her head and proposed, "I have this move, which can directly make him dissipate into smoke." This made her listening feel extremely happy. Really? She still didn't forget to remind, but it takes time to accumulate strength. After listening to this plan, GNXIN looked at the number 1 demon right in front of her. "Fellow Taoist Yu," Ziyun's voice rang out, "please help me buy some time." Hearing this, she nodded in understanding. "Okay, leave it to me." High above, witnessing the entire battle, Emotion laughed loudly with interest. "What moves do you have? Just show them. Number 1 was created by me from the blood clot technique. You will eventually become my sacrifices." Realizing that something was wrong, his eyes were a little surprised. But then a very smug smile appeared on his face when he felt something. "Number 2, it's over so quickly?" He even didn't forget to mock. It seems that this true disciple is also very chicken. The scene switched back to Qin Yun's side. He heaved a sigh of relief. Too dangerous. He was speechless looking at number 2 being tightly bound on the ground by him. "I almost killed him in 1 second. Just thinking about having to work overtime today made him extremely tired." He sighed, turned his head to look at number 2, and then blamed, "I just wanted to sleep peacefully, but you bothered me." After thinking for a while, he quickly reached out to number 2, "If that's the case, I'll give you a gift too." Before it could understand what was happening, he grabbed its tail hair tightly. He didn't forget to go outside and drag it along like a dog. Qin Yun turned his eyes to look at the battle in the distance. It seemed that he guessed that the battle in the distance was where GNXIN and Emotion were fighting. After thinking for a short time, he quickly picked up number 2 like a piece of wood and pointed forward. "Is it over there?" Its face, which had been brutally beaten by him, had become extremely frightened and nodded in agreement. Aiming at the target, he didn't hesitate and immediately threw it straight towards the battle that was taking place. Die! Qin Yun's throwing force was extremely strong. In the blink of an eye he threw number 2 forward. With his current speed, number 2 was so scared that he cried and couldn't speak. And so it was thrown into the sky to the point of foaming at the mouth. But of course he didn't care. Qin Yun continued to return to his messy room and sighed complaining, "There's still a while before sea hour." After thinking for a short time, Qin Yun quickly made a decision. "Let's see if there are any good rooms, go to sleep for another nap." On this side, Emotion was still facing the powerful punch of number 1. When the attack came, she immediately used her sword to block it easily. Only its strength was quite strong and overwhelming, making her somewhat difficult. As Emotion predicted, GNXIN couldn't hold on, so she gradually retreated backwards painfully. Her hand tried to resist, placing it on the ground. The blood on GNXIN's face also slowly flowed down, but she didn't care much about these things. Looking at the still intact number 1 right in front of her made her even more helpless. Why is this blood clot getting stronger and stronger under the support of the formation? It seemed that number 1 had become extremely smug after a period of continuous fighting. Seeing the fierce battle of the two outside made Xian even more excited, worthy of being the great disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, able to withstand until now, but it will end soon. His voice continued to ring out, "Number 1, attack!" Number 1 listened to his words and immediately acted. It rushed up to attack Xian as if it was a real demon. Seeing that it was another powerful punch, Xian's face had a hint of fear, not wanting to face it. She realized that she was no match for Number 1 this time. "Fellow Taoist Ziyun, sorry, I'm afraid I." While the situation was on the brink, another movement occurred, attracting Xian's attention. His eyes turned a little surprised, turning his head to see what the hell was happening here. Seeing Number 2 rushing over at the speed of light made him a little stunned, even not recognizing his own minion. "What is that?" A loud explosion rang out, a fierce collision occurred on the ground. This explosion also made Xian freeze, not understanding what the hell was happening here. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the blood clot at this time was only small pieces left. After looking at the situation in front of her, Xian was a little unbelievable, not understanding what was going on, but Xian witnessed it and froze in that moment. It turned out that he had seen the blood clot Number 2 sink in the mud, and the blood clot Number 1 was gradually dissipating on the ground. Realizing his failure made Xian unable to bear it, and kept holding his head and shouting, "No, Number 2, how could this be?" Realizing that Number 2 had been completely defeated also meant that Qingyun was safe. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, senior brother is fine." But she thought that he couldn't possibly defeat Number 2, so her face had some hope. "Which elder came here?" Hearing her words, it seemed that Xian also defaulted to this being the truth. "The elder of the Qingyun sword sect has come? Then it's troublesome." Realizing that there was not much time left, his hands slowly reached forward. "I have to hurry up." The blood clots created by Xian slowly rose on the ground, and finally these blood clots returned to their human form as before. Xian standing on the side realized that something was wrong when she saw the blood clots constantly rising. There were even blood clots holding Xian's feet tightly, not giving her time to react. At this moment Ziyun on the side seemed to be trying to use the remaining strength of her. Seeing the blood clots still holding her feet made Xian extremely panicked. "Damn it, what is this?" In a critical moment, Xian finally brought the weapon and came. "Fellow you've waited long." Seeing that she appeared also made her breathe a sigh of relief. "Fellow Taoist Ziyun." Her eyes were extremely angry, looking at the blood clots, wanting to tear them to pieces in the blink of an eye. Realizing Ziyun's intention made Xian even more confused. He wondered in confusion, "What? Only a fourfold Violet Palace realm? How can she have the spiritual power of an eightfold?" The battle between the blood clot and Ziyun immediately clashed, Violet Shadow shocking heaven. True to its name, an earth-shattering explosion immediately appeared here. This explosion had an extremely large impact, even sounding noises that made people afraid. But on this side, Qingyun was still fast asleep, unaware of anything. After sleeping for another nap, realizing that it was time to go to work, Qingyun slowly sat up. He was tired and frustrated, realizing that he was starting a new day of work again. His feet slowly touched the ground below. The first thing to do was to open the door to the room and admire everything beautiful around him. While he was still comfortably enjoying the air given by heaven and earth, he inadvertently noticed the scene in front of him. It turned out that the battle of the group of Xian and Xian had created a melee here, making Qingyun a little speechless. What a peaceful day. Seeing them continuously fighting for a long time without result made him a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, Junior Sister Yu and the others have been fighting all night. That demonic sect elder is indeed not simple. As usual, Qingyun quickly reached into his clothes to find his familiar watch. He opened the watch to see if it was time for him to go to work. The scene switched to this side, flames kept rising, accompanied by misty smoke around. The barrier created by Xian was now gradually cracking in just a moment. The scene here had become extremely tragic, but it seemed that the battle was not over yet. Looking at the blood clot still constantly regenerating, Ziyun was a little tired after a long period of continuous fighting. Because she was out of strength, she helplessly fell to the ground below. This battle also made Xian on the side broaden her horizons. The explosive power is truly shocking. While she was still marveling, Feng Er in the back smiled and stepped forward to explain, "This is the unique technique of our Violet Spirit sect. which can accumulate spiritual power and then explode in one go. He hurriedly ran to Ziyun to support her who was tired, but the shortcomings are also very obvious. The accumulation time is too long. Seeing that things were gradually getting better, she breathed a sigh of relief. This time it's thanks to fellow Taoist you for helping. Jian Xian sighed and hurriedly shook her head to explain, No, I'm just doing what I should do. The three were still happy about the victory just now, but Mo Xian high above had become extremely angry. You three little beasts. Realizing that the mastermind was still alive made Ziyun gradually become afraid. There is still a lone commander that needs to be resolved. Destroying two minions, number 1 and number 2, had made him unable to bear it anymore, dare to destroy the painstaking efforts that I spent decades cultivating. Ziyun's body tried to hold the weapon, but it seemed that she was too weak. Feng Er hurriedly reminded helplessly, Sister Yun, don't force yourself anymore. You've used almost all your spiritual power. While the two were still not knowing what to do, Jian Xian bit her teeth and declared, Leave this place to me. She calmly held the sword and stepped in front of Mo Xian, preparing to face him. This time it seemed that he didn't bother to play anymore. Mo Xian was really angry. Today, the three of you will be buried here. After speaking, he immediately summoned blood clots with huge hands, punching straight towards Jian Xian. She also refused to be outdone, and immediately responded with her own moves, Qingyan sword art. Her attack was purificatory, making all the blood clots unable to block it. However, such an attack was too weak compared to Mo Xian's current strength. He could still block it easily. The blood clots gradually rushed straight towards Jian Xian as if wanting to tear her apart, causing her to helplessly close her eyes, waiting for her death. Still in the important moment, the sword slashes appeared, breaking up the blood clots in just a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Xian did not hesitate and rushed straight forward. Knowing that she was preparing to counterattack, Mo Xian was a little angry and bit his teeth. You're already at the end of your rope. He also didn't forget to reach his hand straight towards her and declare, Let me see, how many more sword slashes can you make? She just calmly and coldly said just one word, crack. The barrier created by Mo Xian immediately cracked in just a moment. Seeing the barrier that he had painstakingly created being cracked in just a few basic strikes made Mo Xian a little uncomfortable. His face became more and more angry. Realizing Jian Xian's trick, she aimed straight at the gap that had been broken earlier. It turned out that the image that appeared just now, Jian Xian had remembered those details. Just thinking about his failures happening one after another made Mo Xian angry to the point of gritting his teeth with hatred. Unexpectedly, you can force me to this point. His hands slowly reached forward. It seemed that he was continuing to use his vicious tricks and refused to stop. Is that so? After a period of struggle, Mo Xian finally loosened his hand. His face showed a relieved smile, as if he had made some achievement. Seeing the change in Mo Xian, Jian Xian on the side also realized that something was wrong. It seemed that he had just used all his strength on the blood clot on his hand. Realizing that his vicious intentions had not stopped, her face gradually became worried. Not good, he's trying to use secret techniques. However, when she realized this, it was too late. Mo Xian had seized her body and knocked her down from behind. Realizing that she couldn't fight anymore, Jian Xian fell into despair. It's over, the blood vessel releasing spiritual power has been sealed. She continued to glance towards Ziyun and Feng Er, who were once again controlled by the blood clot. Behind the two of you. The eyes of these two had become strangely soulless. It seemed that they were once again being manipulated. Mo Xian laughed when he saw this. My blood clot technique can't be removed so easily. His eyes gradually became vicious and ordered, Ziyun, Feng Er, bring her over here. Jian Xian's acupoints were sealed, so the two carried her to him. This time he was sure that he could win, which made him laugh loudly. Although you are very talented, but in front of me, you are just a little devil. Mo Xian quickly looked at Jian Xian's face that was struggling to resist. I will let you be the first sacrifice. Speaking of this, his face became even more excited about the plan he had made. Sacrifice for my great heavenly blood refinement formation. Seeing herself standing still waiting for death, Jian Xian had become extremely helpless, unable to do anything else. Sorry, sect leader and master, as the great disciple of the sect. But I am a failure in front of the demonic sect. Remembering Qing Yun, she even thought that he had died, which made her extremely helpless, and senior brother Hua, it's because I was too negligent. Emotion was still laughing happily at her pain, when suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop." Fortunately in time, Qingyun appeared. "Release my junior sister." Seeing him suddenly appear here made Jian Xian extremely stunned. "Senior brother Hua." Emotion also couldn't have expected these things. He stared at Qingyun right in front of him and then thought, where did this spirit palace realm cultivator come from? Has the Qingyun elder killed the blood clot number 2? Seeming to have read his thoughts, he coldly declared, "Don't look anymore, there's only me here." Jian Xian's face became extremely scared, worried that he would be in danger. "Senior brother Hua, run away quickly, you are no match for him." Emotion also thought that he was weak, so he was very contemptuous. "Since you have shown yourself." He immediately attacked straight towards Qingyun. "Then let's start with you first." Seeing him doing these little tricks, Qingyun was a little disdainful. "Break." Just one word from him broke the formation that Emotion had painstakingly built. Everything happened so fast that Emotion couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. When he looked again, his hand was covered with bright red blood. It turned out that Qingyun had taken the opportunity to break the blood clot for Ziyun and Feng Er. Seeing Ziyun attacking him made him stunned to the point of disbelief. "Ziyun, you, how is it possible?" Just thinking about his plan failing once again made him grit his teeth in anger. "This is the blood clot that I stimulated from my essence blood. The power is several times stronger than ordinary blood clots. Even if there is a powerful secret treasure divine power, it can't be broken in an instant." While he was still not understanding what was happening, Feng Er continued to wrap his chains tightly around his body. "Stop talking nonsense, take the move." Seeing this, he became stunned. "Feng Er, you too?" Realizing that Emotion was gradually weakening, Ziyun quickly grasped her weapon in her hand. She jumped into the air, combining with Feng Er to prepare to respond with a decisive blow. All that he had caused, he would now have to bear with a blow from Ziyun. "Go to hell." Immediately afterwards, everyone silently looked at the ground to see how Emotion was. This time Qingyun also slowly stepped forward. Jian Xian worriedly ran towards him. Seeing him still standing there safely, her face was a little worried. "Senior brother Hua." The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. What exactly is going on? Qingyun didn't know how to explain it to her. Ziyun also slowly turned her head to look at him with expectant eyes. "Fellow Taoist Hua, what exactly did you do?" Still not wanting to accept the truth, Qingyun smiled and informed everyone, "I just used a little trick." Back to the previous moment, when Qingyun was standing in front of Ziyun and Feng Er. "It's time to dispel the blood clots within the subconscious." He continued to stare at the two being controlled by Emotion. "I found that the roots of the seeds have wrapped around the true spirits of the two. Even the blood clots that were gradually controlling the two were gradually becoming stronger." Then Qingyun reached his hand forward, quickly breaking this thing. "I was afraid of hurting the true spirit, so I only eliminated the seeds on the outside." Just like that, Qingyun's attack broke the blood clot that was surrounding Feng Er. In just a short period of time, both of them finally returned to normal. "But this means, the two of you can be controlled again at any time." Everyone silently listened to the words that Qingyun was explaining. "So, I left a few sword-chi marks in the subconscious of the two. At the same time, the true spirits of the two finally returned to normal. Once the demonic sect elder activates the blood clot seeds again, this sword-chi will cut it off." Hearing a series of these explanations made Ziyun and Feng Er gradually become stunned. At the crucial moment, perhaps the situation can be reversed. The two hurriedly bowed their heads to thank Qingyun for saving their lives. "So that's it, fellow Taoist Hua is really thoughtful, this little brother is in admiration." Remembering that there was something wrong, Jian Xian's face had some sadness. "Senior brother Hua, why didn't you discuss it with me? What if you failed?" Seeing her sad expression made Qingyun, who witnessed it, speechless. "It's already successful, what are you still fussing about?" He then laughed, sighed and gently explained to her, "Junior sister, don't feel like you don't exist because you can't get a kill." He gently stepped in front of her and said some very meaningful words. "This time to be able to defeat the demonic sect elder, you are the most important character." These words seemed to encourage her spirit. Jian Xian's face gradually turned from sad to surprised. "Really?" Remembering the time just now when Jian Xian counterattacked, Qingyun said according to his thoughts, "If you don't hide from junior sister, then how can you use the most authentic acting to deceive the demonic sect elder?" Hearing this, Ziyun also hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. That's right, otherwise we wouldn't be able to easily approach that old thief. Although she felt a little confused, she still nodded in agreement. Her mood gradually became happy again. It seems to be true, Qin Yun nodded when he heard this. Seeing Qin Yun's intentions made Jian even more admired him. Senior brother Hua's cultivation is low, but unexpectedly he is a good strategist, a smart person who sees through everything. Seeing everything going according to his plan, the corner of Qin Yun's mouth was a very smug smile. This made him even more pleased when he thought about his reward after completing the mission. Before going to work, I finished the work, so can't I take a vacation earlier? Suddenly Qin Yun startled, realizing that something was not quite right. He saw that Emotion had crawled into the magic circle from when to activate his power. What? How is it that the great heavenly blood refinement formation is activated again? This made everyone worriedly glance towards him. Could it be that that guy is not dead yet? Just thinking about his plan being broken again made Qin Yun angry to the point of trembling. Damn it, I knew it. These things about leaving work early don't come to my turn. On this side, Emotion's body was still lying on the ground as if performing some kind of summoning ritual. This time everyone immediately noticed that the blood clots number 1 and number 2 were gradually waking up. Those are the blood clots number 1 and the corpse blood number 2. The blood clots that had been defeated just now were now slowly reviving as if nothing had happened. Emotion still stood still, concentrating on cultivating in order to be able to evolve. Seeing him being so strange also made Qin Yun, who witnessed it, feel curious. What is he refining? In just a blink of an eye, Emotion had created a new set of weapons from his own blood clots. Not letting him have his way, Jian immediately held the sword and slashed forward. Don't be smug, Qin Yun's sword art. Emotion seemed to have turned into a different person. He seemed like a demon, responding to her attack. She was also not one to be trifled with and immediately responded with the move, breaking sword stance. A series of her actions just now only made him more pleased. He wore an evil smile on his face. It's too late. Two huge forces collided with each other in succession. It seemed that Emotion had rebuilt into a super strong person. He laughed and stared ahead, declaring, "The great heavenly blood refinement formation is complete." Seeing him being so strong also made Jian tremble as she resisted. Not good, that was my last sword slash. Realizing that the situation was not good, she hurriedly turned her head to remind everyone, our spiritual power is exhausted, retreat first. Just like that, Jian along with Ziyun and Feng Er hurriedly ran away from this place because they wanted to protect their own lives. Hearing that he had to retreat from this place, Qin Yun was clearly unwilling. Everyone go first, it's almost my time. Seeing him say such incomprehensible words also made Jian feel curious. Senior brother Hua, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up. While everyone was still hesitating, at this moment a large explosion appeared. Emotion seemed to be welcoming the intentions of the group. Want to run? He quickly used his strength to hold Ziyun tightly, making him unable to react. Just like that, this giant blood clot used its giant hands to grab the three, making the three unable to escape. Emotion in the back secretly controlled this giant monster. He ridiculed loudly, "You lowly ones, next is the real hell." Ziyun, after being caught, had become extremely helpless in the face of this situation. Damn it, out of spiritual power, otherwise how could I be caught? Feng Er also gradually became desperate. Can't kill this guy? Jian helplessly watched this demon still rampaging, clearly just a five-fold Violet Palace realm just now. Why now? Carefully observing his current strength, her face gradually became afraid, eightfold. Ziyun on this side had also felt something. Damn it, the four of us who are used as sacrifices are all here. How did he complete the great heavenly blood refinement formation? Feng Er also turned his head and added, could it be, by absorbing those two blood clots? But hearing the thoughts of the two, Emotion on one side nodded in confirmation. That's right, number 1 and number 2 were originally my collectibles, but unexpectedly you defeated them. This made Ziyun feel very confused and kept blaming. That's also not right, even if the strength of the blood clot number 1 can equal 2, the strength of the blood clot no. 2 is not inferior to us, adding it all up is only 3. Her eyes widened, startlingly realizing that something was wrong. Could it be? She had realized Emotion's evil intention. Holding the spear high in front of her, he laughed and confirmed, that's right, adding me too, I can also be a sacrifice. He raised his spear high forward and declared, the devil embryo of the Scarlet Refinement Devil Weapon, is the first move for the Devil Lord to dominate the world. Hearing this name, Ziyun along with Feng are startled a little worried. Scarlet Refinement Devil Weapon. On this side, Qin Yun still constantly held his watch and read the numbers. 5, 4. Seeing him being so strange made Jian Xin right next to him feel confused. Senior brother, what are you still looking at? Feng still didn't pay attention to what was around. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. It was recorded in the ancient books, tens of thousands of years ago, when the devil weapon first appeared. At the same time, the story was gradually told between that day. There were countless righteous people who were killed. Most of the territories fell into the hands of the demonic sect. The transcendent immortal realm experts of the 5 regions of Central Continent joined forces to take action. Only then did they break the Scarlet Refinement Devil Weapon, ending this tribulation. Qin Yun was still constantly counting the numbers. 3. Mo Xian on one side listened and laughed loudly. You kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Just combine the flesh and blood, refine the soul, then the devil embryo can become a complete Scarlet Refinement Devil Weapon. He still didn't notice that Qin Yun was still holding his watch tightly in his hand. 2. He raised his weapon high forward. Today, the 4 of you will be lucky enough to become the light opening. Sacrifices for pregnancy. Realizing that something was wrong, Mo Xian was a little startled and stunned. Qin Yun was still attentively looking at his watch. He wondered in surprise, what sound is that? After confirming that it was time to work, Qin Yun sighed and quickly decided, it's the hour, time to work. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of mysterious blue light quickly shot straight towards Mo Xian. He didn't have time to pay attention, so he was knocked flying backwards by this attack. Qin Yun, looking cool and cold, slowly stepped forward and declared, that means, your death day has arrived. The misty smoke gradually dissipated. Jian Xin, a little stunned, stepped forward. Senior brother Hua, the sword she just now, was it you who made it? Qin Yun still stood silently there. Signaling everyone, go quickly, leave this place to me. Afraid that he would be in danger, she hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, but senior brother Hua, before she could finish speaking, he gently comforted, junior sister. You quickly leave this place, and set up the spirit talisman heavenly formation to protect the village. Jian Xian's eyes revealed an indescribable look. Senior brother Hua, who was the elder who killed the blood clot number 2 before? Please call him here, just relying on us. We won't be able to deal with him. Ziyun on one side also quickly stepped forward to add, now he has sacrificed himself, his strength is at least above the 8-fold spirit realm, even if all of us add up. Feng also nodded in agreement. That's right, fellow Taoist Hua, don't force yourself anymore. Seeing everyone so worried, Qin Yun just gently waved his hand to comfort everyone, rest assured. This made her feel stunned. The corner of his mouth showed a warm smile. He continued to inform everyone, it will end quickly. On this side, Mo Xian was still recalling the scene just now. What was that sword he is clearly only a spirit palace realm. The ground around here had been shattered. He knelt on one knee on the ground, confused and not daring to face the sword she just now. Seeing Qin Yun flying in the sky made him angry to the point of trembling. You stinky kid, what secret treasure did you use just now? He laughed in surprise and ridiculed. Do I need to use any secret treasure to deal with you? These words had completely angered Mo Xian, and at the same time on this side, the 3 were running as fast as they could towards the village according to his words. Fellow Taoist, are we really leaving him like that? Jian Xian's eyes were very firm, walking forward, followed by Ziyun and Feng. She even turned her head and saw the scene of Mo Xian attacking Qin Yun. Does her senior brother Hua really have a way to deal with Mo Xian? On this side, he was still madly attacking towards him. Die! A large explosion occurred in the sky. This time Ziyun's voice became even more trembling. With his strength of the 6-fold spirit palace realm, he will die immediately from one palm of his. Jian Xian's eyes became very firm. She looked at her destination and informed the 2, I don't know, but I believe in senior brother Hua. She unconsciously remembered Qin Yun's warm instructions for her. I have a kind of pill that can help you 2 be immune to the poison fragrance within 3 hours. I have left a few sword chi marks in the subconscious of the 2. Once the demonic sect elder activates the blood clot seeds again, this sword chi will cut it off. Thinking of this, she became even more certain. Since descending the mountain, Every decision of senior brother Hua has not been wrong, even there have been many times that he has always instructed her very carefully. Junior sister, your social experience is still too little, you can't be so defenseless. Saving people is like putting out a fire, doing it at the same time is faster. On this side, facing Emotion, the corner of Qin Yun's mouth showed an interested smile. His eyes had become very scary when he held his sword and looked towards him. Feeling the strong killing intent made him somewhat startled with fear. This kid, what exactly is he? On this side, finally all three had arrived at the village that Qin Yun had instructed the three to protect. Jian Xian placed her foot heavily on the ground below. She did not hesitate, and slowly reached out to summon the necessary items. She had held in her hand the mirror, shining straight ahead. This time Jian Xian intended to use the locking spirit talisman heavenly formation. The mirror immediately flew into the sky, going in a certain direction. After just a few minutes quickly, a barrier protecting the entire village had appeared here. The barrier was very strong, seemingly able to resist the demons and monsters around. Feeling the actions that Jian Xian had done, Qin Yun was a little startled with surprise. He smiled and turned his head to look in another direction and talked, "This time I can fight comfortably." While he was still enjoying it, Emotion laughed, making him feel confused. He held the weapon and pointed it straight at his face, scolding, "Surely you didn't think that just now was all of my strength, right?" Contrary to his attitude, he became very calm and instructed, "It's not that I want to talk about you. If you have any moves, just unleash them all, otherwise you'll run out of opportunities later." A series of these words made Emotion angry to the point of grinding his teeth. He raised his weapon high forward and roared loudly. A stream of power was gathered together. His voice also rang out, "Blood stimulation /." Qin Yun stood there, watching what was happening. His power was indeed very strong, able to tear apart the mountain ranges nearby. Seeing his power gradually being unleashed made Emotion show a smug smile on his face. But as soon as he saw Qin Yun's figure in front of him made him a little confused. Standing right in front of him, he became very calm. The scene seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Seeing that he had shown all his strength, he was a little disdainful. "Isn't it? Is that all?" Unable to bear this scene anymore, he immediately held the weapon and slashed straight forward, looking for death. Emotion's eyes clearly showed hatred, also clearly showing the desire to prove himself. The huge weapon in his hand was constantly being used by him to create different streams of power. In just a blink of an eye, a stream of combined fire had blown into a tornado in front of Qin Yun. Feeling that it was still not enough, he continued to reach out with his hands and roared, "Burial light destroying heaven." This stream of power was so great that even Jian Xian's village protection barrier could feel that something was wrong. Ziyun's face gradually became worried to the point of indescribability. "Oh my god, is this the strength of the devil weapon?" Just thinking about Qin Yun being in danger made Jian Xian tremble helplessly, praying to the point of tears. Senior brother Hua, seeing Qin Yun still safe and sound before his eyes made Emotion feel something indescribable. His voice continued to ring out, "I'm telling you." Everywhere was just a tornado created by him, so he couldn't see Qin Yun anywhere. Cultivation skills are not just about being beautiful, no matter how beautiful the skills are. What's the use if they don't hit? These words made him feel like he was being humiliated. What? While he was still not understanding what was happening, Qin Yun's decisive slashes appeared. He continuously slashed at his moves with the hope of breaking them in a flash. Seeing his weapons being blown away made Emotion show a forced smile. "Am I dreaming?" His face turned pale, unable to believe that his moves would be blown away like a gust of wind. How could this be? It must be an illusion. While Emotion was becoming more and more afraid, Qin Yun appeared in front and asked, "Are you thinking why a small six-fold spirit palace realm cultivator like me can control you as easily as turning my hand over?" He laughed smugly and answered without letting him answer, "Very simple, because..." His eyes were somewhat cold as he declared, "I have sealed my realm." But Emotion didn't want to accept this truth. He continuously used the weapon to strike straight towards Qin Yun, cross devil slash. Of course it still had no effect. From the beginning until now, I haven't dared to cultivate in front of others, afraid that a little carelessness would lead to disaster. He was still trying to defeat him. Multiple devil slaughter cannon, he was still mumbling to himself. Moreover, as a disciple of the sect, showing off too much is not a good thing. His eyes coldly glanced in another direction, People call it the stronger the ability, the more trouble. He gradually became scary to the point of unbelievable. In order to live comfortably, I need to hide my strength. Seeing that he couldn't beat him, Emotion turned around and ran away. Damn it! Before leaving, he didn't forget to strike another move, scolding, "You man, you're a man." While Emotion was preparing to run away, Qin Yun in a blink of an eye had appeared right behind him. "Stop, did I allow you to go?" Seeing him suddenly appear before his eyes made him somewhat scared, hurriedly retreating backwards. Qin Yun held the sword firmly in his hand. He said with an angry voice, again and again disturbing my rest. Qin Yun's face was very uncomfortable, slowly raising the sword high forward, harming my teammates, forcing me to act earlier. Seeing him preparing to attack had made Emotion very scared, hurriedly running as fast as he could backwards. "You, don't come over here." His eyes were always cold like that, he directly declared, "The crime is unforgivable." Qin Yun finished with a move Qin Yun profound sword, striking straight at Emotion who was running away. Looking at this purifying light had made him so scared that he kept roaring, "No!" But no matter how much he struggled, it was all in vain. Emotion quickly had been dissolved by this attack. Only a short time later, the sky had returned to normal, seemingly no more darkness left. The sunlight shone down on this place as a sign that everything was gradually getting better. Qin Yun quickly went to a small river created by his attack just now. His eyes were very cold, glancing down below to see if there was anything strange. He saw that Emotion's weapon was still stuck upside down on the ground. While he was still thinking, looking at the scene he had just created, suddenly a confused voice rose. "You, fellow Taoist, you, is this senior brother Hua of yours really only reaching the spirit palace realm?" Feng Er right next to him, witnessing the entire story, also worriedly explained to the two, "The power of this sword slash can be compared to a transcendent immortal realm cultivator." At that time it was really not the elder of your Qinyan sword sect? It's really hard to believe. Even Jian Xian was very stunned after listening to these words. So senior brother Hua's realm has already surpassed all the disciples of the Qinyan sword sect. Thinking about herself making a fool of herself in front of Qin Yun made her feel embarrassed. Compared to him, what is my title of great disciple? While she was still thinking, suddenly she startled, realizing that something was wrong. All three confusedly looked at the village protection barrier that Jian Xian had created. Not good. The spiritual power in the battle was too intense. The locking spirit talisman heavenly formation is about to break. After thinking for a short time, she hurriedly turned her head and urged Zi Yun along with Feng Er, "Fellow Taoist Yun, fellow Taoist Feng, quickly evacuate the villagers. I will choose to stay here and resist." Jian Xian was very determined, trying to use all her strength to protect the village, at least to protect the lives of the villagers. While she was trying, a gentle hand of Qin Yun appeared, touching this protection layer. Seeing the somewhat familiar hand, her face gradually became stunned. Qin Yun stood right next to her, maintaining the protection for this village for her. Only a few seconds later, the village had completely returned as if nothing had happened. He laughed, turned his head and looked towards Qin Yun, informing, "Okay, withdraw the formation." Hearing this, she became very happy mixed with a little surprise, calling, "Senior brother Hua." After a period of time, the voices of the villagers rang out, "Thank you, Immortal Master." After finishing the work, it was also time for the four to leave. The villagers were also very touched by the actions of the four. "Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master." Remembering something, suddenly Jian Xian turned her head to look towards Qin Yun, "Senior brother." Her face had some confusion, not understanding what was going on. "You are so strong, why didn't you tell me sooner?" After thinking for a short time, he asked in surprise, "You?" Qin Yun's face became strangely stunned. "Junior sister, what are you talking about?" He also did not forget to explain to all three about his strength. "Fortunately there was the sword talisman that Master gave me. I was able to destroy the demonic sect elder." His words also made the three surprised, turning their heads back with unbelieving faces. Jian Xian hurriedly stepped forward to ask him, "The sword slash just now, wasn't it released by senior brother?" Qin Yun, after hearing, immediately turned on his acting mode. "Of course not. I have only reached the sixfold spirit palace realm. How can I have that strength?" After speaking, he also didn't forget to smile appreciatively, looking towards all three who had joined forces. Fortunately, there were 3 people risking their lives to resist. I had time to activate the sword talisman that Master gave. This time all 3 listening to his words became stunned, plus Emotion had been exhausted of some of his last strength by everyone, so he was directly killed by the sword talisman. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. He declared to everyone, I just happened to be lucky enough to benefit. After hearing these reasons, Jian Xian seemed to still not completely believe it. But you also avoided all the attacks of the demonic sect elder. Her eyes gradually became suspicious, staring at Qin Yun to see how he would explain. Thinking for a short time, seeing that this question could not be avoided, he could only lower his head and answer this, in fact I mainly cultivate an escape technique and body technique. So it was easy to avoid. He quickly reached his hand towards her and continued the brainwashing words, you also know, my master, Gu Wu-Tang leader is the #1 escape technique of the sect. Clearly Jian Xian didn't want to believe these things. She continuously approached Qin Yun, asking different questions. Then what about the locking spirit talisman heavenly formation just now? To fix the entire formation like that, it's not something that a spirit palace realm can do. Fortunately he had prepared beforehand. He slowly pulled out an object from his body. Of course I used this. He quickly brought a jade with a strange sticker to before the eyes of the 3. As soon as they saw this jade, the faces of the 3 immediately became stunned. It's a storing spirit jade. Jian Xian had clearly understood this jade, storing spirit jade, something that helps store spiritual power and can mobilize spiritual stones at any time, therefore the price is very high. And can only be used once, so few people use it. Thinking of this, she gradually understood the problem. Senior Brother Hua said smoothly without loopholes, but my instincts tell me that something is wrong. Jian Xian peacefully stood there, continuing to think, to find a reason to talk with Qin Yun. As if understanding her mood, he just gently sighed a difficult breath. While she was still standing there hesitating, he had stepped forward, stroking her head to comfort, Junior sister, don't think wildly anymore. If I was really that powerful, how could Master and sect leader not have discovered it? He also did not forget to praise Jian Xian. You are the leading great disciple of the Qin Yun sword sect, this is undeniable. She heard this and blushed shyly, looking at him. These words had made her face as red as a tomato. Senior Brother Hua. She shyly embraced her face and shouted loudly, you're like that again. Remembering something important, Ziyun then stepped forward to speak. That's right, fellow Taoist Hua, the Scarlet Refinement Devil on that side. Qin Yun looked at Mo Xian's weapon just now and then explained, those devil weapons have lingering energy, temporarily can't touch it. He continued to look at the sword chi that was still emitting strange lights, but I have set up a formation to suppress it. Realizing that time was passing, Qin Yun's voice was a little hurried. Now it's probably not early anymore. Looking at Mo Xian's sword mark now, he spoke, commenting, the demonic sect is really too arrogant, unexpectedly starting to refine the Scarlet Spirit Devil weapon again. Jian Xian, after thinking for a short time, she then slowly spoke, we must quickly bring the demonic sect's plan to inform the sects, so that the great sects can prepare early. He heard this and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll bring this devil embryo back to the sect first. Seeing the sword chi suddenly releasing that suppressing power made everyone look surprised. What? An amount of red gas slowly emitted out of this weapon. It even emitted flames in a very mysterious way. Realizing that the situation was not good, Jian Xian hurriedly turned her head and warned, not good, someone is trying to lure away this devil embryo. The power of this weapon gradually became stronger, accompanied by blazing red flames. Qin Yun did not say many words, directly transmitting some of his spiritual power straight towards the devil embryo. His stream of gas quickly purified the red streams of gas, then entered deep inside. Even these streams of gas partially broke up the red that was surrounding it. In just a short period of time, the stream of red gas had finally disappeared. The ground also no longer had anything left. Ziyun saw this scene then understood the problem. It's over. It seems that a master of the demonic sect has taken action to lure away this devil embryo. Feng'er also worriedly added. Thinking about it makes sense. A devil embryo that makes the elder spend half a lifetime to refine. How could they not leave a way out? Jian Xian helplessly turned her head to talk to the two. It's a pity that the 3 of us have exhausted our spiritual power, temporarily unable to. But Qin Yun on one side had become very uncomfortable. He angrily thought, Just now, because I didn't want to let junior sister discover, I restrained my power. So I didn't catch that devil embryo. This made him sigh, very frustrated. However, with that move plus my sealing formation, surely it can prevent the devil embryo from being lured away, right? The scene switched to the other side. Xie was sitting quietly there, very comfortable. He opened his mouth wide, absorbing the remaining streams of spiritual power of the devil embryo. After absorbing, his face revealed his evil smile. Remembering his archenemy Qin Yun, he became even more crazy. Next time I meet that Qin Yun sword sect disciple surnamed Hua, Xie Yun said loudly, old ancestor will definitely chop him into 100 pieces. Realizing that something was wrong, he surprisingly turned his head to look behind. Seeing his master come made him become very scared, hurriedly kneeling on the ground. Greetings, Great One. The Great One, according to his words, was just a scary demon, not revealing his face. Seeing his master still standing there, he then showed a forced smile. It seems that you have condensed your physical body. This mysterious person angrily spoke. If it wasn't for the Great One helping this subordinate create a physical body, this subordinate would not have been able to condense it again from the beginning. Emotion is dead. Hearing this news also made him freeze. Unbelievable. What? This person continued to speak. Before he died, he had completed the great heavenly blood refinement formation, creating the devil embryo, and when I summoned the devil embryo, it was obstructed by an external force, causing the devil embryo to fall down. This also made Xie Yun feel surprised. In this world, Great One is the strongest existence. Who exactly can seize the devil embryo from your hands? After speaking, this Great One of the devil realm quickly gave Xie Yun something. This devil seed has fallen down in Qingyun continent. You quickly help me bring it back here. These 3 defensive treasures, I bestow them upon you, they will help you a hand. The voice of the person behind was somewhat dangerous. Last time, you lost the blood soul orb. If you fail this time, you should know the consequences. Xie Yun, hearing this, knelt on one knee on the ground below. Yes, this subordinate will complete the mission, bringing the devil embryo back. On this side, Xie Yun and Feng Er left. He didn't forget to wave goodbye. Fellow Taoist Hua, fellow Taoist Yu, see you again if fate allows. Jian Xian also smiled and nodded goodbye. You two be careful on the road. After saying goodbye to each other, Xie Yun along with Feng Er quickly left this place. The two walked while continuously discussing with each other. Unexpectedly, the demonic cloud sect actually conspired to recreate the devil weapon. Feng Er's face was somewhat serious. Compared to those things, I'm more concerned about fellow Taoist Hua. Xie Yun quickly noticed his face. He continued to recall the image of the two Qin Yun along with Jian Xian. I'm even more concerned about fellow Taoist Hua. These words made her right next to him also feel confused. What about him? He continued to say his thoughts when contacting Qin Yun. Sister Yun, didn't you realize this time everything was completely in fellow Taoist Hua's control? Even the things the two of them received the pill was also recounted by him. The things fellow Taoist Hua instructed us after we left the inn, and also drinking the detoxification pill when entering the forest. To the point where the demon number 2 was also defeated and returned by Qin Yun, and also during the battle, the head full of blood suddenly appeared. Speaking of this, Feng Er's face had become very serious, reminding, finally, when the devil embryo was refined, it was also the time we almost fell into despair. Fellow Taoist Hua timely took action to save us. If there was a missing link, I'm afraid we would all be sacrificed to the great heavenly blood refinement formation. Hearing these things, it seemed that Xie Yun also felt somewhat reasonable. Hearing what you said, I also think it's true. Feng Er also didn't forget to tell her. Not only that, do you remember when we drank the detoxification pill? His face became very interested, feeling everything around his body. After drinking, I used the inner sight technique to examine my body. It seemed that there was a layer of invisible sword chi surging inside. At the same time, these streams of sword chi continuously intertwined. I'm afraid what we drank was not an ordinary pill, but a sword pill that had sword chi transmitted into it. Speaking of this, he had become very certain. The reason why we were not poisoned, there is only one. It is the sword chi contained in that sword pill that sent all the toxins invading our bodies out. Hearing these reasons made her feel very stunned. How is it possible? Feng Er laughed surely and declared, only a person who puts a very high level in swordsmanship can do this. After thinking carefully for a while, her face had some hesitation. Remembering the words Qin Yun had said to her, I had time to activate the sword talisman that Master gave. This made her feel confused. Fellow Taoist Hua is clearly very powerful. Why must he painstakingly hide himself? He smiled and stepped closer, saying his thoughts. Big trees must bear many storms. I think it is very likely that he is the secret weapon that the Qingyun sword sect secretly cultivates. She was somewhat stunned by these words. Then, should we report to the sect? This question also made the two fall into silence, looking at each other. After thinking for a short time, Feng'er quickly said his thoughts. If fellow Taoist Hua doesn't want to reveal his strength, we shouldn't make a fuss either. After all, he is our life-saving benefactor, so we need to respect his choice. After saying these things, he also happily remembered something. However, the Qingyun sword sect has a peerless genius like this. It really makes people look forward to the Heavenly Pride tournament. Next month. The scene switched to another side. Continuously goose feathers fell all over the sky. Jian Xian happily took the voice transmission stone, smiling and informing, Yes, I and senior brother will return to the sect immediately. She quickly turned her head to look towards Qin Yun and talked, Senior brother, the sect leader told us to quickly return to the sect. He heard this and nodded in understanding. I heard it. A series of the discussions of Ziyun along with Feng'er just now had all been followed by him. This made him laugh interestingly. Those two siblings are smart people. His words made Jian Xian feel confused. What smart people? He hurriedly shook his head, urging, It's nothing, let's go. He quickly broke up the sword chi that was still in his hand. If that's the case, then the sword chi should disappear too. Qin Yun along with Jian Xian flew very fast forward, preparing to return to his Qingyun sword sect. If the other party's sect leader discovers it, then it's a big trouble. Realizing that something was wrong, Jian Xian suddenly stopped. Senior brother Hua. He saw this and was a little surprised. Her face was very thoughtful, turning her head to look towards him as if wanting to confirm one more time. Tell me the truth, are you really not hiding your strength? He laughed, quickly answering her very surely, Junior sister, why would I deceive you? I'm just a chicken reaching the sixfold spirit palace realm. I can't possibly compare to a genius like you. These words also made her very suspicious, but also didn't know where to suspect from. While thinking, Jian Xian quickly held the sword, striking straight towards Qin Yun. He still stood there, not reacting at all. His face had some bewilderment, Junior sister. But Jian Xian's eyes had become very sure after doing these things. Without hesitating, she continued to use the sword to strike straight at him, causing his clothes to be torn apart. Qin Yun didn't understand what she was doing. At the same time, the book that he hid in his body also slowly revealed itself. Just like that, the book slowly fell out. Seeing the book falling out right before his eyes made Qin Yun a little startled, not knowing how to explain. He was still intending to reach his hand to grab it when Jian Xian had timely used her hand to snatch this book. She was very smug, opening this book to see what he was trying to hide. But as soon as Jian Xian opened the first page of the book, the scene in the book was a lovely beauty appearing before her eyes. The path of immortal cultivation must be said to be of me and my junior sister. A series of these book pages made Jian Xian spray glue, freezing on the spot. He hurriedly stepped forward to snatch back the book, blushing and explaining, Junior sister, you listen to my explanation. This is a mundane book that is very sought after. It is called a novel. Qin Yun's image before Jian Xian's eyes had finally shattered. Senior brother, unexpectedly you. He thought about it but didn't know how to explain. The drawing on the outside is just to attract everyone. In reality it tells about righteous and upright adventure stories. His voice continued to ring out, it's not like you think. Unfortunately she then saw a book page with various types of beauties sitting there. Jian Xian hurriedly blushed, turning away, not daring to look straight at this book anymore. Senior brother, you. He hurriedly shook his head, waving his hands to explain. Misunderstanding, junior sister, this is called an illustration, it's also to attract readers. Qin Yun's face was very sure as he declared, this book talks about a main character in the sect, many things happening with his junior sister. At the same time, the illustration had also been displayed before his eyes. It's a righteous and upright adventure story, very sought after by mortals and cultivators. A new edition will be released every 3 months. Speaking of this, Qin Yun's eyes had become very expectant, especially those limited editions with illustrations like this. You need to line up all night to buy them, they are very rare. After hearing these reasons, Xian then awkwardly hurriedly answered, so that's it, sorry senior brother, your clothes, I will repay you. Although she had her own thoughts. The sword slash just now, senior brother Hua didn't avoid it at all. His clothes were all slashed apart. This made her feel confused. Could it be that he really isn't hiding his strength? Thinking of this, Xian continued to talk, senior brother Hua, I think you should usually watch less of these types of books. This thing called a novel is banned in the Qingyun sword sect. She began her teachings. According to what the sect leader said, this is called playing around lazily. Your talent is not bad, so you should try to cultivate. Qingyun, hearing this, hurriedly nodded yes, junior sister's teachings are right. Realizing that there was not much time left, she quickly turned around and left. Okay senior brother, let's continue on our way. Qingyun also obediently listened. Okay, I'll be right there. In his head he also had his own thoughts. Through the exploration just now, surely junior sister will no longer suspect me, right? He was just thinking of that when suddenly a stream of power from somewhere shot straight towards him. This stream of power was aimed straight at the book that Qingyun was holding in his hand, making him a little startled. Unconsciously, he hurriedly embraced this book, protecting it. He even reached his hand out to respond, causing the influence of these two streams of power to explode a mountain range. Looking at the mountain range right in front of him that had been completely destroyed made Qingyun freeze a little. Realizing that the situation was more serious than he thought, Qingyun showed a forced smile. Junior sister, can you pretend you didn't see that? Xian witnessing this scene also made her stunned. On the spot, senior brother, that sword slash of mine, even a sevenfold Violet Palace realm wouldn't dare to use his hand to block it, let alone blow it away with one palm. Realizing that it was impossible to hide it anymore, Qingyun sighed and continued to put the book in his body. I've been played by junior sister. With no other choice, he could only confirm, okay, I admit, I have hidden a little bit of cultivation. This made Xian hurriedly step forward to ask again, senior brother, tell me the truth, is your level of swordsmanship stronger than mine? He heard this and hesitated. Not knowing how to explain, probably a little stronger, right? Hearing this, Xian laughed, quickly proposing a request. That's great, so if I keep the secret for you, can you promise me something? Although he really didn't want to, Qingyun could only raise his head and ask, what is it? Her eyes lit up, she smiled and said her wish, give me guidance in swordsmanship, okay? These words also made him very hesitant, not knowing what to do. Originally I thought after finishing this mission, I would be able to rely on junior sister. Lightly taking 3 days of vacation. While he was still hesitating and thinking, Xian had looked at him with expectant eyes. Senior brother, what do you think? He didn't know how to make her understand. But why do I feel like I'm at a big loss? Qingyun's eyes hesitated, not knowing what to do next. After a period of thinking, he nodded in agreement. Teaching you is okay, but just hearing up to here, she had become very happy. Senior brother, rest assured, everyone will definitely keep their mouths shut. She was walking in front, not forgetting to continue urging him, senior brother, so now let's go back. He heard this and felt a little tired with the current situation. Boss, look at the good thing you did, I'm in misery here. Time very quickly switched back to the inside of the Qingyun sect. Qingyun along with Xian happily stepped inside the large main hall. Her face was very expectant, quickly saying hello, greetings sect leader, Tang leader, and the elders. Qingyun in the back folded his arms, not saying anything. Seeing that she had returned made all the elders become very happy. Xian, you've made another great contribution, right? He quickly approached, asking with concern, Xian, you've worked hard, are you injured anywhere? While he was still worried about Xian, Qingyun on one side coldly spoke, greetings sect leader, the elders, and the Tang leader. Seeing that he had appeared made everyone completely change their attitude. The attitude of the elder just now had been completely different from the attitude just now for Xian. He angrily scolded, Hua Qingyun, this time the mission didn't cause trouble for your junior sister, you right? If Xian gets injured because of protecting you, then you'll be sorry. As a true disciple, this time doing a mission with the great disciple. Did you learn the diligent spirit of Xian? A series of these insulting words also made Qingyun grit his teeth, enduring, hey, You guys are too biased. This time, if it wasn't for me, your great disciple would have been refined by someone. While the two sides were still arguing, when Jian's voice rang out, "Okay, a few less words." He angrily announced loudly to the group listening, if it wasn't for Qin Yun timely activating the sword talisman this time, it would have been difficult to kill the demonic sect elder. A series of his words also made the elders unable to speak. He on one side became very smug, "Good sect leader, it's not in vain that I gave you so much tea." Although very unwilling, the elder could only angrily add, "The sword talisman was given by Gu Wu-Tang leader, he just activated the sword talisman." All the elders around also immediately added, "That's right, this time Gu Wu-Tang leader is the one with the greatest contribution." After thinking for a short time, he coldly spoke in response, "If he's a disciple of mine, giving a sword to protect his body is also natural." Seeing that he had personally come forward made everyone show a forced smile, discussing, unexpectedly, Gu Tang leader's sword technique has become stronger again. "That's right, just with the power of the sword talisman, you can destroy someone who has a devil embryo like the demonic sect elder." This also made Gu Wu very surprised as he thought, "I remember clearly at that time giving the sword talisman to protect his body to Qin Yun. The power was only the one-fold Violet Palace realm. It is rumored that the demonic sect elder Mo Xian is the five-fold Violet Palace realm, holding a devil embryo in his hand." Thinking of this, he confusedly glanced towards Qin Yun. Could it be that at that time I gave the wrong sword talisman? After seeing Qin Yun along with Jian Xian return safely, when Jian's face became very serious, informing everyone, this time, gathering everyone here, is because the blood soul orb and the devil embryo have appeared one after another. I'm afraid the Thuong origin world is about to face trouble. His face was very serious as he assigned the mission. Jian Xian, you tell the details about the things that happened after meeting the demonic sect elder for the elders here to listen to. These intelligence, for the sect and the alliance, are very important. She heard this and immediately nodded in understanding. Yes. A long period of time passed. Qin Yun stretched and returned to his main hall. Finally it's over. Just thinking about the next 3 days of vacation made him very happy to the point of being speechless. Tomorrow I'll be free. I need to plan for the 3 days of vacation properly. While he was still comfortable, Jian Xian's voice in the back rang out, "Senior brother." He heard this and startled. She happily stepped closer, chatting, "Before we made an agreement, you teach me swordsmanship." He was a little unwilling to listen to these words. Just thinking about his vacation days being destroyed made Qin Yun very helpless. "I'm busy these 2 days, let's do it another day." Her eyes lit up, having a powerful person like senior brother to guide. "I can't wait any longer." Because he felt she was too annoying, he could only sigh, informing, "Senior sister, this time going out we are all exhausted, you have to let me rest, so I can have the strength to teach you." "Right." After a period of silence, at this time Jian Xian wiped away the pitiful tears on her face. "Senior brother lay at the inn all night. I was the one who fought with all my strength. I didn't even complain about being tired. Why are you complaining about being tired?" He heard this and was angry to the point of speechlessness. "What's wrong?" "I was the one who put in the most effort." Seeing that he was unwilling to teach her, Jian Xian became somewhat agitated. She angrily grabbed his collar, continuously blaming, "If you don't teach me, I'll tell everyone our relationship." Hearing these words made Qin Yun immediately become panicked. He hurriedly said loudly, "Oh my God, this is the entrance to the main hall, don't talk nonsense. What relationship do we have?" But clearly she didn't want to listen to these words. "I don't care, you said words without keeping your word, you're a liar." After thinking for a period of time, Qin Yun could only nod in agreement. "Okay." These words made her startled, surprised. His face was somewhat calm, continuing to inform, "Tonight come to my residence, I will teach you once." Seeing Jian Xian being so troublesome made him not forget to instruct, "Wait until you comprehend, then you can't bother me anymore." She heard this and happily nodded in agreement. Qin Yun, afraid of being troubled, also didn't forget to add, "Remember to avoid people's eyes. If others see you coming to my house, then tomorrow I will be torn into pieces by the senior brothers and elders and hung on the ceiling." Jian Xian silently listened to these things. "No problem, then, we won't meet if we're not there." In a blink of an eye, time had switched to late at night at Qin Yun's house. He was still focused on reading a book. Xian happily ran to this place, senior brother. His face again became very serious, asking, Junior sister has arrived? Seeing the change on his face also made her feel confused. Why is senior brother so serious? This made her a little surprised, thinking, could it be that he cares so much about the matter of guiding me in swordsmanship? Qin Yun slowly spoke, recounting, just now, I just found out a very important thing. She heard this and became very curious, raising her head to ask him, what is it? Qin Yun held the book in his hand, worriedly informing, the new edition of Junior Sister's Cultivation will be released the day after tomorrow. He continuously ran from this side to the other side, becoming very headache with this problem. It's all that demon's fault, destroying Tanhu Town. Now the publishing place has been moved to the distant Yunxian town. If I want to buy the limited edition with illustrations, I'm afraid I'll have to line up all night. Hearing this made Yunxian a little angry. Really, making me nervous for half a day, so you were worried about this. After thinking for a period of time, he quickly informed, so tomorrow I have to go to Yunxian town, so teaching you swordsmanship. I will only demonstrate once. Although somewhat regrettable, she still obediently nodded in agreement. Yes, senior brother. Qin Yun slowly reached out his hand, receiving the leaves that were falling down. Okay, so next here. He stared at her, proposing, please, give it your all and attack me. A series of his words also made her hesitate, not knowing what to do. If I use all my strength, your house, I'm afraid. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Yun smiled and gently reached his hand forward. Do it. You still don't have enough ability to destroy my house. Hearing him say such sure words, Xian also laughed, nodding and understanding. She held her sword firmly in her hand. She didn't forget to warn, okay, so senior brother be careful. Qin Yun. After taking a long breath, she quickly used all her strength, using the move 9 heavens. A light that was scary to the soul quickly appeared before the eyes of everyone. Qin Yun. He coldly stared intently at her swordsmanship, not forgetting to comment, good sword. This time he slowly reached out his hand, preparing to respond to the attack that was about to come towards him. His hand reached out, blocking the attack of Xian who was rushing with the speed of light. A loud sound rang out. It seemed that Xian's attack had been blown away in a flash. Seeing the move that she used all her strength on being blown away in just a moment made Xian startled, surprised. She realized that Qin Yun right in front of her was not a person with ordinary strength. She was even stunned when she saw her power being blown up into the sky, then disappearing into the void. Qin Yun laughed smugly at this power of his. A series of his actions just now also made Xian stunned. Unable to accept this truth, she quickly sat down below on the ground. I lost. Seeing her personally confirming like this, Qin Yun smiled, not forgetting to add a few words of instruction. Junior sister, everything in the world doesn't have anything that's perfect. Swordsmanship is also like that. His voice continued to ring out, I just found the flaws in your swordsmanship, and destroyed it with spiritual power. She heard this and blankly listened. He smiled gently, continuing to instruct, just as long as you constantly perfect your swordsmanship. His voice continuously rang out in Xian's ears, cultivate to the highest level. This time Qin Yun gently raised his hand to see his current strength. At that time, even if you only have a blade of grass, you will also be able to slash the moon and stars. After listening to these words, Xian suddenly bit her teeth to the point of trembling. I joined the Qin Yun sword sect for more than 20 years. That was the first time she accepted her defeat. Every day I arduously cultivate swordsmanship, comprehending the sword path, although I have become the great disciple. Her face was somewhat thoughtful, looking at the scene in front, but to reach the realm of using a blade of grass to slash the moon and stars, I think I don't dare to even think about it. While Xian was still sitting there quietly, Qin Yun quickly stepped forward, reminding, look carefully, junior sister. He gently used his foot, kicking a brick straight up into the air. A second later, he immediately used his hand, continuously acting on the current brick. After just a short period of time, it had become a completely different brick under his hand. Everyone, please carefully comprehend the sword marks on this rock. It is enough to help your sword path advance another step. Qin Yun gently used his hand to throw this rock towards Xian. Seeing the rock rushing straight towards her like that made her somewhat surprised. Her trembling fingers reached out to catch this rock. It seemed that she was very panicked when she received this rock in her hand. It turned out that Qin Yun's action just now had carved a word on the rock for her to receive. After seeing that she understood his meaning, Qin Yun quickly winked to signal, "Remember, absolutely don't let outsiders see this stone." Jian Xin very respectfully nodded in agreement, yes. Feeling that she couldn't bother him anymore, she quickly left this place. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Now I will go back and comprehend immediately." Seeing that she had completely disappeared here, Qin Yun, somewhat surprised, thought, "Want to cultivate all night?" Seeing her being so diligent made him sigh, thinking, "Junior sister is so overworked, be careful of her health." Time very quickly switched to the next day morning at Qin Yun's familiar house. He happily looked at the series of books he had collected, then quickly made a decision. "Okay, let's set off to Unordinary town." Hearing strange movements outside made him a little confused. He noticed the figure of Gu Wu quickly rushing outside. Looking carefully at his face made him feel somewhat confused. Does Master want to go out today too? Gu Wu's speed rushed very fast forward. As if knowing that there was someone following behind, his face was somewhat very uncomfortable. He stopped, frowned, and spoke, asking, "Fellow Taoist has been following me for so long, aren't you tired?" Responding to his words was only the shape of that devil clan Great One. He laughed, quickly stepping closer in front of Gu Wu, then chatting, "I'm just curious if Gu Tang leader's speed is really as fast as the rumors say." Finally his face was also revealed, looking no different from a devil's face, but it seems that it's only like that. Looking at his face made him feel somewhat worried. Unable to speak, the sect leader of the demonic pattern sect, Xiang Ba. Gu Wu tried to calm himself down. He continued to ask, probing, "How do you know I would appear here?" Xiang Ba laughed, answering, "Who knows, maybe someone told me." These words also made him understand something more. "So, there is also an informant inside the Qinyan sword sect? What are you demonic cultivators plotting?" Xiang Ba's face became very pleased as he laughed loudly. "Our purpose has never changed, Gu Tang leader, why must you delay?" His eyes were somewhat scary, overpowering his aura. "Since discovering me, you have always secretly accumulated a sword formation." Speaking of this, Xiang Ba was also expectant with this next battle. "I see you probably have accumulated quite a bit now, right?" Gu Wu quickly entered a fighting state. It seems that sect leader Xiang is very confident. He quickly jumped up into the sky, preparing to use his swordsmanship to defeat him. Only, this confidence will cause people to go into the pit of death. He heard this and wasn't scared at all. He also didn't forget to respond, "If there really is that day, I am of course very willing to accept it." Xiang Ba's eyes became even more expectant with the next battle. Only, that day is not today. He prepared to create a powerful punch from his hand. "Let me see if the number of sword formations that you have accumulated for half a day can withstand my punch." The scene very quickly switched to the peaceful Unordinary town. After a long period of moving, Qin Yun had also set foot down in this place. "Finally I've reached Unordinary town." Looking at the scene before his eyes made him somewhat happy, searching, "Let me see where the novel release event is." Feeling that something was wrong, Qin Yun's face gradually became serious. He felt the presence of Gu Wu. "What, the Sword Qian Master's jade pendant has been activated." Realizing that something was not right, Qin Yun gradually became thoughtful, hesitant, not knowing what to do. His face clearly showed worry, realizing that he was in danger. Master is a one-fold transcendent immortal realm and also good at earth escape martial arts like that. How can he be in danger? Not good. It seems that the other party is at least an expert reaching the fourfold transcendent immortal realm. The scene switched to this side. Gu Wu along with Xiang Ba were still fighting very fiercely. Drops of blood continuously flowed down. Finally someone had bled. Gu Wu's body at this time was full of wounds. Xiang Ba had approached him, laughing and ridiculing. "Is this your life-saving magic treasure?" A long period of time had passed, making him very uncomfortable when looking at the piece of jade on his hand. Unexpectedly, "The protective sword she inside can withstand my punch for you." But this jade had been cracked by his punch. Not bad. Seeing the jade had cracked, Gu Wu quickly realized that as he was gradually losing his strength before this battle, "The jade pendant that Qin Yun gave me." Time switched back to the previous time. Seeing the jade pendant in his hand had made Gu Wu very surprised. "Qin Yun, this is..." Qin Yun quickly answered, "Master, thank you for your usual care." He smiled, also not forgetting to turn his head away. "This is a little bit of my sincerity." Returning to reality, Xiang Ba raised his punch high, preparing to end Gu Wu's life. However, I won't miss any more, go to die. On this side, Qin Yun gently placed his hand on his chest, thinking, the defensive barrier that much strength should be enough, right? He quickly read the incantations, then again calculated the location of the jade pendant. Qin Yun flew high in the sky, searching for different positions it's at. Finally he had found the position of Gu Wu currently, on that side. It seemed that Xiang Ba had also felt something. After seizing the opportunity, he immediately shouted loudly, Qin Yun's sword art. The streams of qi immediately rushed straight forward with a scary speed. Looking at the current strength also made Xiang Ba freeze in that moment. What? His eyes gradually became confused, realizing that something was wrong. Only a few seconds later, Xiang Ba coughed up blood continuously when he was seriously injured. He wondered in confusion, this swordsmanship, could it be Wen Jian, the sect leader of the Qin Yun sword sect? Looking at the piece of clothing left on Gu Wu's hand, he couldn't hide his anger. Gu Wu. His eyes revealed a look of hatred. Next time we meet again, I will definitely kill you. Looking at the black hole right in front of him made Qin Yun feel somewhat confused. Hit, but didn't resolve him? Realizing that the opponent was also a person with not trivial strength, he immediately became serious. The strength of the enemy is probably above the fourfold transcendent immortal realm. Thinking about this person suddenly causing trouble with Gu Wu made him feel somewhat confused. However, why would an expert of the supreme demonic sect want to kill Master? Realizing that there was not much time left, he immediately rushed as fast as he could forward. This time he had gone to the place he had originally intended to buy the novel. The scene right before his eyes made Qin Yun somewhat startled, surprised. He confusedly saw everyone lining up in a long line. Could it be, are there so many people? On this side, the trading was still taking place. The people who bought the book had become very happy. That's great. Looking at his number made Qin Yun somewhat tired, unable to speak. I have to line up until the year of the dragon flood. Time very quickly passed. The people lining up were becoming more and more sparse. The voice of the seller rang out, this is the last book. This also made everyone become stunned. What, it's over? Perhaps they were very sad when they couldn't buy the book that they loved. I lined up for a whole afternoon. Let's go, let's go. Qin Yun became very smug when he possessed this last book. He slowly reached out his hand, intending to take the book on the table. That's great, not bad luck. While he was preparing to take this book, suddenly a hand grabbed the book before him. Seeing this scene made Qin Yun somewhat uncomfortable, wanting to see the identity of this person. Facing him was a little beauty with a very beautiful appearance. It seemed that she had lined up, intending to take this book. But Qin Yun also refused to be outdone. The two fell into silence in that moment. After a period of silence, the woman could only speak, asking, this handsome fellow Taoist, can you give this last book to me? Hearing about not being able to read the book that he loved made Qin Yun very uncomfortable. No. He then showed a forced smile, pointing to himself. I'll pay double, okay? Her attitude had completely changed. She coldly turned her head to look in another direction. Dream on. I'm not short of this little bit of money. The two simultaneously looked at the seller and said loudly, this book, I'll take it. Seeing the two being so eager also made the seller feel very difficult. Two fellow Taoists. Let's talk slowly. Don't take action. The two quickly stared at each other, their eyes filled with hatred. After observing the situation, the seller showed a forced smile. There's really only one book left. Or how about the two of you discuss it together? The woman saw this, then quickly slapped her hand on the table, declaring, if you're unwilling to give it up, then let's use a fair way to decide the winner. Qin Yun also quickly nodded in agreement. May I ask what way you want to use? She reached her hand forward, summoning different cards, rock, paper, scissors. He heard this, then asked in surprise, using divine sense to guess one is already knowing, is there even a need to play? This girl, hearing this, angrily explained. This is a special spiritual energy that I refined from the divine mechanism sect. It has the effect of preventing divine sense sensing. You can only look with your bare eyes. After speaking these words, she pointed forward and declared, then we will use this spiritual object to rock, paper, scissors, so it will be absolutely fair. Listening up to here, he had secretly understood the problem. Sure enough, I can't use divine sense to guess. He quickly took the cards into his hands. It seems that there's no problem either. Qin Yun quickly declared, start. The woman's face became very expectant, looking at the cards before her eyes. 2 wins out of 3, okay. He also nodded in agreement, okay. Because in his head he already had his own thoughts. Round 1, let's put out a pull to test my luck. The girl continued to hold the card in her hand. 3-2. The two simultaneously placed the card they had chosen down on the table below. 1. After doing this, the woman smiled, pointing towards the 2 cards. 12 fellow Taoists, help us flip the jade piece over. The 2 at home then nodded in agreement. Okay, okay. Very quickly after that, the cards were gradually flipped open. The woman's face had become very happy when she saw a hammer, while Qin Yun was somewhat worried. The second card had finally been flipped open. It was a bag. This made the girl very happy as she jumped up continuously. It seems that the first round I won. He was somewhat speechless with his current luck. The jade piece has never been touched by anyone. Is it because I'm unlucky? Unable to accept the truth, Qin Yun placed the jade piece heavily on the table. Again. He smiled, slowly reaching his hand towards the jade pendant. Let me flip. As soon as the jade had just been flipped over, it was again a scissors and a hammer. Qin Yun's face turned pale with an ugly expression. He couldn't believe his own eyes. The woman very happily held the book in her hand, chatting, it seems that I won again. Good luck indeed. Seeing that he had lost the book that he loved had made him very desperate. This also made the 2 sellers feel worried. Fellow Taoist, are you okay? Do you need us to help you contact the sect to bring you back? That's right, don't collapse at our place. We have to clean up to go home. The girl held the book, also slowly turning around, leaving. Goodbye, fellow Taoist. Seeing that the whole day today had been a waste of effort like that had made Qin Yun even more helpless with his current fate. The places that need to be inspected just now. I have inspected them all. There were no loopholes at all, wasting so much effort. The limited edition novel was snatched by someone else. He again dejectedly walked on the long road. Forget it, I've already come, let's take a walk a bit. The pile of tea in my residence is almost ripe. I have to prepare some different tea leaves for the sect leader. Seeing that there was nothing interesting here made Qin Yun dejectedly again return to his familiar house. I've already bought enough tea, staying here doesn't do anything. Or how about directly going home? Suddenly a scolding voice rang out, cheating. It's definitely that she's cheating. This made Qin Yun pay attention. Another voice continued to ring out, what cheating? Didn't you guys inspect it before? He noticed the argument of the group right below the street, then explained how she wins every time. Return the spiritual treasure pills to me. Am I not lucky enough? Luck? She won us a total of 20 times. This is probably not just luck, right? The woman just now had become very angry, saying loudly, this is called blessed people have heaven's help. As for the 2 of you, you probably usually do many bad things. So heaven sent down a tribulation to punish you. The man heard this, then was angry to the point of being unable to speak. Heaven doesn't do those nonsensical things. She became even more agitated by these words. 2 fellow Taoists, before we played rock, paper, scissors, we clearly said that we had to abide by the rules. Speaking of this, she hurriedly ran as fast as she could forward. So the years are long, see you again if fate allows. Seeing that she was preparing to leave this place made the man in the back become agitated. Stop. You can't go. Seeing the stream of chi rushing towards from behind also made her a little stunned. What? Triple Violet Palace Realm. Seeing herself facing danger made her helpless, not knowing what to do next. This time the girl had turned to the person standing in the back, calling loudly, brother. This also made these 2 feel surprised. She continued to look up towards Qin Yun, who was following the whole thing. Brother, quickly help me. The group quickly looked towards him. Who are you? She was still continuously roaring, brother, they want to do something bad with me. Feeling somewhat wronged, they hurriedly spoke, don't talk nonsense. When did we do something bad with you? Are you her Tao partner, or her senior brother? I'm warning you, if you want to help her. He very coldly quickly spoke out his identity. 2 fellow Taoists, I and her are not acquainted, I'm just passing by. You guys continue. I will absolutely not disturb. A series of these words had made the woman very worried, winking to signal, brother, you're so heartless. Did you already forget our chance encounter? He heard this. Then angrily bit his teeth, thinking, it was just rock, paper, scissors and I lost to her. These 2 were still loudly scolding, so besides us, you've also scammed many people like that. Today I must teach you a lesson. Quickly return all the things you've swindled back here. She heard this, then trembled, continuously begging, Brother, quickly help me. Hearing that the two had said these words made Qin laugh, nodding in agreement. Please, two fellow Taoists, be heavy-handed a little. I also want to take back my novel. Hearing him say such words, the woman had become very angry. If you don't help me. She directly held this book in her hand, then declared, Now I will tear this book. Her fingers gradually clutched the book in her hand. Now I will tear this book. The words just now also made Qin freeze on the spot. The two men were gradually losing their composure as they walked towards this woman. What's all the noise for? If you don't drink a toast, you want to drink a penalty drink. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Without saying much, they directly took action straight towards the woman. While they were preparing to act, suddenly a stream of Qin power stopped them. Finally, in the timely moment, he had quickly stepped forward to stand up for her, so she could be safe. This action of his also made the two become very uncomfortable. What? My divine ability was broken in a moment? Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't take action? Because of the novel that he had been looking forward to for so long, he could only awkwardly inform the two, Sorry, the situation has changed. Please, two fellow Taoists, forgive me. His face became very uncomfortable. Turning his head to look towards the woman, Book, give it to me. She heard this and was somewhat surprised. Very quickly after that, she intended to create a plan to escape from this place. Thank you, you naive one. Seeing her act like that made him somewhat startled, surprised, unable to believe it. When he intended to reach his hand to grab this woman, she had completely vanished. What? Just like that, before his eyes was only an empty space, making Qin somewhat helpless, not knowing what to do. Realizing that he had been tricked a second time made him become even more angry to the point of being unable to speak. In a blink of an eye, these two fellow Taoists, Qin used his strength, flying very quickly forward with a scary speed. This speed of his made the two standing there stunned like trees. They became very stunned when looking at his leaving back. Which sect does this cultivator belong to? His aura is too scary. Realizing that something was wrong, another person immediately spoke, reminding, Wait, our treasures are still in that woman's hand. And so both of them also immediately followed behind the two who had just left. Chase. On this side, the woman laughed, appearing in a familiar place. Fortunately, I usually cultivate Earth Escape, it's not bad. Feeling that something was wrong, her face startled, panicked. Being tricked 2 times in a row made Qin gradually lose his composure. You dare to trick me, ah? Seeing him appear before her eyes made her become very scared. Before she could react, he had sealed an acupoint on her body. A second later, the woman had completely become unable to move, shouting frantically, You sealed my spiritual power. Qin hand slowly reached very fast forward. He gritted his teeth angrily, scolding loudly, You're very good. Which sect are you a person of? Seeing him pick her up made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Let me down. The corner of Qin mouth showed a very scheming smile with the plan he had just made. Let's go. Follow me to meet the city lord of Xin town. Dare to play tricks. Deceiving others, according to the Immortal sect cultivator law, when you seal her spiritual power, she will have to sweep the pigsty for 7 days. A series of these actions made her tremble when thinking about the scene of the lovely pigs. Her shouting continuously rang out, You dare! This scene also made the two pursuers stunned. Qin angrily looked loudly towards her, ordering, If you want me to forgive you, then give the book here. His actions were only demanding the book, making her angry to the point of being unable to speak. You name is always a man you know not to love and cherish Jade to love his life. With no other choice, she could only pull the book out slowly from her body. After that she gave this book to Qin, angrily shouting, Quickly dispel the spiritual power for me. Receiving this book, Qin still kept his word, dispelling the spiritual power for her. He also didn't forget to give her a pile of money, instructing, Take these spiritual stones, consider it me buying them back from you. Before leaving, he felt very curious. I'm really very curious. How can you cheat while playing rock, paper, scissors? The woman's face had become very angry, answering, I didn't cheat. Her voice was somewhat small, it's just. At this time, those two fellow Taoists had also quickly approached in front of her, listening. With no other choice, she could only recount everything. I used magic tricks. The group, hearing this, was speechless. This is clearly cheating. Qin Yun stood there with his arms folded, calmly asking her, what magic trick? The woman slowly pulled out a jade pendant as proof. As soon as she snapped her fingers, the jade pendant again switched to a different form. Seeing her showing like this also made the two fellow Taoists on one side very surprised, discussing, this magic trick doesn't reveal spiritual power, it's too superb. No wonder we lost. With this magic trick, she can transform our cards at any time. This also made him feel very puzzled. When we competed the second time, I flipped your jade piece first, so how could you still win me? When I put out my card, you couldn't possibly transform to replace me, right? This girl smiled, winking, putting the jade piece forward, explaining more clearly, it's just changing a little bit of perception, just need to let people see the result that you lost. Then all the images people see will be changed. Hearing up to here, all three startled, freezing, changing perception? Because this was not simple at all, changing perception is the most profound method in magic tricks. This ability also involves the law of cause and effect, it's the power of conceptualization. After realizing that the woman before them was not trivial, one fellow Taoist quickly spoke, questioning, you, who exactly are you? The woman very smugly introduced her name, Joyful Heart Heavenly Palace, Yu Qingyu. Hearing this somewhat strange name also made one fellow Taoist feel confused. Senior brother, what is the Joyful Heart Heavenly Palace? The fellow Taoist right next to him then answered clearly. It is an ancient sect famous for magic tricks. Before now it has lived separately from the world. Although it doesn't join the alliance, its strength can't be underestimated. After thinking up to here, both knelt down respectfully before Qingyu. This humble one is a true disciple of the Yun Xian sect. Mo Yun, this is my junior brother. Bai Run. Miss Yu, unexpectedly you are a disciple of the Joyful Heart Heavenly Palace. Speaking up to here, he immediately announced, the treasures that you took before, this senior brother and junior brother will not demand them back. She heard this and startled, paying attention. His face had become very scheming, proposing a matter. But can I invite you to go with us to the Yun Xian mountain range to search for secret treasures? If we encounter danger, then your magic tricks will have a great effect. Qingyu heard this and her eyes immediately lit up, secret treasures. Qin Yun heard, also paying attention. After thinking for a short time, she happily nodded in agreement. Okay, a few days ago, in the depths of the Yun Xian mountain range, there was a red glow falling down. Spiritual energy overflowing. It's very likely that an extremely rare secret treasure has appeared. His eyes coldly listened to everything. And Mo Yun also immediately added a few words. The Yun Xian mountain range is very winding, but we know the approximate location of it. How about we join forces to go search together? If there are many secret treasures, then we will divide them equally. If the treasure is only one, whoever arrives first will belong to that person, okay? Listening to the story up to here, Qin Yun unconsciously remembered Jian Xian's words, not good, someone is controlling the devil embryo. He focused, thinking about this. A red glow, a few days ago, could it not be those two devil embryos? Thinking up to here, he again reassured himself, surely I'm overthinking, how can it be such a coincidence? Qingyu happily ran towards these two, okay, I'll go with you too. The two heard this, then felt happy, that's great. He continued to glance towards Qin Yun. Then what about this fellow Taoist? He coldly introduced himself, Hua Qin Yun. He forced a smile, continuing to propose. How does fellow Taoist Hua feel? That secret treasure has not bad power, it's a rare item. His face, thinking about the scene when he had to work, turned pale as he refused, forget it, I'm not interested. Because in his head he had his own thoughts. It's not easy to get a vacation, what's the point of exploring the deep mountains? Just like that, he shot away from this place. Instead of that, it would be better to spend that time in the city for one night, reading the new volume of Junior Sister's Cultivation. He also didn't forget to say goodbye to the group, everyone, farewell. Seeing him leave made them somewhat surprised. Xie Yun coldly turned his head to look in the direction he had left, saying very incomprehensible words, a waste of time. Rest assured, he will definitely turn back to find us. The scene switched to another side. The devil embryo spear was stuck firmly, placed on one side. Xie Yun's staggered form quickly appeared. He smiled interestedly. Found it. His face showed a very scary smile. Devil embryo. On this side, a monster shot straight forward, attacking with an extremely fierce appearance. This time it had aimed straight at Qingyu, standing quietly on one side. Seeing it take action with her, her face revealed a look of contempt. When this monster rushed over, she had immediately disappeared in just the void. When it didn't understand what was happening, she had jumped up into the sky, declaring, "It's now!" Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yun took the opportunity to rush over, attacking it from one side, Void Claw. Seeing the attack continuously rushing straight towards him made the monster feel somewhat difficult, not knowing how to react. Taking advantage of the opportunity while it was still thinking, Byron immediately rushed straight towards it, attacking, Fallen 9 Shadows. After just a few basic punches, finally the monster had collapsed down on the ground below. After all three had defeated this beast, Byron smiled, praising, "Miss you, your illusion flower water moon divine ability is truly strong." Mo Yun also sighed, adding a few words, that's right, this threefold Violet Palace Realm demon beast, if we fought it head-on, we would probably have to take half a day." Seeing the two praising her had made Qingyu become very smug, "That's natural." The three again continued on the road ahead. "Okay, let's continue setting off." Feeling that something was wrong, Qingyu in the back worriedly asked the two, "We've been going into the Yunxian mountain range for more than an hour and a half. Are you sure that secret treasure is really inside here?" Mo Yun's face was somewhat strange. He calmly explained, "Rest assured, according to my memory, after a few more shapes, we will reach the place where the red glow fell." On this side, Xie Yun sat right next to the devil embryo. His scary voice continuously rang out, "Absorb, absorb." His face revealed an evil smile, scheming, "According to this speed, after a few more hours I can bring the devil embryo to evolve." The more he thought about his plan, the more he laughed. That great one will definitely be very happy. While waiting, Xie Yun felt that something was wrong, spiritual energy fluctuations. He blankly turned his head to look behind with a confused look. Someone's coming? Xie Yun's eyes quickly saw through the red dust, then immediately recognized 2 disciples of the Yunxian sect and a female cultivator. He had seen the scene of the two along with Qingyu gradually approaching here. Realizing that the situation was not good, Xie Yun was a little worried. If I let them discover the devil embryo, inform Yunxian town, then it's a big trouble. Thinking of this made him immediately scheme a plan in his head. Among the three, the highest cultivation is also only the triple Violet Palace realm, but as disciples of the sect, they will more or less be carrying treasures, summoning the blood clot. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it cleanly. Thinking of this, Xie Yun laughed, pulling out a defensive treasure that he possessed. Fortunately, old ancestor had prepared carefully. He quickly raised his hands high forward, shouting loudly, "Quickly come out here, brat." Something was gradually being summoned by Xie Yun. He, seeing this scene, had become extremely excited. Old ancestor must stay here to guard the devil embryo. He even didn't forget to use his hand to knock continuously on his magic treasure bell. "Go through there and capture those sect cultivators for me." This demon seemed to have understood the words that he had just instructed it. Unable to sit still any longer, he immediately shot straight forward with the speed of light. Looking at this scene made Xie Yun laugh smugly. 3 living sacrifices voluntarily came to the door, so how could I waste them? The scene very quickly switched back to Yunxian town, where Qing Yun was stopping to rest. He very comfortably held a cup of tea in his hand, enjoying it. His face had become very thoughtful, reading the pages of the novel before him. This book was so attractive that he also had to smile in surprise. Unconsciously, I've read almost the whole book. Seeing his book reaching its climax, his face gradually became expectant. The identity of the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes has also reached the time to be revealed. Qing Yun's eyes lit up, only wishing to be able to see the next page of the story. But that was not the last page of the story, but the drawing of Qingyu, accompanied by the note, "Want to know who the mastermind is? I won't tell you." A series of these scribbled characters had also made Qing Yun angry to the point of petrifying. Inside his large main hall at night were the sounds of angry screams, "You stinky girl, damn it!" The people below the restaurant, hearing this movement, made everyone startle, confused. "What's wrong? Is it an earthquake?" Qing Yun shot straight towards the place of Qingyu. This speed of his also made everyone become stunned. "Oh heavens, what is that?" He angrily rushed through the sky like a gust of wind. "Is it you, Qingyu? Even if I level the entire Yunxian mountain range, I must find you. Qin Yun's eyes were very angry after he had been tricked by her for 3 times in a row. Time very quickly switched to the forest. Everything here seemed devastated, making the 3 feel somewhat curious. What's wrong with this forest? Bai Ren's face was very confused, walking while observing the surroundings. The deeper we go, the more decayed it looks. Qinyu, walking right behind him, had realized that something was wrong. Her face had turned pale. Feeling that something was not right, Bai Ren hurriedly turned his head back, warning the 2, not right, something is approaching us. As soon as he had finished speaking, suddenly Slash's shot straight towards him, catching him off guard. This scene also made Qinyu along with Mo Yun become worried. He hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother." Seeing him gradually dying, Mo Yun hurriedly ran to support him. "Junior brother." Realizing that the situation was becoming more and more serious, Qinyu hurriedly shouted a warning, "Fellow Taoist Mo, be careful." Perhaps her reminder was too late. He had been quickly defeated in just a moment. Seeing that he had finally been lying still on the ground, Qinyu had become very scared to the point of trembling. "Who is it?" Her eyes gradually became desperate, glancing around this place. Show yourself." As soon as she had finished speaking, something shot with a scary speed towards her, making her freeze. Qinyu's eyes were stunned when looking at this scene, but then very quickly she had slowly closed her eyes. At this time, Qin Yun had also timely stepped into this place. He observed, assessing the situation. Strange, just now I could still feel the spiritual energy bursting from them. The scene before his eyes had made him feel very confused. Why did they disappear in a moment? What's strange? Who exactly did it? Qin Yun slowly set foot down on the ground below, thinking, there are also no traces of fighting. Why did they disappear? Strange, who exactly did it? While he was still understanding, it seemed that a gust of wind blew over. He had also felt something more. Qin Yun activated positioning around this place. His face had some thought. In the wind, there seems to be something hidden. True as he had guessed, Xie Yun's minion quickly shot straight towards him, attacking. It was only a few meters away from him, but he still calmly stood there, silently. His eyes suddenly widened, looking at the secret thing that had caused everything. Looking at his eyes, finally this thing also didn't dare to act, immediately stopping. After seeing it, Qin Yun loudly questioned, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" His hands holding the weapon had become very trembling after hearing his questions. It turned out that it was a little demon with a lovely appearance, but his hands were still holding the weapon. Seeing Qin Yun's scary appearance also made the little demon afraid to the point of tears welling up. He looked at its appearance, then quickly stepped closer. "You can't talk, right?" The girl heard this, then nodded in agreement. He quickly investigated the 3 of them. "The 3 cultivators just now were defeated by you, right? Are they still alive?" The girl quickly nodded to confirm. This time he again turned his scary eyes towards the little demon. "Quickly lead me to find them. I won't punish you." A series of these actions of his had made the girl become very scared. While the little demon was preparing to lead him to leave, suddenly a black dark surrounded him. The girl helplessly held her head, continuously crying painfully. Because she didn't want to endure this pain, the little demon immediately went in another direction, making Qin Yun surprised. He seemed to have understood the object that was controlling this girl. This is Soul Control Bell. It turned out that the bell standing behind was precisely the magic treasure that could control the little demon. Just a few manipulations of this magic treasure had also made the little girl very painful. Master once said, "This is the way to seal the soul of a living being inside the bell." When transferring evil in magic, his eyes had become very uncomfortable with these things. Again, a person of the demonic sect? On this side, the devil embryo was focused on absorbing what was being sacrificed. Seeing the little demon had not returned yet had made Xie Yun somewhat impatient. Looking at the 3 cultivators before him, "Why has it been so long this time? And you still haven't captured any cultivators back?" He continuously used the magic treasure, shaking it strongly, calling the little demon to return. Seeing the little demon appear before him, he became very angry, stomping on the person of the little girl. "Is that guy so difficult to deal with, You're the profound divine beast, aren't you?" The girl was still silently obediently submitting, but Xie Yun then looked at her with scary eyes. "Could it be that you want to take the opportunity to escape?" The girl had cried to the point of despair, letting his scariness. Because he knew the girl's intentions, Xie Yun coldly threatened, if you have the intention to escape, old ancestor can use hundreds of methods to make you live worse than die. After speaking, he continuously spoke, questioning, where is that cultivator now? Old ancestor will personally go capture him. While he was still angry, a familiar voice of Qin Yun rang out, no need for old ancestor to take action, haven't I already come? This made him somewhat scared, turning his head to look behind, this voice is. Qin Yun coldly stood right before him, so it's Xie Yun old ancestor, ah. This time he became stunned to the point of gluing, he laughed, continuing to comment, it's only been a few days and you've rebuilt your physical body, surely there was a senior who helped. Right? Xie Yun then remembered the person who had caused all the painful things for him. It was Qin Yun, it's you. Unable to endure this anger anymore, he immediately palmed a blow forward. Unfortunately, the attack just now had been blocked by Qin Yun easily. His hands slowly lowered down as if this was only a child's thing. Seeing that his strength still couldn't improve, he was somewhat disdainful. I'm telling you, old ancestor, why are you still chicken like before? A series of these ridiculing words continuously echoed in Xie Yun's head, making him grind his teeth in anger. I'm telling you, old ancestor, why are you still chicken like before? Unable to endure it anymore, he could only turn his head to look towards Xianyin, ordering, Xianyin, kill this guy for me. The girl was still sitting there silently, crying. While he was still bragging, Qin Yun used his strength to cut off Xie Yun's arm. He gently stepped towards the little demon sitting on one side, disregarding Xie Yun who was still struggling. So your name is Xianyin Na? Without hesitating, he immediately broke up the magic treasure that was controlling the girl. The girl was stunned by this scene. Qin Yun continued to instruct, in the future, you don't need to be their blood clot anymore. His face was very serious, somewhat pitying this girl. You're free. After so much time imprisoned, this time being freed had made Xianyin very touched, crying like a real child. Seeing the girl was advancing towards him made Xie Yun angrily roar, Xianyin, you dare! The girl heard this, then startled. He tremblingly stood up, embracing his injured arm, then loudly reproached, this is how it should be. Even without the soul control bell, you can't disobey my orders. This made the girl tremble. He was still intending to say something more, otherwise, that great one will definitely. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yun had quickly attacked him. Xianyin tremblingly ran to embrace Qin Yun, noticing him. He gently stroked the head of the little girl, smiling and instructing, you can go home now. Afraid that the girl wouldn't be at ease, he even stepped closer, chatting, don't worry, leave it to me here. A memory flashed back in his head. In his previous life, Qin Yun had been bullied to the point of being pitiful. This experience of being suppressed and exploited by people. I have experienced it too much. Seeing Qin Yun continuously disrupting, Xie Yun angrily roared, damn it! Blood Abyss Prison Summoning Formation. He once again summoned even more demons with scary eyes. This time the giant hand of the blood prison slowly reached forward. A voice slowly rang out, who is it, summoning this king? A giant demon appeared. Xie Yun hurriedly pointed towards Qin Yun, begging, I humbly beg Devil King Great One to take action, kill this cultivator. The king just heard that and coldly glanced towards him standing there, scolding, just a small fly, and there's also a need for this king to personally take action. His punch quickly shot straight forward, punching towards Qin Yun. But he also refused to sit still. He quickly used a sword slash to respond. A stream of power with blue light appeared, striking straight towards the Devil King, blocking the attack just now. After being hit by his move, the Devil King, although somewhat surprised, still didn't forget to praise, human, you're very strong. It's a pity that this king is sealed by the heavens here, only being able to unleash 1/5 of his power. But the contact just now had made him very interested, laughing loudly, there will be a day, the 4 kings will personally step into this world, fighting you in a decisive battle. Remember the names of the 4 kings. Before he left, he also didn't forget to inform, my name is. Clearly Qin Yun on one side witnessed it. Becoming unwilling to listen, he just blew him away before his eyes. This scene made sweat fall all over Xie Yun's face. He couldn't believe that the powerful Devil King had been defeated by him. He stared at him, coldly, preparing to make a decisive move. This time I will not forgive you anymore. His hand slowly reached forward, as if wanting to end everything. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xie Yun hurriedly shouted, stopping, wait. He was still intending to say something more. I haven't yet. The voice of the Great One was rising in his head. Last time, you lost the blood-clot orb. Qin Yun lost his composure. Not letting him say any more words, he directly took action. A large explosion occurred. He was also preparing to turn around and leave. Wait for what, damn it? Suddenly he noticed that the matter had not ended there. Looking at the three Qingyu being tightly bound on the ground, he somewhat surprised, sighed, I have to say, your luck is really bad. Because he was too kind, Qin Yun used his spiritual power, untying Qingyu. Feeling that something was wrong, Qingyu also slowly narrowed her eyes, looking forward. Seeing Qin Yun appear right before her eyes made her somewhat stunned. It's you. He continued to speak, instructing her, it's okay, you've just lost too much spiritual power. Rest for a while and you'll be okay. I'll take you back to the city first. While he was preparing to leave, suddenly he felt that there was something wrong behind him. When Qin Yun turned his head, it seemed that the devil embryo had completed the integration of time, then prepared to escape from this place. A stream of burning red power shot straight forward. At the same time, this light of red power appeared once again in the sky. Xie Yun this time had held the devil embryo spear in his hand. He smiled, chatting, Hua Qingyun, just a little bit more and you could have killed me. Just thinking about everything that he had had to endure made him angry to the point of being unable to speak, since you forced me to use the last magic treasure. It seemed that a scary eye had appeared between Xie Yun's eyebrows, as if he had made a deal with the devil. Then now, the person who will have to die is you. Contrary to his attitude, Qin Yun then became very disdainful. What is that? He coldly reached his hand towards him, then declared, although I don't know how you are now, but if one sword can't kill you, then add another sword. A sword pressure of Qin Yun quickly shot straight towards Xie Yun. But perhaps currently he wasn't afraid of these things at all. He even felt somewhat excited. I am much stronger than you. Seeing him attack had made Qin Yun along with Qingyu somewhat freeze with confusion. He quickly pushed the three Qingyu to one side, protecting their safety. Then he gently used his sword chi, blocking this attack of Xie Yun. His steps were very powerful, walking straight forward. Realizing that something was wrong, Qin Yun focused, thinking about these things. It's too unscientific. At this time Old Ancestor was still a sevenfold Violet Palace realm. How did he reach the twofold transcendent immortal realm now? It seemed that he had gradually understood something more. Could it be? Qin Yun's face was somewhat stunned, looking straight towards Xie Yun. I remember now, the thing on your forehead is the ancient connecting heaven jade, right? He laughed smugly when it came to the jade clinging to his forehead. Worthy of being a disciple of a famous righteous sect, you can actually recognize this treasure. The image of this jade appeared before the eyes of everyone with all the cravings of many people. In the ancient scriptures it was recorded that tens of thousands of years ago, there was a person who entered the connecting heaven jade, and after using spiritual power to activate it, their thinking greatly increased. They could become a great power, dominating one side. But only after 5 years did they exhaust their lifespan and die. Later there was the martial power supreme, sword immortals also like that. Many people who possessed this jade had died. Whoever obtained the connecting heaven jade could not avoid it. Thinking up to here, Qin Yun sighed, pulled out something from his pocket. Although I don't know why it fell into your hands, but everything in this world must follow the rules of the great Tao. After speaking, he quickly threw a reflection mirror in front of Xie Yun. Surely you didn't think that the possession of a transcendent realm and extraordinary recovery power is without a price? His voice continued to ring, reminding, look at your current appearance, don't let illusions cloud your reason. Xie Yun heard, then curiously looked at himself in the mirror. His appearance now had become miserably old. He tremblingly looked at his face currently in the mirror. Impossible. My lifespan still has at least 800 years. Clearly he didn't want to believe the truth. Xie Yun used his strength to break the mirror in a flash. Why did it become this appearance? Seeing Xie Yun unwilling to accept the truth made Qin Yun speechless. That ancient secret treasure is just an evil demon that sucks dry the lifespan of the owner. It even secretly applies filler to you. But clearly he didn't want to believe these words. He laughed crazily. Shut up. Just as long as I can bring the devil embryo back, that great one will definitely bestow me a pill to recover my lifespan. At this time, just need to use the connecting heaven jade reasonably, then I can definitely occupy this world. Before this dreaming youth, Qin Yun didn't want to say any more. He quickly held the sword, preparing to make a decisive move. It seems that you have completely lost your reason. This connecting heaven jade is really formidable. A series of his words had made Xie Yun lose his composure, biting his hand. I told you to shut up. He still hadn't understood what he wanted to do next when he used his own blood to smear the connecting heaven jade on his forehead. At the same time, Xie Yun's power was gradually being increased, making him even more pleased. Just thinking about Qin Yun still being alive made him angrily palm a move towards him, cursing, "Die!" Qin Yun also refused to be outdone, using the move drawing sword stance to respond. Realizing that something was wrong, his face had some bewilderment. It turned out that he had underestimated Xie Yun's current strength. He inadvertently suffered a fatal injury. Realizing that he had completely changed had made him also surprised, thinking, unexpectedly, it's the power of the fivefold transcendent immortal realm. Qin Yun laughed in surprise, slowly standing firm on the ground. The blood on his mouth slowly flowed down, but he still didn't care, continuing to look at the talisman that was being pasted on his body. Xianyin, on one side, because she didn't want him to get hurt, had quickly attacked Xie Yun, but had been dodged by him easily. His eyes were very angry when thinking about Xianyin betraying him. "Xianyin, you little beast!" Seeing him being angry with her like that also made the girl become very scared, standing still in place. Xie Yun was about to attack straight towards the girl, wanting to take her life in just a moment. "You dare to rebel!" Fortunately, in the dangerous moment, Qin Yun timely appeared, holding the sword, blocking this attack. "Didn't I tell you to go already?" He was still thinking of a way to deal with him when Xie Yun held the sword, rushing straight towards him. Seeing the talisman gradually disappearing made him feel difficult, not knowing what to do next. "Damn it, it's too late!" While Xie Yun was rushing over, Qin Yun's body also gradually disappeared in the void, making him startle. "You despicable bastard, don't move!" His face had become very stunned to the point of being unbelievable. Disappeared. This time he again realized that Qin Yu had interfered in the war, making him somewhat restless. "You bitch, did you cause this?" He didn't hesitate, quickly striking a blow towards her. "Die!" Suddenly a loud explosion occurred right there. A stream of purifying blue light quickly appeared. This scene also made Qin Yu witnessing it become very stunned, that is. This time Qin Yun's footsteps slowly appeared in the sky. The talisman on his body had also completely flown away. He coldly looked towards Xie Yun as if he had turned into a different person. Qin Yun's eyes slowly stared intently forward. The talisman clinging to his chest at this time only had a few pieces left. It seemed that he had turned into a different person. His strength was so overwhelming that it was hard to believe. But Xie Yun still hadn't known what was happening. He rushed quickly towards him, attacking, not running away, but on the contrary coming to sacrifice your life? When he used all his strength to face him, he only gently reached out his hand, then he could block his attack. This made Xie Yun somewhat confused. Seeing that he was still safe and sound, even only needing to use 2 fingers to block, made him very confused. "How is it possible? What are you doing? How can you block my attack?" Qin Yu on one side witnessing this scene had also become unbelievable. "So, this guy is so powerful?" Qin Yun coldly looked towards him, declaring, "To deal with you, this little bit of spiritual power is enough." A series of these disdainful words had made him angry to the point of trembling. "You dare!" Unable to endure it anymore, Xie Yun raised the devil embryo high into the sky, shouting loudly, talking big. "Hua Qin Yun, accept your death." He coldly pointed his finger towards him, then declared, "Starting from the moment I removed the seal, you had already lost." Qin Yun's hands slowly reached towards his sword Qin Yun's sword art. At the same time, he had created a giant dragon right before his eyes. This scene also made everyone freeze. The golden dragon shot straight towards Xie Yun, standing small right there. Of course he didn't have enough level to be able to respond to this dragon. Just like that, Xie Yun was again struck by the purifying power, knocked flying backwards. He gradually disappeared in the sky. At the same time the jade on his forehead also gradually fell to the ground. Qin Yun calmly looked at everything that had returned to a normal state. He quickly put on his clothes carefully. Looking at the messy situation right before his eyes, Qin Yun sighed somewhat tiredly. Witnessing him hiding his strength had also made Qin Yu very unbelievable. He has again turned back into a 6-fold spirit palace realm. While she was still surprised, thinking, she unconsciously saw the jade that was gradually falling down, this gemstone. "Qin Yu, as if hypnotized, stared intently at the jade before her eyes, so beautiful. Just like that, she had unconsciously reached her hand towards this jade. Fortunately, in the important moment, Qin Yun had appeared right behind her, reminding, "I advise you not to touch it is better." She heard this, then startled, panicked. He gently put this jade into the bag he had prepared. Remembering all that she had done made Qin Yu become very scared. "Just now I was hypnotized?" Qin Yun sighed, looking at the bag containing this jade, then answered, "That's right, that thing is extremely evil. You are as careless as the Xie Yun old ancestor just now, being sucked dry of your lifespan." She heard this, then nodded in understanding. Immediately after that, she suddenly realized that Xianyin was standing on one side, looking at the two. Qingyu's face became confused. "You are..." Realizing that the little demon was just now made her very angry, teaching, "You dare to sneak attack us at that time." Xianyin had become very scared by this action. The girl continuously lowered her head to apologize. Qin Yun also quickly stepped forward to explain, "Her name is Xianyin, she didn't intend to harm people. It's just because she was controlled by the demonic sex soul control bell." This also made her feel very curious. "Is that so? Then where is that soul control bell?" He heard this, then turned his head to explain, "I've already destroyed it." Qin Yun stepped forward, gently stroking Xianyin's head, instructing the little girl, "Okay, you're safe now, you can rest easy now, you have to be careful. Don't let bad people catch you again, got it?" The girl heard this, then blushed sadly, lowering her head down. Qin Yu witnessed this scene, then surprised. She turned her head, confusedly glancing towards him. "This girl is so powerful, in fact you can keep her." He quickly responded to her words, "If I do that, then how am I different from that group of people of the demonic sect?" These words also made Qin Yu startled, realizing that he was better than she thought. This time she blushed shyly, turning her head to look in another direction. If it was someone else, it's very likely that they would also use the soul control bell to control Xianyin, keeping her by their side as a weapon. Speaking up to here, her face had some thought, hesitating, "It seems that I misunderstood you before." Qin Yun heard this, then laughed, "If you misunderstood me..." He very happily stepped in front of her, then proposed, "Then can you return the last page that you tore out to me?" Hearing these words made her also blush in surprise. This guy only knows about novels. With no other choice, she could only give the last page of the novel to him. This time, "Thank you." After confirming the last page of the story, he had become very happy. "Okay, it's really the page that was torn." He quickly put the page into his bag, also not forgetting to smile, chatting, "Fortunately there was you who took action to help just now, otherwise it would have been troublesome." "Right, I hope you don't talk about the matter today outside." He also didn't forget to point towards Qin Yu, laughing, teasing, "Destroying the demonic sect elder is a great contribution. Don't ask too much, just treat it as paying your thanks." She heard this, then also nodded in agreement, "Got it." Looking at the devil embryo weapon right before her eyes made her feel very curious. "What do you intend to do with this?" Qin Yun thoughtfully thought for a short time, then responded, "This thing, I will bring it back to the sect, to let the sect handle it." Speaking up to here, he also didn't forget to say goodbye. "Miss Yu, those two disciples of the Yun Xian sect I'll leave for you to take care of. I'll bring this thing back to the sect first." Qin Yu heard this, then became angry. "Hey, you can just leave like that. I'm not their babysitter." Qin Yun's hand slowly reached towards this devil embryo. At this time the distance was only a short distance left. He could take this devil embryo. Suddenly a giant hand immediately appeared, accompanied by the threatening words, "I won't let you take away this devil embryo spear." Looking at yet another mysterious person appearing made him somewhat confused. Another transcendent immortal realm coming? The giant palm quickly tightly grasped the devil embryo spear in its hand, then said loudly, "Qin Yun sword East Hua Qin Yun, I will remember you." Everything happened too fast, made Qin Yun somewhat stunned. Immediately after that this place had returned to normal. It seemed that nothing had happened here. The scene just now also made Qin Yu become very scared. She tremblingly asked again, "His power was too strong, who was that just now?" Qin Yun seriously turned his head back, explaining to her, surely it was some elder of the demonic sect. Her face had become very worried. "You're not chasing after him? The weapon just now was surely very important, right?" He heard this, then analyzed for her, firstly, The strength of that guy is very strong, not easy to deal with. Secondly, taking back the devil embryo spear is not my mission. He turned his head to look towards her, winking to signal. Thirdly, now is vacation time. Miss you, see you again if fate allows. I have to quickly go home to see the ending of the novel. Just like that, Qingyun left right here, making Qingyu become very angry. She stood there, scolding, "Who wants to see you again?" Although in her head she had her own thoughts, since meeting you, there hasn't been anything good. Suddenly Xian Yin rushed right behind him, making her somewhat startled, confused. That brat, sure enough, has followed him. Qingyu unconsciously remembered the charming scene of Qingyun just now. His strength is high and hard to predict, his character is not bad, his appearance is also. Just thinking up to here made her angrily blame herself. So annoying. What am I thinking? She even bit her nails, roaring, "This guy dared to make me clean up the mess." That's right, next time we meet again. No, I don't want to meet him. Seeing the two Byron along with Mo Yun still sleeping soundly made her very angry. Wake up! This time Mo Yun slowly woke up with a slap on his face. He became very stunned along with Byron, not understanding what was happening. Seeing Qingyu right before him made him finally be somewhat surprised. What happened? Where is Xie Yun, old ancestor? She heard this, then sighed. After thinking for a short time, her face immediately became tired as she recounted, "Everything is like this." After listening to the story according to a different version, Mo Yun's face had become very stunned. That secret treasure was the weapon of the demonic sect? So Hua Qingyun, fellow Taoist, and Miss Yu saved us. She quickly nodded to confirm, then sighed. You can say that, we had good luck. That Xie Yun, old ancestor, died from exhausting his lifespan. This also made him very worried, turning his head to look around. Fellow Taoist Hua has already left. We didn't even have time to thank him. Byron heard, then laughed, quickly proposing, "Senior brother, wasn't the Heavenly Pride tournament about to begin? With fellow Taoist Hua's strength, he will definitely represent the sect to participate in the tournament." Hearing up to here, he also nodded, understanding this intention. That's right, Ha. At that time we can personally thank him. This detail also made Qingyu sitting on one side pay attention. Her face had become very curious with this information. Heavenly Pride Tournament, what is that? After thinking for a short time, Mo Yun slowly scratched his head, recounting, "The Yu Qingyu's joyful heart heavenly palace lives separately from everyone, so you don't know is not strange." At the same time, martial arts battles appeared through his recounting. Most of the forces in Donghua have joined the sect alliance. Every 10 years, the great sects will send out 5 people through various methods to decide the ranking. It is called the Heavenly Pride Tournament. Speaking up to here, he also didn't forget to explain more for her to understand, and the ranking of the Heavenly Pride Tournament will decide the ranking of the sect, affecting the distribution of resources later. Qingyu heard, then became very excited. So that's it, so I can participate in this Heavenly Pride Tournament? He had some hesitation, thinking, then nodding in agreement. With the strength and reputation of the Joyful Heart Heavenly Palace, surely that is, okay, right? The corner of her mouth had become very interested, looking forward to the time later. Like that, then I can meet that nasty guy again. Qingyu's face gradually became smug, scheming everything. It seems that I have to return to the sect for a trip. The scene quickly shifted to another side amidst the vast mountain ranges. Tianyun flew past this place while pondering, what exactly is the background of that person from earlier? His face turned extremely serious as he recalled the mysterious person who had intervened earlier. To cast that spell, one must possess a large amount of spiritual energy and profound skill. At the same time, Tianyun realized, this person's power is completely comparable to mine. Unless I unseal 1/3 of my seal, I will not be his match. Thinking of this, he unconsciously remembered that the city lord elder, Gu Yu, was also seriously injured by him. But now the demonic sect is rampant, and even Shizun was ambushed by them. Even just now, Tianyun was almost able to hold the demonic fetus sword in his hand, and the demonic fetus halberd is the demonic sect's inseparable object. Many people have lost their lives because of this so-called demonic fetus. Even if I were to snatch the demonic fetus back, I'm afraid it would only put the sect in more danger. Thinking of this, Tianyun quickly raised his head and looked around. I only want to retire peacefully in the Qinyan sword sect. How could I cause such a trouble? Realizing that something was not right, his face gradually became blank. Knowing that Xianyin had been following him for a long distance, he was a little puzzled. Why are you following me? The little girl suddenly threw herself into his arms, making him a little confused. Seeing Xianyin being so obedient there, Tianyun was surprised. Why did you follow me here, you? The little girl looked at him with a very expectant gaze. He seemed to understand something more. Could it be that you have nowhere to go, so you followed me? The little girl did not answer, only silently hugged him and wept. Seeing Xianyin so pitiful, he quickly spoke, I can take you in. This seemed to startle the little girl. But he did not forget to remind, but if you want to leave in the future, you don't need to tell me. You can leave at any time. Before he could finish speaking, the little girl hugged him tightly and cried. Seeing such a lovely little girl, he couldn't help but laugh in surprise. Unexpectedly, a handyman like me could pick up a divine beast on the way home. Just like that, Tianyun carried Xianyin back to his home. Fortunately, in the eyes of others, you are just a gust of wind, which reduces a lot of trouble. In the future, if I have the opportunity, I will definitely think of a way to help you solve the problem of speaking. He quickly glanced at the little girl and announced, All right, Qingyun's sword sect is ahead. A vast place perched on the mountains appeared in the little girl's eyes. From now on, just treat this place as your home. The scene quickly shifted to Yuexin residence, where the fairy was slowly walking out of the room. When Jian immediately appeared, his face revealing a clear look of concern. Yuexin fairy, how is Gu Yutang doing? This woman was Yuexin fairy. She shook her head and sighed, explaining, he has multiple fractures all over his body, and his dantian and internal organs are injured. I think if we had arrived half an hour later, even immortals descending to earth would have found it difficult to save him. Hearing this, he became extremely helpless. Then now, Yuexin continued to look inside the room where Gu Yu was still lying in recuperation. I have given him the returning heaven creation pill, which can save his life for the time being. Just thinking about him suffering so much made Wen Jian so angry that he couldn't speak. Hall Master Gu, I will definitely go to the Alliance and demand justice for you. The scene shifted to a vast space where different mysterious people appeared. This place was the surface alliance of immortal sects, called Yue Realm. This man was the 4th level of Dengxian Realm, Xiren Daoren, the sect leader of Xiling sect. He asked in surprise when Laudi, what do you want to discuss by summoning everyone here with the Yue? Lingfu? When Jian angrily quickly recounted everything to everyone, recently demonic sect cultivators have been rampant everywhere in the prefectures. A Yun cultivator in my Qingyun prefecture has refined a blood mass orb. Speaking of this, his face became extremely uncomfortable as he recounted, there is also the demonic sect elder Mo Xian who has refined the demonic fetus. Inside the meeting room, everyone listened silently to what he said. I think you all know what this means. After saying these things, his face was somewhat sad. Although my sect's disciples did not retrieve the demonic fetus, they retrieved the blood mass orb. I received instructions to specially send Hall Master Guyu to personally bring the blood mass orb back to the Alliance. This time everyone listened attentively to what Wen Jian said, but he was attacked by demonic sect cultivators, the blood mass orb was snatched, and he was covered in injuries. His Dao foundation severely damaged. This made the elders inside the room very surprised. What? Hall Master Guyu was seriously injured by someone. But he is at the 1st level of Dengxian Realm. And he is also proficient in earth escape techniques. How could he be so seriously injured? While everyone was discussing, a man added, as sect leader Wen said, the matter is extremely serious. This old man was Chongdeng Xiangjing, Yunyu, the sect leader of Tai Su sect. He also expressed his thoughts. There must be spies in the Alliance. These words silenced everyone inside the room. The old man continued to announce, starting from today, I hope that the sect leaders will thoroughly investigate and clarify the situation of the disciples who are left in the Alliance, to prevent anyone from secretly colluding with the demonic sect. At the same time, we need to quickly find clues to the person who attacked Hall Master Guyu. Yunyu continued to mention the next issues. In addition, the major sects need to neatly resolve the demonic sect strongholds in their respective areas. Once demonic sect cultivators are discovered, they must immediately notify the Alliance to sweep them away. The old man turned his head and looked at Wen Jian sitting on one side. Sect leader Wen, do you agree with this arrangement? He was startled to hear this. Realizing the old man's good intentions, he quickly stood up and saluted. If the sects can seriously implement this, I naturally agree. His voice continued to echo. I will arrange it immediately. This time another person added to the meeting, speaking of demonic sect cultivators. This man was Yun Yuxuan, the sect leader of Yinxin sect. He slowly recounted everything. A few hours ago, my sect's true disciple reported that they encountered the demonic sect elder, Xie Yun Laozu, in the Yinxin mountain range of our Yinxin prefecture. His face became extremely uncomfortable as he recounted all of these things. They were attacked by Xie Yun Laozu and drained of their spiritual energy, almost losing their lives. Then Xie Yun Laozu used the ancient secret treasure, Tongtian Jade, causing himself to exhaust his lifespan and die. In the end, the disciples of Huanxing Tiangong and a cultivator named Hua Tianyan joined forces to kill him. Hearing this familiar name, Wen Jian immediately froze. What, Hua Tianyan? His face gradually became blank and confused as he thought, what, Hua Tianyan? Isn't that name on vacation? Why did he run here? Seeing that he looked strange, Yuxuan quickly noticed sect leader Wen. Do you know this cultivator? He nodded with some hesitation and recounted everything. My Qingyun sword sect does indeed have a disciple named Hua Tianyan, but his realm does not exceed the 6th level of Linkong realm. Speaking of this, his face became extremely thoughtful. Perhaps he was just a disciple standing by to assist the Xuanxin Tiangong. I will ask him when he returns. While everyone was still discussing, another person immediately spoke up to suggest, everyone, the demonic sect has been operating more frequently recently, to prevent this future hazard. The person who just spoke was the 8th level of Dangxian realm, Su Xing, the sect leader of Xingtian sect. He continued to express his thoughts. I think the upcoming Heavenly Pride Association will change a little in its rules. This will encourage the efforts and growth of the disciples. I don't know what your opinions are. After carefully considering this opinion, Xiren's face was somewhat thoughtful. But since the establishment of the Immortal Sect Alliance, the rules of the Heavenly Pride Association have been changed more than 3 times since the beginning. Now it's too close to the time to change the rules. Is it appropriate? Hearing this, the 8th level laughed and put his hand forward. Everyone, please rest assured. He quickly announced, to encourage the disciples, as the host, I will naturally not be stingy. These words made Wen Jian feel dazed as he listened. Yuxuan looked at him with a bewildered look. What? Xiren also realized something, that is. At this time, the 8th level held an item in his hand and announced to everyone, use this as a reward for the leader of this Heavenly Pride Association. What do you think? The scene shifted to Guyu's treatment side. Tianyun quickly ran to this place. He laughed and opened the door to enter Shizuin. His face was very happy as he carried the food box and chatted, How is your recovery? I came to visit you. Seeing that he had appeared, Guyu was a little happy. He smiled and recounted, Fortunately, Yuexin Fairy has been taking care of me these past few days, and I have recovered a lot. His face was somewhat sad and he couldn't speak. It's just that I still need to rest for a few more days. Tianyun nodded understandingly, and slowly opened the food box he had prepared. Then I'm relieved. Inside were the tea leaves that he had painstakingly grown for a long time. He quickly brewed tea in the cup and announced with a smile, Shizuin, this is the spiritual tea that I have painstakingly taken care of. Tianyun did not forget to pour some water into it, combined with pure mineral water. After finishing, he quickly brought this cup of tea to Guyu. Drinking a cup can restore spiritual energy. The effect of unblocking the meridians is also very good. Without further ado, he quickly brought it to Guyu. Shizuin, please. He nodded with a smile when he heard this. Then he slowly tasted the flavor of the tea in his hand. Immediately after tasting the first sip, Guyu was a little surprised. Good tea. Realizing that something was important, he hurriedly reminded Tianyun, if you have time to take care of flowers and plants like this, use it to cultivate. That way, you wouldn't still be at the 6th level of Lingjing realm. He was speechless and didn't know what to say when he heard this. His face was very serious as he continued to teach. You must know that among the true disciples, your cultivation is the lowest. Tianyun had heard these teachings so many times that he was almost tired of them. Here we go again. In that case, I have to reluctantly release some spiritual power. After thinking for a short period of time, he announced with a smile, Shizuin, look, I have reached the 8th level of Lingong realm. This change in Tianyun also made Guyu very surprised. Soon after, he felt that something was not quite right. He quickly recalled Jian Xian's happy face, and then strictly taught, "But it's been more than 5 years since you broke through to the 6th level of Lingong realm. Look at your shimmy, she has only cultivated for a short time and has now entered the Zifu realm." Realizing that the situation was not good, he forced a smile. "I will remember Shizuen's teachings and practice seriously in the future." Guyu was a little angry after hearing this. "Stop imitating my tone." His eyes were somewhat sad as he sighed and chatted, "All right, these are all things that teachers and students often say to each other. I know that you don't like to listen to it if I say too much. It's already thoughtful of you to come here to participate like this." Hearing him say this, Tianyun turned to leave. "I hope Shizuen rests well. This disciple will take his leave first." Suddenly he called out to him, "Wait." Seeing that he looked strange, Tianyun also felt a little confused. "That time when I went out, I was seriously injured and even in danger by the sect leader of the demonic sect, Xiangba." His eyes were a little distressed as he recalled the scene when the two sides fought each other. "At that time, the jade pendant that you gave me at that birthday party helped me withstand a fatal blow." Speaking of this, Guyu looked at Tianyun gratefully. "Then suddenly a sword strike from somewhere injured Xiangba, so I was able to escape." He didn't know what to say after hearing these words. It seemed that he already knew something about his abilities. "Tianyun, tell me the truth, are you hiding something from me? For example, are you really hiding your cultivation? Or have you sealed your spiritual power, something like that?" Realizing that he was gradually discovering something unusual, Tianyun could only force a smile and explain, "Shizuen, are you serious? If I hide my cultivation, can I deceive you and the sect leader?" He became silent after hearing this. Then Guyu sighed softly with a puzzled expression. He immediately glanced at him with a judgmental gaze. "That's right, you are a disciple that I took in since you entered the sect. Something as difficult as this. I guess you can't do it." Although he was a little speechless, he still smiled and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." He felt very puzzled again. But what about the jade pendant? Tianyun could only make up a reason. That jade pendant was picked up in a box in that background. In fact, he had asked the seller on the street, "How much is this jade pendant worth?" The other person hurriedly replied, 20 spiritual stones. Speaking of this, Tianyun became very cherished. "I felt that the jade pendant was not ordinary and must be a precious item. Taking advantage of Shizuen's birthday, I gave it to you." After understanding the reason behind it, Guyu breathed a sigh of relief. "You really are. I didn't expect to accidentally pick up such a treasure. The jade pendant may contain the sword energy of a peerless sword immortal." His voice was somewhat grateful, this time, "Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have lived to this day." He turned his head in embarrassment to another direction. "Shizuen, you flatter me." Remembering something, Guyu reminded, "That's right, disciple." Tianyun looked up at him with some confusion. "What's wrong, Shizuen?" Before he could finish speaking, he felt that something was not right. Seeing that he was reaching out to him, he was a little panicked. His face turned pale. He didn't understand what was going on. "Shizuen, you." Although he had his own thoughts in his mind, "What the hell, does everyone like this trick now?" Guyu laughed and slowly put his hand down to explain. "Although you have broken through to the 8th level of Lingong realm, your reaction is still not enough." Hearing him say this, Tianyun forced a smile and nodded. "Shizuen's teachings are correct." Unfortunately, his clothes tore again, revealing the novel that slowly fell down. Guyu was surprised to see this novel right in front of him. His face was a little confused as he slowly reached out towards the novel. "This is..." Seeing that the novel in front of him had been exposed, Tianyun opened his mouth in disbelief. He quickly snatched the book in the blink of an eye. Tianyun's face turned red. He panicked and hurriedly explained to him, "Shizuen, these are some of the disciples' daily entertainment." Hearing this, Guyu didn't ask anything more. He quickly waved his hand. "All right, you can go down." His face was somewhat serious as he taught, "You must put cultivation first every day. It's better to read less of these books." Seeing that he was so strange also made Tianyun feel confused. "Strange. I didn't expect Shizuen to not scold me." Seeing that he was still standing inside the room, Guyu was a little dazed. "Aren't you leaving?" He hurriedly nodded understandingly when he heard this. "Yes. Just like that, Tianyun left, leaving Guyu alone in the room. After he put down the blanket, there was a book hidden right there. His face was a little embarrassed as he looked at the book that was hidden carefully. I didn't expect Tianyun to have such a discerning eye. He even reads the books, I know. Thinking that his achievements had been recognized made Guyu become very proud. His book is a limited signed edition. Could it be that he went to Yinshin City just to buy this during his vacation? Thinking of this, he coughed a few times to relieve his embarrassment, but it's better not to let him know about this. Time quickly shifted to a vast hall. When Jian's voice echoed, everyone here must have heard. He continued to stand in front of everyone and announce, the rules of the Heavenly Pride Association will change. This made Feng Tianliang, the hall master of Fengling Hall, very surprised. Sect leader, until now, the Heavenly Pride Association has been valued and used martial arts to make friends. Could it be that this time it will really? When Jian laughed and nodded, pointing forward, that's right. This time in order to test the disciples' ability to respond in dangerous situations in the various sects. After 10 sect leaders vote, if the number of votes is 7-3 times, then this change will be approved. A terrifying image appeared in everyone's minds, abolish the rule that you cannot harm the lives of others. Along with that, the participants were required to sign as required. All cultivators must sign a life and death agreement before going to the battlefield. The viewers must also follow certain rules. When the match begins, the elders of each sect will protect the disciples, but if there are casualties, the sects must not be angry. After hearing the news this time, everyone inside the meeting room became silent. This Lan Yuetang's hall master, La Tong, couldn't bear it anymore and quickly expressed his thoughts, but the disciples participating in the Heavenly Pride Association are all geniuses. If something unexpected happens, I'm afraid there will be a loss of cultivation level. When Jian also nodded secretly in agreement and added, it's right for Hall Master La to worry, but now demonic sect cultivators are becoming more and more active. His face showed a confident smile as he instructed everyone, to deal with this danger in the future, the young disciples must accept hard training and grow up. After listening to these things, the Hall Master of Lanqin Hall, Dong Gung, also added his own ideas, that's right, whether it is the cultivators of the demonic sect or the monsters in the secret realm, there will be a great danger to the lives of the disciples. It can be said that cultivators in the world must overcome this every day. Guyu also nodded in agreement with these opinions this time, that's right, when encountering danger, a calm mind, sharp judgment, and decisive action. He gently announced to everyone listening, factors that go beyond this realm will instead affect the cultivator's ability to survive. When Jian laughed with satisfaction at these opinions this time, Hall Master Gu is right, let alone that this time Dong Dao has prepared for the leader. At the same time, the image of the key that the 8th level had prepared for everyone appeared through his narration, the last key to the Mayuchen Heavenly Emperor. These words also startled everyone in the meeting room in disbelief. This also made Guyu on one side feel very excited, the leader of Shangyuan realm 5 million years ago, Mayuchen Heavenly Emperor. After his death, he left behind countless supreme cultivation methods. The image of the Heavenly Emperor quickly appeared before the admiration of everyone. After finding his tomb in Jiuyosi, it contains many terrifying forbidden arts. To open it, you need to collect 5 key fragments. This also made him realize that the day of turning over was gradually approaching. So far, 4 key fragments have been obtained. I didn't expect the last fragment to be in the hands of Xingtian sect. When Jian nodded in confirmation, that's right, if we win the last key, we will have hope of entering the Emperor's tomb and sharing the rewards. Speaking of these things made him become very excited, so this Heavenly Pride Association, Qingyan Sword Sect must win the top spot. I announce. Outside there were constant discussions that were very lively, the competition between the sects will begin. Have you heard? This time the battle between the sects will not be the same as before. Even the different weapons were discussed very enthusiastically by everyone. Not only can you use talismans, elixirs, treasures, but even forbidden arts and supernatural powers can be used. Really? Isn't that very dangerous? Another disciple quickly explained to everyone, it's not necessary. In the match, the elders of each sect will protect the disciples. Moreover, the sect leader also said that the top 5 people in the competition will receive generous rewards and can represent the sect to participate in the Heavenly Pride Association every year. Just like that, Everyone was filled with joy and hurriedly went to practice. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go to Bao Bao Pavilion to buy things. If we're late, they might be sold out. Wait for me. Everyone was excited, but Tian Yun sat in a corner. Seeing that everyone's spirits were so happy, he also felt surprised. It's a bit too enthusiastic. He smiled and quickly looked up, thinking, fortunately, I had already stockpiled a little. While he was still enjoying himself, Wei Ran suddenly appeared, Hua Xixiang. Seeing that his face was so happy, he also felt confused. Wei Ran Shidi? Why are you still here? Aren't you going to buy some elixirs or talismans? Hearing this, he pointed to himself very proudly and replied, with Hua Xixiang teaching me swordsmanship, what else do I need? Hearing this, he laughed and sighed, there are mountains beyond mountains. In battle, you can't be complacent, otherwise you will fail. But Wei Ran's face became very excited. In this competition, to have the confidence that I will win the top spot, according to the rules, the top 3 can fight against the true disciples, if they win. His next words also startled him blankly, they will become new true disciples. His face became unbelievably surprised. Wei Shidi, are you telling the truth? Wei Ran nodded very decisively, absolutely accurate. I heard that many disciples are lining up to challenge you. Hearing this, Tian Yun became very calculating with the plan he had just made. If in the battle, I pretend to lose, let those disciples defeat me, wouldn't that be able to smoothly remove the identity of the true disciple and start back as an inner disciple? In that case, my life will become more and more comfortable. Seeing that he was so calculating also made Wei Ran look at him with a different look, worthy of being Hua Xixiang. Facing the challenge of so many Shidi, he is not flustered at all. Those who dare to despise Hua Xixiang will pay the price sooner or later. While he was still thinking, suddenly a voice rang out in the jade pendant, Tian Yun, come to Luoyuan Hall to find me. Hearing this familiar voice made Tian Yun a little surprised. Shifu is calling me? Tian Yun quickly stood up to say goodbye. Shidi, practice hard. I'm going to find Shifu. Wei Ren also nodded understandingly. Goodbye, Hua Xixiang. After arriving at Luoyuan Hall, Tian Yun smiled and greeted Shifu. You're looking for me? Gu Yu's face was very calm as he sat there and announced, Tian Yun, sit down. Tian Yun, regarding this competition between the sects, I have a very strict rule for you. He became dazed when he heard this. What rule? With a calculating smirk, he continued to announce, it's not something that will make things difficult for you. I just hope that among the 20 people in this competition, you can achieve. Before he could finish speaking, Tian Yun quickly refused. It can't be done, absolutely not. Because he had his own thoughts, I'm determined to use this competition to return to being an inner disciple. Seeing his behavior also gradually made him lose his composure. My Qingyun sword sect has a total of 55 true disciples. Tian Yun, you only need to work a little harder to become one of the top 10. It's very easy. But Tian Yun calmly explained to him after hearing this, Shifu, if I really had that ability, why would I still be at such a low level? Speaking of this, Gu Yu sighed a little helplessly. Suddenly he told a story. Tian Yun, do you still remember why I accepted you as a disciple? At that time, you displayed a section of sword energy on the stage. I still remember it now. An image appeared, where Tian Yun knocked down his opponent in the blink of an eye. His eyes were very calm after defeating his opponent. My swordplay is no less than any true disciple. A series of these words made Tian Yun feel blank and regretful for the decision he made that day. I shouldn't have been too heavy-handed at the beginning. I didn't expect that I only used 10% of my strength, but it created such a strong force. After saying these words, Gu Yu fell into silence. Tian Yun forced a smile and hurriedly explained, Shifu, that swordplay was only temporary. Even if you asked me to perform that sword technique again, now, I wouldn't be able to. As if understanding his words, his face didn't show any disappointment. Could it be that you want to reject me? He solemnly announced his intentions. Shifu, I really can't do it. Because he had his own thoughts, no one can stop me from returning to being an inner disciple. His voice continued to echo, the disciple's strength is limited. This time Gu Yu quickly took out a book and slapped it repeatedly on the table. You really can't do it? Tian Yun suddenly startled, realizing the book in his hand. His face was somewhat blank and unbelievably surprised. Shifu, this is. He didn't say much, but directly threw the book into his hand. You read this. He received the book with a surprised expression. Shifu, you actually read this too? As soon as he examined a few pages, Tianyun became thoughtful. You gu. Tianyun blushed in shock and disbelief. Gu yu Shifu, did you write this? He just blushed embarrassedly and didn't answer. After thinking for a short period of time, Gu Yu continued to take out something from his body. He quickly pulled it out in front of him and calmly announced, "This is 12 pages of manuscript that have not yet been sold." A series of these words made Tianyun hesitate, not knowing what to do. The author of the novel I love the most is right next to me? And it's such a close Shifu? Suddenly he realized his intention. His face forced a smile and asked in confusion, Shifu, you're telling me this, it's not that you want to. Before he could finish speaking, Guyu took back the book in his hand. He continued to announce, if you don't get into the top 20. His face was very serious as he held the book up and threatened, I will let the little Shimmy, the main character in this book, die. This sentence kept echoing in Tianyun's mind, I will let the little Shimmy, the main character in this book, die. He became very desperate when he heard this news. What, little Shimmy is the character I like the most? He hurriedly went forward to argue with Guyu very fiercely, Shifu, how can you decide the fate of the characters arbitrarily? Can you face the people who love this book? He didn't seem to care much about these words, and he continued to announce, by the way, I will marry off the Shiji of the main character to someone else too. A series of these words made Tianyun freeze in disbelief. He was so provoked that he gnashed his teeth. That's the character I like the second most. This made him also angry and blurted out, Shifu, you are so cruel. Suddenly Tianyun came up with an idea. This time he directly threatened Guyu in front of him, Shifu, aren't you afraid that I will tell the sect leader about you writing novels? It seemed that he had already guessed these things, and he calmly looked at the teacup in his hand, then I will let the childhood sweetheart of the main character die in front of her. A series of these words had severely damaged Tianyun's soul, and he froze in disbelief. While he was still desperate, Guyu held the manuscripts in his hand and continued to announce, but if you get into the top 20, I will not only treat the characters you like well, but also let you see this unreleased manuscript, and by the way, give you 1 unpublished side stories and these drawings. A series of these conditions made Tianyun so angry that he couldn't speak. Without thinking too much, he had to agree in helplessness, okay, you have to keep your word. Just like that, Tianyun turned and left this place. Chu Tian looked surprised when he saw him, Hua Shixiang. His face was very angry that he had to participate in the competition, but he still didn't forget to do his duty. Chu Tian, the hall master is looking for you. Then Tianyun left crying, which made Chu Tian behind him become very confused. Inside the room, Guyu laughed loudly with great pleasure, he's still a little lazier than I thought. At the same time, Chu Tian quickly entered inside, greetings, hall master. He was a little surprised when he saw him behaving strangely. Why is the hall master so happy today? Seeing that he had appeared, he was startled. He quickly gave the task. Chu Tian, go to the Yin Feng scenic area next door and inform Yu Jianxin Shiji, who is in seclusion, about an important matter. Speaking of this, he sighed a little helplessly. That child is so obsessed with practicing that she forgot to read the notice from the Jade Talisman. Chu Tian also quickly followed, yes. In the blink of an eye, he had gone to the Yin Feng scenic area. Without wasting any time, he quickly set foot on the ground below. Chu Tian quickly stepped forward and called out loudly, Yu Shiji, Chu Tian of Luyan Hall requests an audience. Seeing that there was still no reply, he was a little surprised and confused. No one is answering? Yu Shiji is indeed in a state of seclusion. While he was still thinking, the door suddenly opened, and a strong wind blew out. This made him very confused and didn't understand what was happening. Feeling that the situation was not good, Chu Tian hurriedly ran inside and called out loudly, Yu Shiji. His face was a little startled and confused when he looked at the scene in front of him. Seeing the brick constantly flying in the air made him once again broaden his horizons. What is that? Feeling that something was wrong, Chu Tian's whole body trembled. The sword force is too strong. At the same time, Jian Xian had also appeared right behind him. But he still didn't know what was happening. The sword force is too strong. Seeing Chu Tian appear right here also made Jian Xian uncomfortable. You saw it? This face of hers made him very scared and he kept explaining, Yu Shiji, I didn't see anything. I am Chu Tian, an inner disciple of Luyan Hall. The hall master has ordered to inform you about the upcoming Tian Xinghui. You Shiji, come and participate in the sex competition. Hearing this, Jian Xian's eyes lit up. So it's Hua Shixiang's Shidi? She also didn't forget to come closer and intimidate him with murderous intent. You didn't see anything here, right? He hurriedly nodded in agreement when he heard this. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Hearing him say this, Jian Xian also nodded and didn't forget to instruct. Okay, I know. You can go. Thinking of the things just now made Jian Xian sigh a little tiredly. I'm too focused on practicing the sword. I don't even know when others come in. She unconsciously recalled the words that Tianyun had told her. Remember, this stone must not be seen by anyone other than you. She was very happy when she recalled those scenes. Hua Shixiang is really too powerful. These past few days, I feel that my swordplay has improved again. A strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. She recalled the blood mass that she had fought before. If I fight with those puppets under emotion now. Her face was very calm as she stared intently forward. I can tear them apart in just 3 sword strikes. Realizing that time was running out, Jian Xian's will became even more blazing. These last few days, I must continue to work hard at practicing the sword. The scene shifted to a large garden. Wei Rant's voice suddenly rang out. Hua Shixiang, wait for me. In the sex competition, Jian Xian will definitely surprise you. But Tian Yun was angry and didn't hear him. Damn it, I didn't expect Shifu to dare to threaten me. Tian Yun became very angry when he kept remembering the things that had happened. He sighed in frustration and looked at the items placed on the table. In order to make his play even more perfect, he had personally prepared many different props. It will be easy to reveal my strength if I use swordsmanship. Fortunately, this time the rules are flexible, so I will use these magic treasures to win. That way I can win, and I won't become the focus of attention. Speaking of this, Tian Yun happily collected all the items into his bag. With these things, I only need to increase or decrease a little force to win a few matches quite easily. Suddenly he startled to notice something lying on the table. It was a jade that he had obtained from the battle before. This is the lost jade of Ziyun Laozu. The jade emitted a very fascinating light in front of Tian Yun. He was about to reach out to pick it up when suddenly the jade emitted strange voices. Pick me up. I will help you achieve everything. While he was still confused, the voices kept ringing out. Just put your soul into my body, and I can give you Tong Tian creation, supreme cultivation. If you want to get something, I will get it for you. Tian Yun felt a little annoyed by these jades. Take it away, take it away. The voices kept ringing non-stop, making him angry and uncomfortable. Just put in a little spiritual power, and you can exchange it for boundless power. Come on, possess me, possess me. Because it was too uncomfortable, Tian Yun quickly threw the jade hard to the ground below. Possess your head. If you talk nonsense again, I will find a stick and smash your head out. Hearing his threats also made the jade silent for a moment. Realizing that Tian Yun had rejected him, it kept trying to persuade you, so you don't accept the benefits that I give you? I have lived for so long, but I have never encountered this situation before. He smiled strangely and stared at it in surprise. Just these benefits of yours? I thought it was some kind of spam advertisement. In order to show his ability in front of Tian Yun, the jade constantly emitted lights that fascinated people. After thinking for a short period of time, he asked it, "What are you really?" It slowly flew up into the air and seriously introduced himself. "I am the heavenly demon of the demon world, Tong Tian Darren." Just hearing this, Qin Yun felt uncomfortable. What Tong Tian Darren? I've never heard of it before. A series of these words made the jade angrily recount everything. Insolent. I came to this world with the demonic sect back then. After burying myself and leaving, I was still left behind. In terms of status, the cultivators of Shangyuan realm must respectfully call me Darren. Hearing this, he laughed and felt that this was a little interesting. So you were abandoned? A series of these words made it so angry that it couldn't speak. You. Standing in front of Qin Yun, it kept teaching him. So you dare to offend me. If you have the ability, put your spiritual power into this Tongtian jade, and I must let you know what is proper. These words made him laugh in surprise. Is there a secret space inside the Tongtian jade? Seeing that he was a little hesitant, it became even more complacent and ridiculed. What's wrong, this kid? Could it be that you don't dare to go in? Qin Yun laughed, and reached out towards it. He quickly transferred his current ability into the jade. What's there to dare? Very quickly, without needing it, he had shifted to the inside of the Tongtian Jade Xiankong. Qin Yun slowly stepped into the vast space here. He saw that there were purple lights surrounding his body. A huge, terrifying face quickly appeared before his eyes. You naive race of people actually dared to come in here. Seeing this face of Tongtian Jade, Qin Yun laughed in surprise. Why do you look so shabby? You don't even have a body. Hearing this, he once again scolded loudly, insolent. I am Tongtian Mosen. You trash race dare to talk to me like that? Seeing this behavior of his, he was a little confused. Why did you change your name to Mosen? He continued to explain in more detail. Stop wasting words, Tianma is the race. Mosen is the position, and Tongtian Darren is the title. A series of these words made Qin Yun feel sleepy. Why is it so complicated? He smiled and looked at the entire space here. Seeing that your appearance is purple and you are also a Tianma, then it's okay to call you Purple Kue. Of course, he was very angry and couldn't agree with this. Hey, please call people properly. Call me Tongtian Darren. Qin Yun clearly wanted to be beaten, and he laughed teasingly. Okay, Purple Kue. Seeing that he was so stubborn, he gnashed his teeth and went crazy. You beast. The more he said, the more he lost his composure. You can only be arrogant for a little while. I am the ruler of this space. Do you think that after entering here, you can leave at will? He turned his head in surprise to look at him. Then how can I get out of here? Tongtian sighed and glanced outside. One is to have my permission, but with your attitude, letting you out is absolutely impossible. His eyes became very scary as he stared at him. Or make a deal with me, wealth, beauties, status, cultivation. His voice rang out. Which one do you choose? He laughed when he heard this. After thinking for a short period of time, Qin Yun put his hand on his chest and asked, Can you give me 100 years of longevity, and be able to avoid work all my life? Hearing this made him a little helpless and didn't know what to say. Increased life? I can't do it. His attitude changed directly. Waste. Seeing that he was so angry, he could only be helpless. Are there any other wishes? After pondering for a short period of time, he continued to say his request. Can you make Mui write a few more episodes for me to watch to my heart's content? A series of these words made Tongtian a little dazed. What is that? He quickly took out a book from his pocket. It's a very popular novel outside. Just thinking of the master of these works made Qin Yun laugh and scratch his head. By the way, Mai Shirzun is the author of that book. Tongtian was gradually losing his composure, and he scolded loudly. Who can fulfill that kind of wish for you? Seeing that he was so angry also made him feel uncomfortable. You are too useless, you can't even fulfill two simple wishes. These words directly made him furious. You definitely won't call me Tongtian Darren, and you don't agree to make a deal with me, then I will lock you here forever. His voice kept ringing out, making Qin Yun also uncomfortable. I will make you die in fear and hunger, make your flesh and bones rot, blood flow into a river, and... Before Tongtian could finish speaking, Qin Yun's huge hands quickly appeared and squeezed his face tightly. Seeing that he was overwhelming his body also made him very worried. How can you touch my spiritual body? He laughed and explained as if nothing had happened. I can only go out with your permission, right? As if guessing his intention, Tongtian laughed loudly and announced, Want to hit me or what? Unless you can break through the Tao law, otherwise you can't hurt me. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was not quite right. Qin Yun smiled triumphantly and stared at him as he continued to chat. Is that so? Then that's really a coincidence. He continued to control his stream of power. About the law of Tao, Tongtian's face gradually became stiff, and he didn't know how to react to this situation. What, this sword energy? Qin Yun flew up into the air before his gaze and chatted. Fortunately, I also have some knowledge about it. Very quickly, the scene shifted to the outside, and Qin Yun had also returned to his normal form. He held the Tongtian jade in his hand and happily examined it. I didn't expect to pick it up this time. I didn't expect it. After a period of torture, Tongtian became very painful and took out the items he owned. Qin Yun Darren, these magic weapons. He nodded understandingly after looking at a series of magic weapons. It's okay. Thinking of this, Qin Yun slowly put the Tongtian jade into his shirt. With some of Purple Kuei's treasures, there's no need to worry about the match. Feeling too tired, he quickly yawned up and down and went into the room. There are still 2 days before the competition. I have to take the opportunity to rest now. The scene quickly shifted to another side in a dark cave deep inside the forest. The young man was kneeling on one knee to report all the things he had collected. After listening to the words that this person reported, the Tianma became very curious and guessed, "What are your chances of winning this sex competition?" After thinking for a short period of time, the man quickly reported back, "With the treasure that Darren gave me, entering the top 5 is not a problem." Listening to this, the Tianma quickly nodded and praised, "Very good." He also didn't forget to instruct, "Before, thanks to you for providing intelligence, I was able to recover the blood soul orb." The face of this man also became very grateful. "If Darren hadn't taken action to save me back then, I wouldn't be able to live to this day. I will overcome all difficulties for you." He laughed loudly with great pleasure when he heard this. "You are really thoughtful." The Tianma also didn't forget to remind him of an important matter. "When you are the leader of the Heavenly Pride Association, I will take you away from the Qingyun sword sect." The eyes of this man were very decisive as he nodded in agreement. "Darren, please rest assured." He even knelt down right in front of the Tianma. "No matter what the cost, I will definitely complete the order." Seeing that everything was going according to plan, the Tianma laughed loudly with great pleasure. Time flashed by, and 2 days later at the Qingyun sword sect, a voice rang out, "Today is really a good day." Standing in front of all the disciples, when Jian announced with a smile, "The disciples that the Qingyun sword sect has recruited in recent years have gathered here today. This competition is not only to test the strength of your cultivation over the years, but more importantly, to find the disciple with the strongest strength in the Qingyun sword sect." The rules of the competition were also said very easily by him, compared to the competitions in previous years. In this competition, you can use talismans, elixirs, treasures, or formations. Wei Ran became very excited when he realized that his opportunity was coming. "All you need to do is become a strong opponent, and achieve the highest position." The elders sitting on one side also focused on listening to these words. "But no matter who it is, you must not intentionally injure your fellow disciples. The hall masters and the great elders will supervise everyone's matches to avoid seriously injuring the disciples." After speaking, when Jian put his hands forward and announced, "Then the match of the inner disciples will begin immediately." Thousands of stars suddenly appeared in the sky, making the disciples look surprised. When they looked closer, they were jade tablets with the names of each person clearly written on them. This jade tablet found its own master, making the disciples have to be surprised. "The jade tablet in my hand is the match code for each person." Wei Ran saw the jade fragment in his hand, Jialingi. The others also slowly read the words on the different jade fragments, Yi Sanlu, Bing Sisiki. While the disciples were still talking about it, when Jian continued to announce the match, "Those with the glowing jade fragments will go to the arena to compete at the same time." Everyone was very much looking forward to seeing the 2 opponents step forward first. In the first round, Jingyin Hall, Zhang Ding, and Lan Yu Hall, Bai Zhan. Everyone below kept cheering, "Go, go." This scene also made Lan Tong feel extremely interested. "Hall Master Tong, what do you think of these 2 intersect disciples?" He nodded in satisfaction while chatting. "They have some potential." While everyone was still excitedly discussing, Gu Yu's voice rang out, "With the spiritual power of an intersect disciple." His face was extremely calm as he commented, "A match at most only takes the time to drink a cup of tea." On the arena, the battle was still going on fiercely. This also made everyone pay attention to his words. "Hall Master Gu means that the leader." Discussions continued to echo. "Can we know it today?" "Next, please." The battle became more and more intense. "Next, please." Qin Yun also quickly appeared at the scene. "Next, please." After a period of time, the referee continued to announce, "Yuan Ling Hall, Yang Kai, and Feng Ling Hall, Xian Wei Ran." Wei Ran became extremely serious, holding his sword as he stepped onto the arena. The final battle between intersect disciples will now begin. Qin Yun quickly paid attention to this match when he heard that. Is it about to end? His eyes became full of anticipation before Wei Ran's match. "Not bad, Shitty. I didn't expect you to really make it to the final round." On the arena, decisive sword strikes continuously appeared. Yang Kai was somewhat overwhelming, continuously attacking Wei Ran. Seeing the fierce battle right before his eyes made Qin Yun feel interested. Zhang Ding of Yuling Hall is at the 5th level of the Lingguan realm. Things were gradually becoming more interesting. making him feel extremely interested. He's a whole level higher than Wei Ran. He continued to recognize each decisive sword strike of Wei Ran on the arena against his opponent. Although a higher realm will cause deadly pressure, Wei Ran's swordsmanship is very exquisite. Fighting against a true disciple, it's clear that he has comprehended another layer of sword intent. He noticed that no matter how difficult it was, his eyes still maintained their determination. I only taught Wei Ran a few sword techniques. He can apply them like this, and even develop them on the battlefield. He really has talent. If he performs well, there is a high chance that he will be accepted by a Feng Tianhao master as a true disciple. While he was still surprised and commenting, Yang Kai continuously launched many counterattacks towards Wei Ran. Noticing that time was running out, he smiled and announced, "Shidi Xian, the probing ends here. Let's use the final move to decide the victory." Although very tired, Wei Ran still reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Okay, that's what I was thinking too." Suddenly, Yang Kai took out a talisman right in his hand. He slowly integrated the talisman into his body to replenish his spiritual power. This also made the other disciples who witnessed it feel extremely surprised. A chi-gathering talisman, but in such a short time, it can burn the body's spiritual power and spiritual consciousness, stimulating such a powerful force. Does Yang Shixiang really want to use this kind of bloodline-burning spiritual talisman? Realizing that the situation was not good, Wei Ran couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill from his body. Before the witness of everyone, he slowly swallowed this medicinal pill. Seeing that his spiritual power was also gradually increasing made everyone around him once again become dazed. This is a chi burst pill. I didn't expect Shidi Xian to have another trick. Although it's only a third-grade medicinal pill, its effectiveness can be said to be a match for the chi-gathering talisman. Yang Kai on this side quickly used the Yuling sword technique, attacking towards him with Crescent Moon. "Shidi Xian, be careful." Wei Ran also refused to be outdone, jumping into the air and using the Fengling sword technique, Silver Dragon, to respond. Loud explosions immediately appeared on the arena. Qin Yun remained silent, focusing on observing this match. Victory or defeat has been decided. The fierce explosion that occurred continuously made the surrounding disciples have to retreat in fear. On the viewing platform, the hazy smoke gradually dissipated. Everyone was extremely looking forward to seeing the result before this fierceness. Although very reluctant to admit it, Wei Ran bit his teeth and helplessly announced, "I lost." Yang Kai was still standing firm on the arena at this time. He smiled and said, "I'm just a little bit more spiritual power than you." The previous battle had exhausted him quite a bit. "If you and I were at the same realm, then it would be no surprise if I lost." This comforting words was like a light that brought Wei Ran hope. Really? He unconsciously remembered his teacher, who was also an older brother, Qin Yun. "Hua Shixiang, if it weren't for your guidance, I would never have been able to reach this sword Dao in my entire life." The referee also quickly stepped forward to announce, "The battle between intersect disciples has ended. The winner is Yang Kai of Feng Hall." Everyone below cheered continuously. "Congratulations, Yang Shixiang. Shidi Xian is also quite good." After watching this match, Wen Jian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly two talented disciples. He turned his head to look at Yu Xian and said, "One has a solid foundation, the other has extraordinary talent. Both of them are qualified to become true disciples. Yu Xian Xianzi, I'm counting on you." She smiled and slowly reached her hand forward. "This is originally my responsibility." Immediately after Yu Xian's treatment, both Yang Kai and Wei Ran returned to normal. This made the two of them extremely happy. The injuries and spiritual power have all recovered. While Yang Kai was still happy, an elder quickly stepped forward to announce, "Yang Kai, you are the leader of this competition. According to the rules, you can choose a true disciple that you want to challenge. If you can win, then you will replace the position of true disciple." Without thinking much, he immediately loudly announced to everyone, "I choose Lu Yunhao, Hua Qin Yun." Qin Yun was still standing there silently listening. Seeing that he had appeared made the disciples present continuously laugh and discuss together. Hua Shixiang, as a true disciple, but his strength is at the bottom of the Tianjia list. Only having the cultivation of the 6th level of the Lingguan realm. This is probably the true disciple with the weakest strength in the Qin Yun sword sect. Hua Xixiang is probably the weakest true disciple fighting against the number one intersect disciple, right? There's a good show to watch. Noticing that Yang Kai had chosen him, Xin Yun had no choice but to step down to the arena. So quickly I have to compete? He quickly bowed to greet him. Hua Xixiang, please give me guidance. He smiled and nodded in praise. Well said, well said. It seemed that Wei Ran had guessed something. He sighed and put his hand on Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Xixiang, take care. This made him somewhat dazed. What does Shidi Xian really mean? Why does it make me have an ominous premonition? Seeing Wei Ran act like this made Qin Yun smile in surprise. Without letting everyone wait long, the referee loudly announced, the battle begins. Seeing Qin Yun right in front of him, Yang Kai clearly revealed a look of contempt. Hua Xixiang, I have long heard of your reputation. He didn't know that it was ridicule, and even happily said, then it's an honor for me. But his face was extremely unsightly. To be honest, your actions have disappointed me very much. Unconsciously, Liang Kai recalled the past when he worked hard to practice before. I am only an intersect disciple, but my heart is towards the Tao. Just wanting to become a true disciple. I forget to eat and sleep every day, never daring to be careless. Hearing the somewhat familiar script made Qin Yun speechless. It seems that I guessed what you want to say. His face became extremely uncomfortable and reproachful. But you, as a true disciple, always like the style of working 9 to 5, never seriously practicing. Even there are times when Wang Kai has noticed Qin Yun just lying there and playing. During cultivation, you also waste a lot of time being lazy. A series of words made him feel interesting. You really understand me. The more he said, the more Yang Kai couldn't bear it. He held his sword and pointed at him. Your cowardly behavior is not worthy of our Qin Yun sword sect. I will defeat you, and then become the next true disciple. Qin Yun laughed with great interest after hearing these words. He gently used the items right on the spot and did not forget to ridicule. I didn't expect my working 9 to 5 would make you suffer so much. Unable to bear this anger any longer, he immediately rushed forward with his sword. Hua Xixiang, watch this. He smiled calmly, slowly reaching 2 fingers forward. This time, a layer of protection was quickly created that could make Yang Kai unable to do anything to Qin Yun. Just as he predicted, even if he had used all his strength, he could not break through this layer of protection. This scene made him somewhat dazed in disbelief. But Yang Kai still did not give up. He continuously attacked many times in a row. Seeing that everything was useless, he had no choice but to gradually retreat, keeping his distance. Looking at this scene also made all the disciples who came to watch become extremely surprised. What? Even Elder Tong Tang could not bear it any longer. He shouted loudly, it's really outrageous. The disciples of my Qin Yun sword sect value the path of the sword very much, which is invincible. On this path of the sword, life and death are for the sword strikes. Thinking about Qin Yun using items to create a layer of protection made him unable to sit still. Look at this Hua Qin Yun, using talismans behind his back. Does this kind of behavior still have the qualifications of a sword practitioner? It's really making my Qin Yun sword sect lose face. While he was still angry, Gu Yu's voice rang out, does Hall Master Tong mean that the Qin Yun sword sect can only practice sword Dao, but is not allowed to practice any defensive techniques? He was startled when he heard that. Gu Yu's face was extremely serious as he continued to say, if everyone was as reckless as you, then my Qin Yun sword sect would have been destroyed long ago. A series of these words of his also made Tong Tang feel extremely uncomfortable. What does Hall Master Gu mean by this? Just as the two were preparing to argue, when Jian's voice rang out, enough, this competition is to prepare for the upcoming Tianjiao Grand Gathering. No need to say more. His face was extremely calm as he announced to everyone who was indignant at Qin Yun's actions just now, if Qin Yun has chosen like this, then he also has his own reasons. As long as he wins, then what's wrong with it? Above the stands, seeing that Qin Yun was still defending like this made Yang Kai feel somewhat disappointed. Hua Xixiang, you are a true disciple. Needless to say, he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, fighting against an intersect disciple like me, but only daring to hide inside the talisman. Yang Kai once again held his sword and tried to rush straight towards Qin Yun. Isn't this action any different from a turtle? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yun's hands slowly reached out of the protective layer. His 2 fingers could easily block the sword strike just now. The protective layer also gradually disappeared. He saw this scene and was somewhat dazed. What? Contrary to his attitude, he became extremely calm. If you want to confront me like this, but I still give you a chance. Seeing that Qin Yun had finally come out of the protective layer, made the other disciples have to discuss in surprise. He finally made a move. I was about to fall asleep. But only Wei Ran recognized the danger of the problem. He worriedly thought, Yang Shixiang, good luck. Seeing that he had finally made a move made Yang Kai somewhat happy. Shixiang, you finally want to make a move? Feeling that the words just now were a bit rude, he hurriedly saluted. My manners were a bit lacking earlier, I hope Shixiang doesn't mind. He nodded when he heard that. Let the previous things go, I can understand. But Qin Yun's face had become extremely terrifying with killing intent radiating around. It's a small matter, of course I won't mind. Hearing this, Yang Kai bowed down, preparing to use the next move. Then I hope Shixiang will guide me. While everyone was still looking forward to seeing how he would fight, he suddenly took out a few talismans from his body. Seeing these strange talismans also made the disciples feel confused. What kind of talismans are those? I've never seen them before. Qin Yun gently raised them into the air. The flames gradually burst, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Looking at the scene on the arena also made everyone somewhat freeze in disbelief. Just a talisman like that, but I didn't expect it to release so much spiritual power. The talismans this time continuously blocked Yang Kai's attacks, preventing him from attacking. In just a moment, Qin Yun's talisman had completely overwhelmed his power. Looking at this scene made him, of course, dare not believe his eyes. There's still more than half left, how is this possible? Noticing that time was running out, Qin Yun pointed towards Yang Kai, go. As soon as he gave the order, the flames rushed straight towards him as if they wanted to take his life. Having no other choice, he had to risk his life. Gotta risk it. After trying to concentrate on cultivation, Yang Kai quickly spat out a mouthful of blood onto his sword. His blood-stained sword also gradually changed. Facing the flames that were constantly rushing towards him, he had no fear at all. Yang Kai used all his strength to strike at the flames created by him, and a large explosion quickly appeared. The influence of this explosion was that the flames continuously flew around, making Yang Kai somewhat unable to react. While everyone was still didn't know what was happening, this time the explosions continuously appeared on the arena. While everyone was still watching, Yang Kai fell to the arena in pain. Even his face was somewhat dazed, not understanding what the hell was happening. This time he slowly sat up. He had no clothes on his body at this time, and even had messy hair. Seeing Yang Kai in front of him with this strange appearance also made everyone around him become extremely surprised. The little sisters dared not look at this scene anymore and had to cover their faces and scream. Because he was too ashamed, Yang Kai just ran back. Wei Ran breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had foreseen this situation. I already told you, but you wouldn't listen to me. Immediately after, he saw that the third-ranked inner sect disciple had become extremely scared and hugged his head. I was originally planning to challenge Hua Shixiang too. The misty smoke gradually dissipated, and the referee's voice rang out, the result of the match has been decided, Hua Qin Yun wins. Seeing his victory, Qin Yun laughed in surprise. It seems like I overdid it a bit. I hope it doesn't leave psychological trauma for the kid. He looked at everyone very proudly. Then below the stands, the referee's voice rang out, in this match, Hua Qin Yun wins. Wei Ran also became extremely proud and secretly cheered him on. The referee's voice rang out, next, Xian Wei Ran will choose an opponent to challenge. Qin Yun was preparing to step down from the stands when he happily stepped forward to praise, Hua Shixiang, that match just now was great. He smiled gently and put his hand on his shoulder, go on, Wei Ran Shidi. Just like that, he slowly held his sword and stepped onto the stands. The referee also announced, please Xian Wei Ran to choose an opponent to challenge. After thinking for a while, he quickly closed his eyes. His eyes became extremely determined as he announced to everyone, I want to challenge Lin Shixiang. This made the man seem surprised. This time, Lin Shixiang quickly warmed up his wrists, preparing to go to the stands. Qin Yun was surprised to see him and thought, choose Lin Shidi, the third true disciple from the bottom? The corners of his mouth turned up in a smile, seeming to find this very interesting. Above the stands, the two opponents quickly bowed to greet each other, Shidi Xian, Lin Shixiang. While Qin Yun was still focused on watching this match, suddenly a voice rang out, Yun Qin, come here for a moment. He was somewhat surprised to hear this voice. Shizun is calling me? Even if he didn't want to, Qin Yun had no choice but to go meet his master. After setting foot in front of Gu Yu and the Grand Elders, he quickly greeted, greetings, Hall Masters, Elders. But it seemed that Tong Tang was extremely uncomfortable with him. Even Gu Yu silently looked at him, and judged. After thinking for a while, he asked very seriously, Qin Yun, where did you get the talismans you used before? Qin Yun seemed to have prepared for these talismans in advance. He slowly took out another talisman from his body. This disciple was once in a secret realm, and was passed down by a senior. He quickly brought it to the front for him to examine, only comprehending the 100 Flame Dragon talisman. He also did not forget to smile and explain more about this issue. The power released by this talisman is closely linked to this disciple's spiritual power. But in fact, Qin Yun knew these talismans better than anyone else. In fact, his talismans were obtained from the transaction of all his spiritual power and the purple clay flower. Just a few talismans is not enough, hurry up, add more. He knew about these talismans. Once released, this kind of talisman's power could be compared to the attack of the 4th level of the Purple Palace realm. Looking at the talismans in his hand made him happy. I only need to use these talismans during the battle to win 2 matches easily, successfully entering the top 20. And of course he would let Tong Tian be beaten and cry, I will not be suspected of strength by the sect, and I can also complete the agreement with Shizun. After looking at the talisman in Qin Yun's hand, Gu Yu's face was somewhat thoughtful, ancient inheritance. The elders around also continuously discussed lively. No wonder we didn't recognize the effect of this talisman. Everyone look at the patterns on the talisman, they are all ancient patterns, truly mysterious and extraordinary. At this moment, suddenly Tong Tang called him, Hua Qin Yun. His face was not friendly at all, he was still looking with the eyes as if he wanted to eat him alive. Seeing that he was uncomfortable like this made him surprised and laugh. Hall Master Tong, what instructions do you have? The scene just now made him clearly hold a grudge in his heart. He also continuously taught, as a disciple of my Qin Yun sword sect, what you use is a formation of talismans. Inevitably winning is not glorious. Qin Yun immediately thought of the items he possessed. He still calmly responded as if nothing had happened, what's not glorious about winning? This sect competition has not restricted the use of any external objects, so these methods of the disciples are all in accordance with the rules. After saying that, he did not forget to turn his head to look at Tong Tang and ridicule. Could it be that Hall Master Tong is questioning the rules set by the sect master? He angrily replied when he heard that, relying on these roundabout methods, I want to see how far you can go. While the two were still arguing, when Jian loudly ordered, all right, Hall Master Tong. He quickly stepped forward to announce to both sides, Qin Yun, if these talismans were passed down from the secret realm, then I won't ask any more questions. You temporarily retreat. In the next competition, try harder. Hearing him say that, he also smiled and nodded in understanding. Thank you, sect master, then this disciple will take his leave. Although he had his own thoughts in his head. The sect master is really good, I'll give him more bags of tea next time. When he had just finished the conversation with the elders, Wei Ran's match on the stands had also come to an end. The referee's voice rang out, the match is over. Xi and Wei Ran lost. He thought in surprise, although Wei Ran lost, but the strength that he showed. It seemed that although Wei Ran lost, he was praised by many brothers. From a disciple to a true disciple, it's probably not far off. After a long period of time, the referee continued to go to the candidates with the paper to announce for all the participants. The challenge match of the disciples in the sect is over. Next, there will be a draw between the true disciples, number 1 of Group A versus number 1 of Group B. Qin Yun looked at the lottery paper he drew. I am number 23 of Group B. He calculated very much, thinking of the scenario of number 1 of Group A versus number 1 of Group B, number 2 of Group A versus number 2 of Group B. It seemed that he had realized something. Judging from this number of rounds, it won't be my turn to challenge in a short time. Just like that, the fierce battles on the arena continuously took place. The referee's voice rang out continuously, next match, Huan Yu Hall, Chu Yan versus Qin Yun was still sitting happily on the side as if nothing had happened. Suddenly he was startled when he heard the referee call a familiar name, Jingyin Hall, Yu Jianqin. Not only was he surprised, but all the disciples watching became extremely excited to see Jianqin appear. She's the top disciple, we've finally waited for senior sister Yu to appear. They cheered excitedly, Yu Jianqin, Yu Jianqin. Qin Yun thought with admiration at this scene, senior sister Yu's popularity is still high. A call suddenly sounded by his hand, Chu Yan, Chu Yan. He was quite surprised to see that there are still quite a few people calling Chu Yan's name. What he knew about this girl was a mystery. It is rumored that senior sister Chu Yan is a great beauty, and many true disciples are her pursuers. These male disciples are so excited. I'm afraid they don't want to quickly watch the fight between the two women. Seeing a familiar figure step onto the arena, everyone gradually became excited. She's here, it's Chu Yan. This woman was Huan Yu Hall's Chu Yan, ranked 6th on the Tianjiao list, 4th level of the Zifu realm. As soon as she stepped up, Jianqin also appeared, startling everyone. Senior sister Yu, the top disciple, is here. As usual, she quickly appeared before everyone. Jingyin Hall, Yu Jianqin, the top of the Tianjiao list, 5th level of the Zifu realm. Her eyes were extremely calm, staring intently at her opponent. Seeing her appearance somewhat changed, Qin Yun quickly recognized that senior sister Yu's sword intent has become solidified, and her cultivation has also increased. Looking at Jianqin right in front of him, Lan Tong was a little surprised. Jianqin's strength has increased again. Hall Master Tong smiled smugly and recounted. But Chu Yan's strength can't be underestimated either. Her illusion moon sword art combines illusion and swordsmanship, unpredictable, with extraordinary power. This match also made Yu Xin feel interested. Sect Master, what do you think the outcome of this match will be? When Jian laughed and added to his thoughts, these two are among the best. But Jianqin's realm is one level higher than Chu Yan's. I think half an incense stick of time will be enough to determine the victory or defeat. The referee's voice rang out. The match begins. Chu Yan smiled and said, Junior sister Yu, it's been a year since our last match. Jianqin smiled and asked, how have you been, senior sister Chu? Her face was very determined as she picked up her weapon and declared, last time, you and I fought 133 moves. I was defeated after one sword. Since then, I have cultivated painstakingly. And my strength is now different from before. After speaking, she directly split into many directions for Jianqin to see her results. I hope that today, I can see a stronger swordsmanship from junior sister. She was not to be outdone, quickly holding her sword and slowly pulling it out. Her face became extremely calm as she drew the sword in her hand outwards. As soon as she drew her sword, she jumped down to the arena and went out, making everyone around very dazed. Yu Jianqin, the match is not over yet, where are you going? But countless sword strikes appeared in the air. She continuously launched attacks, making Chu Yan unable to avoid them. Her eyes were extremely cold as she finished this match. Chu Yan's sword fell heavily to the ground. She trembled and said helplessly, I concede. Just like that, everything returned to normal. Chu Yan stood still on the arena, speechless. She looked at her hands that were shaking so much that she couldn't move. It's me who lost. After speaking, Chu Yan fell on the arena. Jianqin turned her head coldly and said, you are too kind. Looking at this scene also made the disciples very confused. What happened? Why did senior sister Chu Yan directly concede? The elders watching from above also became very curious and spoke to discuss. Senior brother Zhao, did you see the sword strike just now? With just one sword light. It instantly chopped all the afterimages. Senior sister Yu's level of swordsmanship has increased another level. In the image just now, Chu Yan appeared. She couldn't control the sword according to her will. Besides that, when senior sister Yu was on Chu Yan's sword, she had added 10 strikes, causing the spiritual power to flow back, leading to her hands slipping. This man was Jiang Du, ranked 3rd on the Tianjiao list, the top disciple of Liangyan Hall. He seriously commented in surprise. Because of this, the spiritual sword in senior sister Chu Yan's hand fell and she automatically conceded. This also made Zhao Tianlu, ranked 2nd on the Tianjiao list, also the former chief disciple of the Qinyan sword sect. He seriously commented, to be precise, it was 12 to 13 strikes at that time. I couldn't see exactly how many strikes. On this side, after witnessing the entire match, Qin Yun also had to feel interested, unless one sword chops away all the afterimages in the sky. He quickly breathed a sigh of relief and then winked, then used 2 or 3 swords to continuously destroy the spiritual energy in Shu Yan's sword. At that time, Jianxin's face became very excited to do these things, worthy of being the top true disciple. I only left a sword Dao mark for her, and she can comprehend the great Dao number form sword. Truly extraordinary. The more he followed these matches, the more he felt very interested. Look at how excited the hall master and elders are. As he said, Tong Tang was very surprised at this scene. I didn't see wrong, did I? Even Lan Tong's face laughed loudly, not daring to believe that these things happened. Just now was the great Dao number form sword? The faces of the elders became very expectant when looking at Jianxin. That's right, absolutely. How old is Jianxin? The time of cultivation, I'm afraid it's not even 20 years, right? Gu Yu, witnessing on the side, also had to smile and praise this talent. The future is unlimited. But Qin Yun knew all of her moves clearly. The so-called Great Dao number form sword is only 300,000 Great Daos and the Great Dao sword in the entire Shangyuan realm. There are tens of thousands of 9th level Zifu realm cultivators, but among them, those who can comprehend the Great Dao and merge it, thereby entering immortality. Like a sword, like a phoenix feather, are very, very few. Understanding these things, Gu Yu happily turned his head to look at Wen Jian and said, countless cultivators, for a little chance of the great Dao, constantly enter dangerous forbidden areas. Just to get a little insight, thereby attaining the Dao, sect master, this talent, it is difficult to find one person in the entire Shangyuan realm, if we wholeheartedly cultivate her. The Qin Yun sword sect has someone to inherit, the future is very promising. These words seemed to have pleased Wen Jian. He laughed loudly with excitement. My Qin Yun sword sect has such a talented disciple, the future will definitely become stronger and stronger. After this competition is over, I will find Jianxin later, and ask how she cultivates. Time gradually shifted towards the evening. Qin Yun looked bored at the watch in his hand. Can we finish the exam today? It's almost my quitting time. While he was still bored, the referee continued to announce, next, disciple number 23, please come forward. Lu Yun Hall, Guan Shan Yu. Fighting against Lu Yun Hall, Hua Qin Yun. The referee was also speechless when he remembered Qin Yun using despicable tricks to harm Yang Kai. Again it's that man. After confirming that he was fighting against Qin Yun, Shan Yu became very uncomfortable. He jumped straight onto the arena without hesitation. Before the eyes of everyone, Shan Yu had a large sword in his hand. He was known as the 13th ranked person on the Tianjia list, the second level of the Zifu realm, the second disciple of Lu Yun Hall, Guan Shan Yu. Seeing him so powerful and majestic, Qin Yun also had some thoughts. Unexpectedly, the first confrontation has to face brothers in the family, and also the 13th ranked person on the Tianjia list. Having no other choice, Qin Yun had to jump straight in front of Shan Yu to fight. The referee loudly announced, the match begins. Shan Yu coldly asked Qin Yun, have you finished setting up your talismans? He nodded to signal, consider it done. His face became very uncomfortable and continued to tell, from the day I joined Lu Yun Hall, I have made up my mind to rectify Lu Yun Hall, to become the top hall of the Qin Yun sword sect. Even Shan Yu often seriously taught his junior brothers, usually, I am very strict with the brothers, just hoping that all the disciples of Lu Yun Hall can work hard to cultivate and put some effort into Lu Yun Hall. But hearing about him made him feel very angry. But you, as a true disciple of Lu Yun Hall, not only do not try hard, but also lazily hinder the progress of the entire Lu Yun Hall. These words of his also startled Qin Yun. What is this mood of hoping for a child to become a dragon? Why do I feel that you care more than Shizuan? After thinking for a short time, he smiled and quickly said his thoughts to him. Senior brother Guan, I admire your spirit very much, but you can't impose your will on me. Working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. is my life principle, not laziness. You must know that, in life, besides cultivation and work, there are many other meaningful things that can be pursued and experienced. Unconsciously, Qin Yun remembered his not-so-pleasant memories in his previous life. This is what I had to pay a painful price to understand. I hope you can understand. Even if he died, he would not forget the terrible scene that day. But contrary to his heartfelt feelings, Shan Yu became very contemptuous. Hua Qin Yun, even now, you are still looking for reasons, and even don't want to use sword Dao to confront, but instead hope to entrust in this kind of heterodox magic. The more he said, the more angry he became and declared, "Today, I will destroy your talismans, to make you deeply understand that my Qin Yun sword sect takes the body to cultivate the sword, takes the sword to enter the Dao." He pointed the sword straight at Qin Yun and decisively dropped it. "Sword Dao is the ultimate goal that my disciples pursue." A loud explosion occurred in the air, and even fragments flew out to the outside. This power also made the disciples who witnessed it become very dazed and disgusted. "Really, that sword is really powerful. The power of this sword is enough to compare with the 5th level of the Zifu realm." Seeing that Qin Yun had been frozen immediately made everyone recognize him. "This Hua Qin Yun, it seems that he has been swept away by a wave. This humble Linggong realm person, being able to last until now, is already very lucky." Qin Yun, who was frozen, seemed to have no emotions. He stood there silently. Seeing that Qin Yun had no reaction, the referee loudly announced, "The match is over. The winner of this match is..." Suddenly the ice broke, a smile appeared on his face. He smiled and stepped forward to praise, "Worthy of being senior brother Guan, the power of this sword is far beyond my data." Although he had his own thoughts in his head. "This guy is really stubborn." Seeing Qin Yun come out but nothing happened made Wei Ran and the other disciples very surprised. Even Shan Yu couldn't believe what was in front of him, a sword that accumulated all my strength, but only hit the talisman, and didn't hurt him at all. Realizing that he was not easy to deal with, he immediately entered a state of combat. "All the talismans you use have a stronger defensive effect than I thought. But now that the talismans have been used up, how are you going to fight me? Or directly surrender?" Qin Yun laughed and slowly pulled out the talismans from his sleeves. "I also want to directly surrender." His face was very calm as he held the talismans into the air and declared, "But sorry, I must win this match." A series of these actions of his made Shan Yu very contemptuous. "Your talismans have been destroyed once by me, then there will be a second time." Seeing this pile of talismans rushing towards him, he became even more confident with his current strength. "This pile of talismans is not easy to control, for your own good. I advise you to understand." Realizing that something was wrong, his face became dazed in disbelief. These talismans continuously flew into the air in a very strange way. Seeing him dazed like that, Qin Yun smiled and explained, "The talismans just now were just the normal version. He had created a very solid defense layer that even an atomic bomb could not break. This is the successful version." This scene made Shan Yu freeze, not knowing what to do next. Seeing that he was still standing there dazed, Qin Yun quickly reminded, "Please, senior brother Guan, teach me."